Hope you're all well. How is everyone? Welcome to another Arena. Arena is the show where we invite non-Muslims to come and bring their arguments against Islam. Now, you can bring an argument against Islam, as in directly trying to say Islam is false, just like some joker in the chat is doing right now. Who was that joker in the chat? Let's name and shame. There we go. Just like Paulson's Den is doing there now. Why does Islam teach false doctrine? Yeah, so something like that. Or you can be a confident Christian, and you can come on and you can say, well, I believe Christianity is true, and therefore Islam is false by default. So you can try to tell us why you believe Christianity is true. Or you could be an atheist and you could be saying what's all the fuss about by you, or arguing about invisible friends. So whichever you want to do, you're welcome to come and challenge indirectly or directly. As usual, I will be joined by three fellow Muslim brothers, mashallah, and making his debut is brother Ismail. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me, brother Hamza?
I can hear you, my brother. Look at you rocking your Dawah-wise t-shirt.
Yes, sir. We have to.
Representing.
MashaAllah. Absolutely. How are you, brother Hamza? Good?
I'm good, my man. I have a lot of people saying, oh, get Ismail, that new brother,
They're being too generous. I'm nobody, to be honest with you.
No, mashallah. I've seen you in action, and mashallah, you warrant your place here on the arena today. And the other two panelists are not joined us yet is brother Yemeni. I'm looking forward to his contribution. And also making his debut is Maurice from Dawah Digest. So it should be an interesting one today. I'm going to let you guys, I always say this, I'm going to let you guys take the floor, inshallah. I was chatting to a mate of yours on Sunday. That Alex, is it? Alex? You were speaking to in Speaker's Corner?
Which guy? The one, oh, yes, the purple jacket guy.
One in a suit or something.
Yes, that him. That's yes. That guy. Yeah. I went to a bit Hamza mode on him.
Because, Zoom was saying you were harsher on him than I was, and I was like, really?
Yeah.
He needs that one.
No, he does, because the thing is that sometimes I don't blame people who might see the video and then wonder why I did that. It's more like the thing is, sometimes with the camera work, things get lost, like the context gets lost because stuff happens pre-recording. So what happened was, this guy, he was using his philosophy that he's learned and trying to showboat and kind of be pompous and cocky to a few Muslim brothers who have not studied philosophy, and not that you need to, but he was just basically showboating, and it sounded like sophistry. So when I came in, I was kind of with that context in mind, is that this guy's kind of trying to showboat for no reason on brothers who might not have studied. So let's see how he fares with me.
Okay, I had an interesting discussion with him.
What was it about?
I don't know. Whatever nonsense he believed. He just exposed his nonsense. Yeah, but hey, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
The so-called whisperer. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, you? Why are you calling me a so-called whisperer?
You're Chris. And
to be fair, the last time I saw Brother Yemeni, he was talking to somebody from Soko, I think.
No, not to say he's a so-called whisperer. He's the one who calms them down, and they don't act like idiots with him.
That's so true, you know. They do act.
He's a so-called whisperer.
Alhamdulillah, I was actually glad seeing in the comments from the last conversation I had with Chris. People were saying Chris was calming. He was calming. He had good character and stuff, and I was like, alhamdulillah, this is good, you know.
Is that on our side or their side?
On our side.
Go see the comments. Go see the comments on their side.
It's probably derogatory and stuff, but alhamdulillah, that's better for us, because if their comment side is derogatory and then alhamdulillah, a Muslim gets a Christian to calm down and have good manners, this is a plus for us.
Yeah.
So, I don't care less what they say.
Me too. Absolutely. I just don't like giving them the pleasure of having my content, to be honest. Right. Let me put the link out. We're just waiting on Brother Maurice, but I think it's just after Jumma where he is. So it'll be a bit.
Okay.
So let me just sort this out. You guys chat amongst yourselves and I'll try and see if we can grab a guest.
Let's see. How are you, Brother Yemeni?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. I managed to recover just in time. I got sick on Monday, and today I've recovered.
Did you?
Like,
Alhamdulillah,
yeah.
Alhamdulillah. It's funny that you mentioned that. I had a friend visit me, and then he got me sick. I'm like almost recovered, but you know, at the edge, inshallah, soon. Alhamdulillah, nothing too bad.
Inshallah, you wake up
It's
tomorrow.
okay. Hopefully, some atheists cheer me up.
Inshallah.
I saw what's it called? I think it was last week. Brother Sabur totally got a few atheists quite triggered. It was quite enjoyable to watch. MashaAllah, he's quite skilled with a very slow, chilled approach, and yet he gets his opponents, MashaAllah, very very worked up.
Yeah, MashaAllah. Yeah, atheism is like just his domain.
Yeah. I watched you say something. You're like, I tried to put. This was in an earlier, I think, arena one time. You said, I tried to put myself in the shoes of an atheist. I just can't do it. So
Yeah,
it really doesn't hit with you. So
no,
and that's not a bad thing for sure.
Yeah, of course. It's like I try to think, how can they convince themselves of their own arguments? You know, and I'm like, it just, yeah, I still don't know what to say, to be honest.
You know, Brother Yemen, if you talk to most of these atheists, yeah, they're like, most of them have just problems with authority. You know, there's this really good book like Faith of the Fatherless. It's like the equivalent of like fatherless behavior for like men kind of thing. And you have these like harsh Reddit atheists who just despise anybody telling them what to do, and you'll find that especially in like America, because there's like a sense of, or North America I should say, where there's like a deep tradition of like what's it called, not liberalism, libertarianism, where people want to live by their own accord without having any governmental oversight or any minimal laws. So the idea of a religion, let alone an Islamic religion that encompasses all of your life, is like their worst nightmare. So what's the best way to safeguard against something like that is to just X out any possibility of any accountability to a higher creator. I think that's mostly it.
Well, obviously, I think that's bang on, because at the end of the day, what you essentially described was that because they don't like authority, they end up doing what they want. And that's essentially being a slave to your own desire, making your own desire your God.
Absolutely.
So yeah, but it's just, you know, more in depth. You know, actually getting into the psyche of the person. What was the book called? Father of the Faithless?
Faith of the Fatherless.
Oh, Faith of the Fatherless.
Yeah.
I'll get that.
Speaking of clowns,
Oh,
I know Yemi is gonna enjoy you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've had to listen to Rob for many years. I think I was maybe 4 or 5 years younger from the time I've seen him. Oh man, I've had to endure a lot of you, Rob. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
Good.
So we've come across a very, very disturbing character in Islam. One word, one name, Dhul-Qarnayn. Who the hell is he? The one with the 2 horns? Is this Shaitan? This guy has got 2 horns. He goes to mountains and he builds metal dams that no one can understand the huge size of them, Gog and Magog. Who the hell is this guy? It sounds like bloody Shaitan. Sorry for saying a bad word there. Sorry for saying a bad word. But really, who is this guy? Dhul-Qarnayn with the 2 horns.
Rob, how do you know that Satan has 2 horns? Have you met him?
Well, the Arabic translation of Dhul-Qarnayn is the one with 2 horns.
Well, I know what the translation is. I'm saying, how do you know that Satan has 2 horns?
Well, in traditional literature, the only other person on this planet who had two horns was Satan. In Christianity, we believe that's Satan. So
Rob,
why would this guy that built the biggest dam that's known to man between two mountains, which is impossible, be known as the one with two horns? I mean, this story sounds like something out of...
Sounds like talking donkeys, doesn't it? Sounds like talking donkeys.
Listen, mate, I could accept a god speaking through a donkey, but where the heck...
What about a man parting the sea, then?
All right, that was done with the finger of God, yeah?
So why wasn't Dhul-Qarnayn doing what he did with the finger of God? What's the problem?
Because we've got a metal dam between two mountains.
Rob, here's the problem. You're not an atheist.
Thousands upon thousands of workers.
Listen, Rob,
we can't find this place today.
Rob, you're not an atheist. So you believe in miraculous occasions.
Rob. Jeez. Rob, first and foremost, right? He's saying that this guy sounds like Satan, and you're basing that off some pictures that Christians have drawn of Satan, right? You don't know. Even the Bible doesn't describe as Satan with two horns. Okay, so
please make it make sense.
No problem. No, we'll make it make sense, inshallah. Dhul-Qarnayn is a man appointed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to build a dam to entrap Gog and Magog, right? Ya'juj and Ma'juj. And because Allah has wants them to be a fitna, one of the tests for us in the days leading up to the Day of Judgment, He hid them from the world, and Allah is capable of doing that. If you believe that God is capable of doing miracles, then this is one of them. Likewise, we believe that the Dajjal is upon the earth, right? And he's somewhere upon the earth, and that he will emerge from Masham. We don't know where he is as well. No one can find out where he is. So those are two instances where which have an eschatological consequence to them, and that's why Allah has kept them hidden from the world. It's very clear.
Well, it might be clear to you, but it's not clear to me. I mean,
what's not clear?
Well,
is it not clear?
First of all, we have to ask, why does somebody who's supposed to be a human have two horns in the first place?
Okay, two horns. Do you think that we call him Dhul-Qarnayn because he's got horns growing out of his head?
Well, that is the literal Arabic translation, the one with two horns. And if you can find coin. Let me finish. If you look at coin, there's even coins with the head you can see the two horns. There's actual coins around that time where you can actually see the head with the two horns.
What coins?
So in one sense, it's like
what coins inside of Dhul-Qarnayn do you have?
I just found it on Google. I can't remember.
What civilization was it from?
Well, from my understanding, Dhul-Qarnayn came before Muhammad.
Oh, the coin. You don't have to make stuff up now. You've got a coin. What does the coin say?
Well, no, I just remember seeing the coins on Google search.
Yeah. So this coin, when's it from?
And so, are they printing these coins due to the legend?
Where's the coin?
I don't know.
Where's the coin from, Rob? Where's this coin?
I just remember seeing the coins, Hamza.
I think you're just making stuff up, mate. I think
you can Google it. You can Google it.
Google what?
These coins with the head of Dhul-Qarnayn. Huh?
A coin of Dhul-Qarnayn.
Yeah. So in one way, I suppose, well, if they're doing coins like that at that time, then it's either due to the legend or Islam has got some credibility. But even then, I think it's due to the legend, because in Islam, you have the legend of the seven sleepers, which in Christianity, we just see that as an old legend. We don't even accept that.
Because now you're talking rubbish again, Rob. Because
Let's
that's
stick-
not what you
But
believe in
let's stick
Christianity
to
with
the
regards to sleepers in
topic.
the cave.
Let's stick to the topic.
No,
of
you
can a
brought the
man
sleepers in the
have
cave
two
in.
horns? Can a
You
man
brought the
have two
sleepers in the
horns?
cave in. I know what the church fathers and such think about the church sleepers in the cave. It's not just something made up.
It's an old Christian legend that we don't accept. So
No, it's
where
just,
Muhammad
look.
decided to adopt it, I don't
Who's
know.
we? Who's we?
Well, Muhammad adopted
No, who's we?
the story of the seven sleepers.
Who's we
which
as Christians who don't accept
had already
it? Who's
rejected.
Who's
because
we?
God
Rob,
had
here's the
already-
problem you've got now, yeah? And this is why you're beginning to annoy me, because I've smashed you on this once already. With the same stupid
Hamza,
point you
never
made.
smashed me, you just cut
Same
me off.
stupid point I made. I brought you Christian sources supporting the idea of this sleepers in the cave. Yeah? I've done it once already. And I'm not going to
Just
repeat
cut me
myself.
off. You never smashed me, Hamza. You always cut me off.
I always smash you. When have I ever cut you off?
You cut and run.
When have I ever cut you off?
I knew that was coming. I just didn't know when.
Get out of here, you scam.
You know, I
Wasted
feel like that
our
was a good initiation. I feel like that's a rite of passage to go through a Rob session on your debut.
Don't say that. Frank will turn up.
Oh no, he's a different breed. Frank is like next tier compared to Rob.
Now, Frank is not coming here. Brother Maurice is on his way. So, where's these triggered atheists and Christians? Where's Pauline or whatever we're saying? Why does Islam teach false doctrine or whatever? Where are you? Go hide in the chat. Everybody knew Rob was going to get kicked. It was just a matter of time and when. It's all about timing, innit? See, I got to time it just right to get rid of Rob. Right. Oh, slow mode. Sorry. Welcome to the arena. Oh, that felt good though. I liked that. I think he expected it. It was like a said masochist. I'm surprised he didn't come on with the gimp mask on.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he just loves getting
That's what I'm saying to you.
blasted. Yeah.
You should come with one of those, in a gimp suit with a zip. You know what I mean? I just wait to get slapped about. You know what I mean?
His icon looked like a gimp suit. I don't know what that was.
Are people enjoying your content at Speaker's Corner, Yemeni? It's very nice.
Alhamdulillah.
He needs to come more often, though.
I'm busy, bro. I'm busy.
Bro, I moved across the ocean to come to Speaker's Corner. Come on, man. You have no excuse.
Oh, I've got so much going on. I'm trying to write 3 books. I'm trying to run my business. I'm trying to do a full-time job. Got a family. So I've
A full-time job and a business.
A full-time job and a business. I'm selling oud, isn't it? No.
What's that?
Selling oud.
Oh, oud. Oh, look at that.
Damn, I was gonna say you're starting a competing hijab business.
No.
No one can compete with me, mate.
Yeah. So. Yeah. No, alhamdulillah. What do you call it? This is actually going well, considering I haven't had much time to advertise it. So.
Oh, alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that? Your business? The oud?
Yeah.
Bro, just put your name to it, man.
No, I actually called it Rihatul Arab, and I've got it stamped on the bottle. Oh, where is it?
Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah. So
Shameless plug. We love that.
You bring from Yemen?
You asked me if I have an excuse to not come to Speaker's Corner, so I was like,
I threw you an alley-oop.
You threw me a bone there.
Yeah.
But as we're on the topic, it's Rihatul Arab, 30% off till the end of the month because it's Eid this month.
Yeah, somebody needs to put that in the chat.
Yeah, inshallah. No, I got a website. Actually, let me see if I can.
Somebody needs to put the link in the chat.
Hamza, can you do that for me, please?
Just 1 second.
Thank you very much, bro.
Brother Abu Isa.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Salam.
How's it going?
Alhamdulillah.
What brings you here?
Oh, I'm just listening to you guys. seeing what's going on.
I think
Mashallah,
Brother Hamza has all these guys scared, I guess.
No, brother Ismail has all.
Oh, no.
Yeah, bro, we got our show next week, inshallah.
Inshallah. So I'm gonna basically use an intellectual scalpel and remove the cancer, the narrative that the Prophet ﷺ was mentally disordered. Inshallah.
Yeah, that'd be really, really good, mashallah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that, inshallah.
How are you, brothers? Ismail, how are you? Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, akhi. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Yemeni.
Alhamdulillah.
كيف حالك؟
Alhamdulillah, كيف حالك أنت؟
الحمد لله بخير.
Alhamdulillah.
Hamza, when you
Brother
visiting
Yemeni.
Qatar?
They're asking for your Oud website, Brother Yemeni, in the comments.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat, inshallah, inshallah, if Hamza can put it in the
sounds good.
thingy.
Sounds good.
Okay, bro, but I'll see you next week, inshallah, yeah?
Inshallah. Take care, guys.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Walaikum assalam.
I'm really looking forward to it, man. Really
Me
looking forward to it.
Me too. Inshallah.
Same here.
Mashallah. Very nice, brother.
Mm.
For a nice meal in Qatar.
Nobody wants to challenge Islam. You think with all the people chirping? in
I'm
the
going to go live on
comments and
TikTok as well
online-
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they
Have
heard
you ever,
Ismail and Yemeni was here, and they was like,
No. Have you ever tried fishing in Reddit?
Fishing in.
No. As in, Brother Hamza, has he ever fished for like atheists or Christians in Reddit?
Yeah, it does it. I think it does it every time before the arena. It does it all the time.
No, I don't think he fished.
no,
in
not Reddit. I do it on YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah. Reddit is a gold mine. It's full to the brim with
Well, that's what you guys should
atheists.
do. You should fish, man.
I'm definitely putting out the feelers, but they're really in their fields, these atheists. Like, you'll get blocked from a chat or from a channel, or what do you call it, the thing, quite quickly.
Really?
So they're quite soft, these guys. But
Yeah.
there's like corners of Reddit that are just infested with atheists that hate Islam.
Stevie.
I've put my Oud link in the chat,
Okay, we got
the website. So
Stevie, you muted, mate. Oh, he left. I don't know what happened. Reddit is full of intellectually dishonest people. So TikTok.
I was actually thinking when I have a chance, I'm going to do a stream and actually address the ex-Muslims on Reddit. I've seen a lot of people actually like on the ex-Muslim subreddit. So I was thinking I might just do a stream, because I remember me, Ijaz, Mustafa and Faz, we used to do like just reacting to missionary stuff. That was what, during the pandemic?
that's old. That's old.
So we used
Yeah,
to do
so then
that.
you should do a react on Reddit, a react of Reddit ex-Muslim sub.
Yeah, and then just probably get the ex-Muslims to come on, and then that way we'll prove to how none of their arguments, because it's just focused on ex-Muslims. Then just display that. But I'm definitely going to do a reaction, an analysis on the last two conversations I've had at Speaker's Corner, because there are some things I want to touch on, inshallah.
Stevie.
Nope. They're still asking for the website in the chat, but chat goes so quick. I'll put it in again, inshallah.
I think Stevie's trying to play games.
Maybe.
Doesn't like the cover up.
Where are these guys in the?
Yeah, so what do you think of that program me and Dr. Abu Isa are going to do next week, mashallah? It's going to be basically, could mental illness be an explanation for the claim of the Prophet Muhammad?
I think it's
because he's a psychiatrist. So he'll go through all the types of...
an amazing project, since you spend so much, you spend a considerable amount of time every stream going through the four The 4 choices.
All my dawah reduces to this now because it's
Yep.
the shahada.
So yeah. So
So for me, everything just comes to that.
Yeah, in the
So
same
I'm really
way,
looking forward.
like, yeah, you could just point people straight away. Even if, like, for example, you don't have time or somebody needs time to reflect, you could just point them to a piggy bank worth of content for it. So that will be great.
Yeah, inshallah.
Reinforcers, even reinforcing for people with doubts. You know, like, a lot of these layman Muslim, like somebody will go up to him, ex-Muslim will tell him, "Oh, the Prophet did this. This is crazy." Da da da. He pops up Hamza's den, watches the episode. Alhamdulillah, doubt cleared. So
Yeah. What I plan to do, like a collaboration, like with Dr. Abu Isa on the mental claim, then do a collaboration with someone on the claim of him being a liar, then do a collaboration on someone saying that he was deceived, and then basically write a book.
Yeah,
all my concepts.
I can't wait for the book. I've been waiting for this book for many years, Brother Hamza.
I know it's coming. It's coming.
Are you still doing the book of Matthew? Are you doing the back on the Prophethood? No, okay, go ahead.
The first book that's necessary as a book of Dawah for every Dawah table of the world. I think Hamza Torsi said we can get translated into 12 languages.
No, inshallah.
Is the claim of Muhammad. So he made this claim.
Nice.
What could explain the claim? And it will go into detail of each 3, and then so you can give it to someone and say, look, yeah, take the test. It's something tangible, and you can make like a little short video of it or something. Do you get me? So it's like it's something easy, because people when they look into Islam, they're like they're everywhere. So if you narrow it down for them, and then you can present that. Oh, this is going to be fun. Kev, this guy's a little bit sensitive though, yeah.
No problem.
A little bit sensitive. James Trill.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
He came with 2 humdingers earlier. I can't wait to hear what he's come with now. His first one. Sorry, before you start, James, I have to introduce you. I have to give you an introduction.
Okay.
So his first one was. Let me think. Oh yeah.
Crucifixion.
Yeah, the crucifixion. He says the Quran speaks about crucifixion, and it speaks about crucifixion before crucifixion existed. So in the time of Pharaoh, there was no crucifixion, was his premise to his conclusion. Now the problem is, when asked, "Are you sure there was no crucifixion before that?" He didn't know. So I'm like, so how can you bring that as your premise? Your premise is non-existent. So if you have no premise, you have no conclusion, as my mate Ismail would confirm. And his second one was something to do with building the Tower of Babel. And basically the Bible has a narrative, and the Quran has a narrative, but the Quran makes mistakes, right? But our mate James doesn't believe the Bible is a reliable source of information.
Can I clarify
So he's
that?
bringing a standard to be measured against, which he doesn't actually accept himself.
That's
So they were the 2 humdingers, man. So I said, look, bro, I said you got 4.5 hours. Go do your digging. Go do some research. Because I made the claim he ain't sincere and he ain't genuine. But we shall see.
Do you still think
Let's
that?
see what he's. So that's the introduction, James. Take the
Okay.
floor.
Thank you very much. So I was gonna come back with a Quranic challenge, but I thought I'd go more with a theistic challenge. This
James,
isn't even
just
just
with
to like go on.
Just a quick. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to know
Yeah, it's
what's
alright.
your background?
Like religiously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so grew up like cultural Christian. So obviously I was raised with it, went to a Catholic school. But it wasn't like a proper thorough study as a kid. And so when I've looked into it, without pressure from parents and all that kind of thing, I'm more of an agnostic.
Okay. Yeah, just feel free to
So that's
continue.
my
Thank you.
background. Okay. This isn't even like, oh, I've come here to try and like beat someone in a debate. It's just genuinely what I believe. In terms of this, what I'm gonna say, I can't understand how. Well, let's clarify. If someone dies in disbelief, for example, would you say it's guaranteed they're going to go to hell?
No,
It's
it's
tough to know.
dependent. So because there's in Islam there's a hujjah, right? There's an excuse. So for example, if someone dies upon disbelief and they've never heard the message of Islam, they're not necessarily going to hell, or rather they will be tested on the day of judgment. Allah has told us about this test and what He will do. People can determine their own fate by how well they do in the test. So just because a person dies as a disbeliever, generally speaking, we say that yes, they'll go to hell, but obviously there are some cases where that's not necessarily the case.
James, I believe it was Imam al-Ghazali, I believe, who speaks about a group of people, and he calls them Ahlul Fitrah, and he kind of like gives like these three groups of people, like somebody who is either never heard the message, for example, people in between prophets, maybe somebody who's on a deserted island in the middle of the jungle, whatever it is. You have people who heard a disfigured version of the message. What's it called? Basically, they got bad information, and therefore their disbelief is based on bad information. Or the third is they had egregious things basically done to them. Like a disfigurement of the image of Islam, basically. Like imagine like your whole family's killed by Muslims, and this is now your idea of Muslims, etc., and that could lead you astray. So like these kind of groups of people, they're not judged in the same way, for example, as a kafir. A kafir is somebody who's the word kafir comes from the root kafara, and kafara means to cover. It's like talks about when the farmer is covering the seeds with the dirt. So to cover or to conceal or when somebody does kufr is basically when they have received sufficient evidence that Islam is true, recognize the truth of Islam, but rejected it for either because they'd rather worship something else, or their whims and desires, or whatever it is. They've rejected it once it's become clear to them. This is the kafir. This is the person that obviously only Allah knows what's in the heart. We judge what's apparent. But if somebody dies upon kufr and Allah knows what's in their heart, this is somebody destined for hell's fire.
So at what point does it cross over from not receiving the full truth to receiving the truth but rejecting it? Is it that we can't know and that only Allah would know?
You're the example. You're the crossover.
You would know, and Allah.
You're the bridge.
Yeah.
Why am I the bridge?
Because Islam's been presented to you, and you've heard Islam, and you've rejected it for really, really bad reasons.
So, for example, if you're born in, I don't know, like Norway,
sure,
England.
Statistically,
I'm not born in England. England.
All right, England. Statistically, you're more likely to be either an atheist, die as an atheist, or die as a kind of weak Christian. Yeah. Now, if you were born, let's say, I know this isn't how you're going to believe, but let's say Christianity is true. If you were born 400 years ago, you would almost statistically be guaranteed to believe in Christ, to believe in the message, to believe in all of that. But nowadays, you're not. In the same way, if Islam is true, if you're born in Saudi Arabia or northern Nigeria, you're more likely to be a Muslim, you're more likely to believe in Islam just by you being born there. And so I can't see how it's an equal playing field to someone that's born in the UK, for example, where...
sorry, go on. I thought you were done your point.
Where, like, if you're born in the UK, you kind of receive Islam, like maybe you walk past Speaker's Corner, you know some Muslim friends, and you think it's kind of interesting, but you just never get the intrigue to look into it. How is that judged?
See, the thing
James,
is,
do you? Sorry, brother. I mean, if you want.
No. Go ahead.
Okay, James, do you know like the Islamic paradigm with regards to like human nature?
Yeah, everyone's born
a
Muslim naturally.
Yeah, so if everybody's born a Muslim, everybody starts on at some level an equal playing field. Now you're saying what the Quran actually says, which is that once people are born Muslims, it is their parents who Christianize them or change their religion upon their beliefs, and that takes the form of primary socialization in the house, and then secondary socialization later on in school and society. Yeah. So, sure. While you might say, okay, well, so there's 2 points here. First, this inclination, this fitrah, this inclination to recognize your creator, is still within you. What's it called? No matter where you're born and no matter what your parents are. So you still have this internal moral compass. Now, you know how this internal moral compass gets clouded or unveiled in Islam? It's about what you do with yourself, your free will, your actions.
Yeah.
So your actions, when you do virtuous actions, it unclouds your fitrah. It allows, what's it called? You let your fitrah, again, to be unclouded. But when you do evil actions, this numbs your conscience. It clouds your fitrah. So there is an element of free will just there in that point. And then you have another thing with the perspective of the Arab world, for instance, or like the Muslim majority countries. Being born in a Muslim majority country does not in any way guarantee that you're going to be a practicing Muslim. Look, mate, I was born in Saudi Arabia. Yeah? My dad used to work in Saudi Arabia. I was not a practicing Muslim until I became 20 years old and I was living in Canada, or 19. You know, so I was actually at some points vehemently anti-theistic. I was never an atheist, alhamdulillah, but I was very anti-religion, and I had parents who were
Do you know why?
religious, but yeah, because I spent a good long time investigating the socialization that I was put under. That's the questioning that, and how did that happen? I felt that there was actions that I would do that made me question life more, and these actions were these good actions that would uncloud my fitrah, and there was actions that I would do that would numb my fitrah. So when I would uncloud my fitrah, it would allow me to start questioning my socialization. And I'm telling you, and again, to put this point, even drive it more home, my parents they chose to be very religious, and I have all kinds of things in my family. I have Christians, atheists, Muslims, practicing, secular, whatever. So I have all kinds of flavors in my family. And it took basically that emphasis on, that volition and will to take on actions through my free will that unclouded my fitrah, to at the end of the day realize the truth of Islam and become a practicing Muslim. And I'll tell you, from living many years in the Muslim world, there are many people who are Muslim in name only, Muslim by passport, Muslim by parents, culturally Muslim, nominally Muslim. That does not mean that they have a better chance at salvation than somebody who did not grow up with Muslim parents and is seeking truth in the UK. Simply isn't true, because in Islam, this is not Christianity where your works are like filthy rags to God and your salvation is based on a belief in Jesus Christ and him dying for your sins. Islam is based on a belief, your Imaan, your 6 principles or 6 articles of faith. And then beyond that, your actions are manifestations of your Imaan. So whether somebody labels you as a Muslim or not, it's irrelevant, because your actions are what show or what drive the point home that you are indeed a Muslim. So to conclude, there is a lot more emphasis on free will and personal drive than you think. So there's a lot more control for the person than you think, irrelevant of where they're born. And Allah promises guidance. Allah promises this. The only dua that you could guarantee will always be accepted is a sincere dua of asking for guidance. If you sincerely ask Allah to guide you, you will be guided. This is a guarantee from your Creator. It doesn't matter you're born in Nigeria, Papua New Guinea, UK. It doesn't matter. So that's what I would say too.
Do you think
just 1
anyone
second?
can
James, just 1 second. Maurice, Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
How are you doing, brother? Thanks for joining us. I know it's tough where you are in the US because of timing.
Yeah, by the way, just real brief, brother Yemeni, I'll be your first customer, man, because I've got a whole collection of oud in one of my drawers. So.
Inshallah. No problem.
Right, sorry, James. Do you want to respond to what Ismail said?
Yeah. Do you think anyone can sincerely look for the truth and not find Islam?
No.
No, I do not. I do not believe that. No.
Just to add on,
And
James. Sorry, just to add
Yeah.
on to what Ismail said. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he's just, right? And for those who are sincere, Allah will lay down a path for them to find him, regardless of where they are, right? So if you have a sincere intention, then there is no fear that you will accept the truth wherever you are in the world at any time, right? There are people who have lived a life of disbelief, but because they were sincere in their hearts, they accepted Islam moments from death. You know, for example, I have a friend who I was actually speaking to yesterday at work, and he's lived a life of debauchery. And he, you know, but subhanAllah, yesterday, we sat down and we had a good talk about Islam and how people could find God. So, and this is from a guy who's got no Muslim friends whatsoever. He's lived a very, debaucherous life, and and he enjoyed it. But still, when you've got people, when people want the truth, they will come to it, and Allah will make sure that they come to it, because He's not unjust to put a sincere heart in hellfire.
Yeah, just to add on to that as well, very briefly, the brothers, I'm sure, probably did a very good job of explaining to you the concept of Islam in a sense of its submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if, just to clarify, don't confuse it with you have to know the Quran. So if your question is in regards to someone who has never come across the Quran, can they still be a Muslim? Even by our natural inclination, our natural fitrah, is to submit to the one creator. So by default, you're born a Muslim. And if they remain on that natural fitrah, meaning that they don't have any type of social influences or any extenuating circumstances that has taken them outside of that fitrah, whatever those influential factors may be, then they would in fact pass away as a Muslim, which is submission to that one God. So yeah, go ahead.
So because I've read it, obviously I'm not nearly as educated on the Quran as you guys are, but I read it, and it did say that we have sent prophets to all peoples, and it kind of, you get the implication that there's no justification if you reject it, because you've received the truth, and then if you choose to reject that's of your own free will and volition. And so how does that resolve with the argument that you kind of have this middle stage where people have received a distorted truth, or people that haven't received the truth at all? So how does that reconcile?
Well, as Ismail said, he said that you have periods between prophets, and it's usually between the period between prophets is when the message gets distorted, because that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends another messenger to restore the message to its natural form. And then depending on the time, there could be new legislation along with it to suit the time. And likewise, this is what happened with Islam. Islam came 600 years thereabouts after Isa alayhi salam, and in between that time, there were people who still believed in the original message of Isa alayhi salam, which was Islam, right? You can look at, for example, the biography of Salman al-Farsi, right, where there are reports about what he said and how he came to Islam, and the monks that he studied with, they were upon the truth, and they were pointing him to other people that also knew the truth until he found the Prophet ﷺ and became a Muslim. So there are people like that, and then you have people who distort the message, and then hence the Trinity and the church doctrines that we know about today. And that's where they distort. So that's where it sort of comes together. You have the pure message, which is propagated by the prophets. Then some people would distort the message, and you would hear a distorted version of the message in whichever form that is, whether, as Ismail said. And then you could either disbelieve, or you could go and test it out yourself and seek the truth yourself, and inshallah come to belief. Because Islam, subhanallah, it's there are three stages, three aspects to it. When a person comes to believe, they believe it in their hearts, they testify to it with their tongues, and they act on it with their limbs. So it's a full package. So yeah.
Yeah, like James, if I were to ask you right now, what do you believe is the oldest religion?
The oldest
Islam.
religion.
Yeah, the oldest religion.
I know the answer is supposed to be Islam, but I don't know.
Yeah, and let me ask another question. What do you believe is the only religion given to people by God?
I don't know. Like, I think my perspective on God per se is I obviously rejected Christianity, and then I was like, right, so I'm in a position where, you know, I don't believe in God, so I started looking at like the contingency argument and like the first cause and all of those, and I do see the veracity in the idea of a first cause, but I can't make the tie to this first cause having an influence in the world in a way which isn't contradictory or in a way which makes logical sense. Because, like I said, I know you've spoken about the whole who receives the message, distorted forms, and that kind of thing. But to me, it seems like the societal side of it has such a big influence. Like, I'm interested in like religion and politics, but most people just live their lives, they work their job, they have their family, they grow old, that kind of thing, and it never really pops into their mind.
James, but do you realize why that is? Like, it's not because Allah created those people, like, I guess, with a different human nature to you. They're just doing less of a job to fight the outside influence than you. Therefore, they're maximizing less on their free will, and they're living as slaves to what the masters that what's it called are given to them by their society. Like you know, the Quran talks about which is better, the one with one master or the one with many masters, and that's why you see a lot of these people they're so lost in the sauce. Why that is because they're too busy trying to please the first master, which is their love of money, and then their other master, which is their love of celebrities, and their other master, which is their love of social validation, and their etc. 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 So like they're chasing all these things. Of course, they're not gonna have time to contemplate their absolute master, their creator. And uncover their fitrah. So that's not on you. Now you don't need to preclude yourself from the idea of believing in your creator just because other people are failing at removing distractions from recognizing their creator.
For me,
like
see, here's where
why would you... Yeah, go ahead, bro.
See, here's where I disagree, because what I would say is, firstly, in order to what was it that you said, that they give into their desire and this kind of thing, but purely on a statistics base, you see that if you're in a certain location, you're more likely to do that, and so it kind of it challenges the idea that we all have the equal amount of I'm really bad at wording stuff, by the way, but the idea that we all have an equal chance, because if you're born in the UK, you're more likely to want to go after things like desire, things like going out clubbing, and so
James,
it's different.
I disagree with you. Let me tell you why. There's a whole tourism industry. First of all, actually, let me start here. Humans, doesn't matter you're born in UK or you're born in the Middle East. Men all have sexual desires. Women all have sexual desires. They have desires to possibly, if the person doesn't have desire for alcohol, he might have desire for another intoxicant, etc., etc. At the end of the day, you're talking about some primal desires. Doesn't matter if you're born here or there, you have those desires. Now, you want to say that I'll agree with you here. Now, the person in Saudi Arabia or the person in the Middle East might have less of a chance to maximize on that desire than somebody in the UK, because in Saudi Arabia, there's no bars, while in the UK there is. But that's also why now there's a whole tourism industry of people who want to partake in this. They go on vacation to Europe, or they go on vacation to areas of the Middle East that allow and partake in this. And now that you have the best example of this, Dubai is a hotspot for degeneracy, and it's basically become the Las Vegas of the Middle East. Why? If there wasn't demand for this, it wouldn't happen. Why? Because there are people just like Westerners who want to satiate their desires, and they need a place to do this, and the people in Dubai wanted to saw this as a business opportunity and provided it. So at the end of the day, you're talking about some base primal things. It doesn't matter. You'll find those in the Middle East and you'll find those in other places. It just depends on what do you want to do about those desires. I've met people from all walks of life, and I gave you myself as an example. At the end of the day, it's a personal decision. Are you interested in finding out truth at the expense of curbing your desires, or are you trying to chase your desires for maximum level of hedonism?
Yeah, I think I know it's obviously hard, but I can't get over the side of if the likelihood that someone will want to do that.
James,
I would go.
James, stop this pathetic thing, please. Right, forget other people. Let's talk about you.
Right.
Why are you like, oh, they might not have heard. How could they hurt you? What's the problem with you? Why don't you accept Islam?
The reason why I don't is because of everyone else. Because if I just accept it because I believe it's true, it doesn't account for all the other people who don't believe it's true and why they don't.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
James,
James,
yes.
what does the Quran say about?
What's the problem?
No,
Yeah.
you said to us that you read the Quran. So what does the Quran say about people who say stuff like this? What does it say about the Day of Judgment?
They say that they're misguided, that they have revealed. They have seen.
I'm talking about something different. I'm talking about يَوْمَ يَفِرُّ الْمَرْءُ مِنْ أُمِّهِ وَأَبِيهِ وَصَاحِبَتِهِ وَبَنِيهِ. Did I get that correct, Brother Yemeni?
No.
Yeah, so it means it's the day. Allah is describing the day of judgment.
Yeah.
He's talking about how people will run away from their own mothers, their kin, your siblings. So you will not have a care in the world for the people you love most in your life when you're facing judgment on the Day of Judgment. It doesn't matter. So like this, kumbaya humanism attitude. It's nice when, we're not facing the fire. When you're nice and comfy at home and sipping on nice hot chocolate, we could think and fantasize about this. But when it's literally you and the hellfire there and Jannah there and you're facing judgment, you are not gonna care about anybody else's belief, not even your own family. Okay, go on.
But obviously, you've got to bridge the gap between atheism to Islam for imagery about hellfire to have an effect.
James,
because if you don't believe in it,
this is not a therapy session, mate. This is not therapy.
I know it's not.
Have you got a challenge for Islam? We've got other guests. I'm not going to hear you.
I know.
James, you said
let me clarify.
Yes, go on.
Okay, this isn't a therapy session for me. I genuinely believe that to be, obviously you can correct me, to be a Muslim, you need to live by certain ways of life, not drinking alcohol, not fornicating, living a Islamically correct life. And what I'm saying is that the likelihood that you will do that is more or less based on where you're born. And
right, I'm born in England. I'm more English than you.
What I'm saying is you're a statistical minority. Most people.
No, I'm not.
And the reason I care about most people is
I can introduce you to many reverts for Islam.
James,
but the point is gone.
The thing is, in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about those people who say that I follow the religion of my forefathers. I follow the religion of people who are following something else. I'm going with them because they're the majority, or because they have a certain way of life, right? And Allah condemns them for that because and at the end, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He praises those who ponder, who reflect, who think. So a person who follows the crowd is essentially a sheep, right? And can be worse than a sheep because he's been given intellect and he does not use it. This is not what we want for you, right? And the thing is, if you study the history of Islam and the prophets, it's always been the minority that accept the truth. It's never been the majority, right? You look at Islam, it was put in the heart of the deserts of Arabia, among a pagan nation who made business out of their idols, who worshipped these idols, right? It was all over the peninsula, in a pagan world, right? You have the pagans in Persia, right? You had the Byzantine Christians who worshipped a man, right? So the whole world was in falsehood, right? There was a very small amount of people that had the truth, and yet a man emerges, comes with the claim of the truth, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and he propagates this religion, and a handful of people accept it, right? Yes, at the end of his message, there was over 100,000 companions, but you compare that to the world, that's not a lot, right? And the propagation of Islam came through primarily the da'wah. Yes, there was conquests and stuff, but no one was put to the sword to accept Islam, right? It was the actions, the character of the Muslims, the way they took the preserving force of religion and the innovation of this world and created this balance to innovate what the Greeks have left behind and what the Egyptians have invented, and push that into the West, but also while preserving the religion and keeping it for God himself. Do not worry about the majority, my friend. It has always been the minority. And subhanAllah, look, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said this in a hadith, right? He said, Islam began as a stranger and it will revert to being a stranger. So glad tidings to the strangers, right? Truth is not based on the majority. Truth is based on what is true, what you can prove is true, what you believe to be true, right? And for us, the first step to becoming a Muslim, if you look at the 7 conditions of the Shahada itself, the first condition is knowledge. So we're not asking you to be a sheep. We're not asking you to follow the majority. We're not asking you to care about what happens in the world. We're asking you to seek knowledge and to find the truth, because at the end of the day, you're going to be asked about yourself. You're not going to be asked for your mother. You're not going to be asked for anyone else. You're going to be asked for yourself. And if you save yourself, then Allah could grant you permission to be an intercessor for someone else. But you have to save yourself before you can save others.
Yeah, James, I was just going to tell you, if you truly are, you know, like in your heart of hearts, compassionate and worried about all these people that have not heeded the message or have not heard the message, or etc., you'd start by yourself becoming the avenue for that. You know, the first thing, once I started really getting into becoming a practicing Muslim, immediately I was thinking, I'm like, oh man, what about people that used to be like me? When you get the pleasure and joy and the certainty and the tranquility in your heart and mind that Islam provides, you'll want to give it to everybody else. So it's all, why would you want to, you know, stay away from investigating Islam because, you know, oh, well, nobody else investigates, so you know, the majority is not following it, therefore I shouldn't too. If it's true, you should find out and start ringing the alarm bells wherever you are, and especially if you're living somewhere where people do not heed the message. That's what somebody who truly cares would do.
And James, in terms of freedom, right? The only true freedom that you can have is by submitting yourself to God, because then you're free from all the influences of this world, right? Because then you have an objective standard for which you can live your life by. And when it comes to practicing Islam, it's very easy because Allah does not intend hardship for you. So when a person accepts Islam, the first thing we say to him is learn to pray. Why? Because this is the most important thing. In fact, this is what separates us from the disbeliever, the prayer, right? And it's the first thing we're asked about on the Day of Judgment. So that's what we say. And then we go through the 5 pillars. We don't talk about alcohol. We don't talk about fornication. We don't talk about any of that stuff because everyone has their own path, right? And obviously we encourage that you remove these aspects from your life as soon as possible, but it's not the emphasis, right? We don't want you to have Islam all in one go, right? You'll get sick of it. You'll learn Islam piecemeal. And the thing is, the more faith you have and the more knowledge you have, the more you want to leave these things, because you'll start to access the wisdom of Allah with regards to these matters. You'll start to feel, you know, like, yeah, I just don't want to do this anymore, you know. And some people can stop it straight away, and some people take some time. We're all different people. We all have different levels of faith, But the important aspect here is to become a Muslim, to attain that peace, to attain that knowledge, to not be a sheep who follows the crowd, right? To not be lower than the animals, but higher than the angels. And this is what we want for you.
And let me just add one last thing as well. You know, this idea that, oh, if you're born in a Muslim family, that you've got an advantage. And sometimes it's not, because sometimes you take Islam for granted. Then I've met many people in the Middle East and Qatar and places like that. They don't even know what Islam is. They don't even know why they believe Islam is true. They've just inherited it, yeah. And there's a beautiful verse in the Quran where Allah says those who cannot do this religion. So basically, those who are born Muslim, if you can't do this religion, then then you'll be replaced with people who will love Allah and Allah will love them. So
James.
So this is the Quran speaking about us. But look, and as much as nice as this has been, I don't want this to just be a therapy session.
Yeah, of course. I'll let you go.
Yeah,
James, what about the contingency? Because he said that he's been wrestling with the contingency argument and he finds that it has veracity and everything. What's happening with that? Like, is your belief in God solid?
I do find the first cause argument better. I'm obviously not properly versed in both, but I suppose the one thing that I thought of is, we're saying the universe, everything that exists, everything must have some sort of cause, creator, beginning. Otherwise, it can't go on for infinity, etc. But then you're applying the creation to the creator in order to explain the creation. You're saying that this concepts like creating something and concepts like the first thing. I know it sounds stupid, but there might be some veracity to it. Why should something which doesn't have any properties of a creation work by the laws of the creation?
Okay, how about this, James? How about we abstract things a bit, because we're getting needlessly into the detail, I think. And I think if we abstract things, it'll become more clear for you. And I'd rather tell you to look at it through contingency rather than all this first cause and last cause stuff, okay? So let's start off very simple, nice and easy. Can a squared circle exist? Oh, actually, first, before that, you accept that there's things that exist, right? Like there is existence.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So there's 3 modes of existence, yeah? So now we need to determine whether the existence we have, which we observe, which we make inference about, etc., we need to know what kind of existence, because here's the thing, James, what's really interesting is, the most interesting thing is that existence didn't need to be. There's nothing necessary about existence. So what philosophers, I think it's Roger White who coined this, they say this existence cries out for an explanation, because it could have just as been that it didn't exist. So when we're talking about this existence that you correctly pointed out is there, we need to find out what kind of thing it is. So the first option would be something like an impossible existence. Yeah. So like, do you think something like a squared circle could exist?
No.
Okay, fantastic. And that would be, of course, because there would be a contradiction, and contradictions are illogical, and illogical things don't exist. Fantastic. So the next thing we have is, when we you could take this from an a priori perspective, or you could do what you were doing with the cosmological sense and just observe what we see in the universe, and take it all the way back to the Big Bang. And all we observe is temporal causes and effects. In fact, all of the makeup of the universe is all temporal. So what can we deduce from this is that the whole cosmos, take everything. You want to take a multiverse, one universe, whatever you want, take it all. Yeah. It can't be necessary, because some people might tell you, the universe itself is the necessary thing.
Yeah.
It can't be that. You know why? Because a necessary thing cannot be dependent on something else, correct?
Yeah.
For its own existence, right? Because a necessary thing, its existence is through its own essence and not through something outside of itself. So it cannot rely on something else. And the universe relies on all of its constituent parts to make it up, and all the natural laws and what's it called, the physical parts, etc., energy, etc., and all of those things anyways are temporal. So you have temporal parts, and then you have the universe relying on parts. So then it's quite clear that the universe is contingent. Now here's what I want you to do. Yeah, this is where I said let's abstract things. Let's take the aggregate sum, okay, the aggregate sum of all existence, yeah, all this
Yeah.
contingent existence. Let's take all of it, yeah. Now we know that this contingent existence needs something to bring it about, correct?
Within the laws of the universe, yes.
No, because forget the laws of the universe. I'm saying everything. Pack everything that is contingent, that exists, into an aggregate sum. Okay, pack all of that. Laws, everything like that. Yeah, because laws began with the Big Bang. So we're talking about everything. So take that all and take that whole set. Now that whole set, as we said, cannot be necessary because it relies on its constituent parts.
Contingent.
So yeah, so it's a contingent set. And what do we know about contingent things, James?
Contingent things, they could fail to exist.
Yes, and since it exists, this means that it requires what? Something outside of itself to bring about its existence, correct?
Yeah, but surely if something which derives from a necessary being must be necessary, right?
No.
No.
The being itself being necessary?
Especially if you're a determinist. For example, I'm a determinist, and so I believe every single thing which is derived from the first cause is then necessary from that. So, for example, if I move that cup, that's dependent on me, and the cognition of my brain, which is dependent on other things, which is also dependent on other things.
Okay, here's the problem with that, James. We'll get to that, but I just want to drive the point home with the contingent. Let's get to the necessary being first, and then let's talk about this this issue. So first, when we realize that the contingent set requires something outside of itself, now we know that there's only three type of things that exist outside of this contingent set. It could either be contingent, impossible, or necessary, right? Well, it can't be impossible because we know impossible things can't exist, let alone bring about other things. And it can't be contingent because all contingent things are in the contingent set. So you know what remains?
Yeah.
The only thing that could bring about the aggregate sum of contingent things is a necessary thing. So now we've reached a necessary a being, okay? So here's why it cannot be that the necessary being, everything else is necessary from there on, and etc. If that was the case, then you would have an eternal cause, because we know obviously the necessary being is what? Something that couldn't fail to exist, exists in all possible worlds, etc. So that means this thing is eternal, yes? And if you have an eternal cause that doesn't have any will or volition, therefore, you will have an eternal effect. I'll give you an example of that. So you could think of an eternal flame, okay? An eternal flame, could there ever be that flame without the light it gives off?
No.
Right. And what do we know about the universe?
It has energy.
No, we know about what we do know about the universe is that it's finite. There was a time that the universe did not exist, and during that time there was still a necessary being. So what does that tell us? That this being willed through choice, through will, through volition, willed at a certain point to bring about this thing's existence. So it was not this mechanistic cause, because again, if it was this mechanistic thing, then anytime you'd have this eternal cause, anytime it was this eternal necessary being, you would have this eternal universe in tandem, parallel. But what we do know through understanding Big Bang Theory, through redshift, understanding redshift, through Hubble telescope, through through Olber's paradox, is that the universe is obviously is not infinite, and it is finite. So that tells us that you have a necessary being that has will or volition and is bringing about by choice this creation. You get where I'm at?
Yeah, I think my contention is applying parts of the creation to this creator, because it's to say that at a point in time, even though it exists outside of time, at a point in time it created, and the idea that it can do something as create is a feature of the creation. We can only and we can only explain this thing through our own language, which is part of the creation. And so I don't see how something which is necessary, even saying it's necessary, it's like we're using laws of logic to explain something outside of the set when laws of logic are inside of the set.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter, because there's nothing to speak of at all if we're not using logic. That's the only thing there is to use. So using the tools at your disposal is not a violation of the rationale. Like if you're in a science experiment and you use the tools at your disposal to come to scientific conclusions, your conclusions aren't bust simply because you use the tools in hand. And on top of that, when you look at a theistic worldview, the theist is never arguing to you that God is this unjust thing that did not give us any means to attain understanding, or at least a recognition of him to some extent. So we're completely accepting. Yes, of course we're using logic. There's anything other than logic would be total gibberish. So like to say married bachelor, or to say a squared circle, is not even to speak anything legible. You're basically just putting letters as symbols beside each other, but it means absolutely nothing. And that goes as well for like things like, oh, can God create a rock too heavy he can't lift? That's a gibberish sentence, because if you know, all of linguistics could be drawn down to symbolic logic. So all sentences you could draw down to either gibberish or logical sentences. So of course we're using logic,
but then
that's as we should.
How do you answer the
potatoes, man? James, do you think that God is illogical? If God were to exist, do you think that he would be illogical?
Rationally, I don't think. Obviously,
okay,
not.
Cool. So, do you think it's illogical for him not to communicate with his creation?
See, this is a thing. I can't know, can I? It seems rationally.
It depends.
Okay,
it's one belief that ties to another.
What's the purpose? What's the purpose of creating? What's the purpose of having a creation if you're not going to talk to it in any way, shape, or form, or give it any guidance, or any guidelines, or anything to live by? What's the point of having a creation if you're not going to have purpose of that creation? Does God do things purposefully, or does he just do things kind of willy-nilly, whatever?
But that's where I see the problem with drawing conclusions about what God would do when we can't even know what God would do.
James.
Like, okay, well, first, James.
No. Sorry, guys. I have to intervene.
No,
James,
I think we got off topic. I think we went ahead a bit. James, right. I think the most important thing is to solidify your belief in a creator God, a God that brought about all the things that exist.
One second, Ismail.
Yes,
just 1 second, Ismail. Do you believe in God or not, James?
I don't know.
I didn't ask you, did you know if God exists or not? I asked you, do you believe in God or not? You either do or you don't.
I can't know.
I didn't ask, do you know? I said, do you believe or not?
But it's a fallacious question, because it's like,
no, it's not.
I can't know.
It's not.
I'm not saying he does us.
I'll make it easy for you.
Yeah,
do you believe your father is your father?
Okay.
Do you believe your father is your father?
What's that?
Do you believe your father is your father?
Yeah.
Do you know he's your
father? I can't
father?
know that, obviously, can I?
So you don't know your father's your father?
No, but I assume he is.
Yeah, but you don't know.
I don't know, but I assume he is.
So when you look at your father, you look at him and think, I'm not quite sure if you're my father or not. Is that how you behave?
Well, no, I act as if I do, but like, you
why
can't
do you act as
know
if you
for a
do?
fact.
One second, Ismail. Why do you act as if
here's
you
the
do?
thing.
No, why do you act as if you do? You don't know.
Wait. Hold on. There's a difference, because one, most people we know do know who their father is, because we can see
you.
Hold on, wait. No, but this is important.
No, I'm interested in you waffling other people. I'm talking to you, James. Do you know your father's your father? Yeah. You do know.
No, but this is.
Do you know your father's your father?
I do not know.
No, I'm going to demonstrate this point. I'm going to demonstrate your double standard, mate. Because you've got no problem accepting your father is your father, even if you know he is or not.
But there's a difference, and if you let me explain it, maybe
There is no difference, mate.
But if you don't let me even explain it, you can't know.
I'm telling you, there's no difference. There's nothing to explain. There is no difference. It's the same.
But if I came into here with the attitude of I know that God doesn't exist, and then no matter what you said, it didn't make a difference.
This is your problem, James. There's two questions being asked of you, and you're conflating them. The first question is, do you know if God exists or not? And the answer is no, you don't know if God exists or not. Okay, so you have no evidence God exists, or you've not been proven to you God exists. You can't demonstrate God exists in your own mind, yeah? Right. Yeah. So then I'm not asking you then, do you know if God exists? Now I'm asking, now based upon the claims of God's existence, do you believe God exists or not? Yeah. So you do believe God exists?
I believe there's stronger evidence that a necessary being exists, or a necessary thing.
Right. So you do, right. And this necessary being, who is this? Do you think this necessary being created everything?
Yeah.
Obviously, yes. Because it's necessary being. Everything else is contingent.
No, but I disagree with the wording of created, because it's an action. It has a will.
It is an action because the necessary being created. And how would you know anything about this necessary being?
But no, I would say
how could you know
necessary
how
cause.
Could you know anything about the necessary being? How could you know anything?
You can't, because he's not within the universe.
Can.
We exist with.
How could you know?
By the way,
what way could you know?
I'm arguing that we can't, because if this
well, no,
thing
I'm saying
out...
no.
But if you let me finish,
no, James, you could not listen. I'm not going to let you finish answering questions that are not being asked of you. Answer the direct question, and it's this: how could anybody know anything about the necessary being?
And my answer is you can't. But if you don't let me explain why I believe that, then we're going to go in circles. I have a contention.
The answer is no. I'll answer the question for you because it's a rhetorical question. The only way you can know anything about the necessary being is if the necessary being informed us. Agree?
I suppose so. Yeah, because it.
No, there's no supposed so about it. That is the only way. There is no other way. If the necessary being informs us about his character and abilities and purpose and all of these things, then we can know. If the necessary being doesn't inform us, then we can never know. Agree?
No, I don't agree. Because the whole point of a contingency argument.
Okay, 1 second. So here's what you're not agreeing.
Okay, let me explain then. But you're not actually. You're not actually letting me speak.
James, I let you waffle on and I let the boys chat with you, and I let you waffle and pine and whine and lay in your therapy chair, and I remain silent. But I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take this nonsense, mate. You've got to have a position. You're like smoke. Relax, mate.
But I have a position, but
this is what you've just said, and I want to hear your answer. I don't want to hear nothing else from you apart from this. Okay, I just said to you the only way. Okay. Don't talk when I'm speaking. Okay, the only way you can know anything about the necessary being is if the necessary being informs us, and you said that's not true. So now I want you to tell me any other way you could know anything about the necessary being if the necessary being doesn't tell you.
Well, you need to define what informs us means. Just tell me that. How is it informing us? Through scripture, through what?
It doesn't matter how. The how is irrelevant.
But if it's informing us,
bro,
how?
He's saying any which way possible.
Oh my God, you can't. It's a basic language.
James, what
you said no. We could. You're basically saying we could know about the necessary being without the necessary being telling us anything about himself. So I want to know how. And if you were wrong about that, or you made a mistake about that, take it back.
I still haven't been able to say my problem with the question though. So can I say it?
What's your problem with the question? If it's a really stupid point, I'm going to say goodbye to you. Go on.
Okay, well, God, you're saying that the only way we could know is if it informs us, and I suppose you claim that he has informed us, and that's why we can know that God exists. Now,
no, you said you could know about the necessary being if he doesn't inform us.
I didn't say that, and if I did say that, I retract it.
You did say that. You're retracting it, yeah?
Yeah. What I'm saying, that I mean, for example, would you say...
Now we can establish a position.
Okay.
So you accept now the only way we can know anything about the necessary being if the necessary being informs us.
if we could, I don't know, like it's in some way
You just, said
established
you just retracted it. Now you're saying what?
Because would you say that, for example, when a contingency argument is God?
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in your red herrings and your waffle. I'm being straight with you now. Is there any other way? No. Listen, bro. I'm not. I'm doing the opposite of what Ismail did to you. Ismail took you to the abstract. I'm taking you to the specifics, mate. Right. So you accept now that you can only know about the necessary being if the necessary being chooses to inform us about his purpose or his identity, his characters, his abilities, our purpose. Agreed or not?
I don't really understand the question. Well, I don't get what he means by to inform.
Okay, if God doesn't tell you who he is and what he did and why he did it, no one else can. Agreed?
I still don't get it.
All right. Have a lovely evening, dude. Nice guy.
Sorry, bro. You lost your sincerity, dude. It's a very simple question, man. A very, very simple question.
I couldn't make it any simpler, man. Sorry, guys. Sorry for shutting you down.
No. We had to
I was listening, and then it...
I think, honestly, what this gentleman's issue is, with all due respect, is he's lost in literature. He's putting the cart way before the horse, and then he's trying to figure things out by using complex structure. Brother Ismail broke it down for him, and then you broke it down even further, and he's just refusing to accept that it's broken down, and now he's creating problems out of thin air. And it's like, dude, you can't do that. You gotta be sincere with yourself.
What I didn't like is that he did not have the conclusion that he had at the end, that God is beyond logic, from the outset, because the whole, thing that he was going on about is that he likes the contingent or the causation argument, and he thinks has veracity, etc., etc. And we were going through it, and he was progressing through it. So if you think from the first place that you can't know anything about God through logic, why are you having logical conversations about God? This is what I don't understand.
Because he read up on the theory and wanted to talk smart, but when you actually explore it and you kind of probe it a little bit, it falls apart because he's not keeping up with what you're saying. He's conceptualizing things of what you're saying, but he's not able to put it into practicality, which is, how do I personally take the next step? And furthermore, bro, you got to stop worrying about everybody else if you yourself can't even pick up your own position to figure things out. I mean, all you're basically doing right now is just confusing every living being that you're having an interaction with. It's just not right.
I think he just knew exactly where we were going. As soon as he says, yes, we need revelation of the necessary being. Okay, and where can we find that? Then we're going to Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Then we're going to the 4 criterions. And then and that's where he's going. And that's, like I said earlier, that's where all of the conversations go now. That's why I need to write.
Even if he rejected it, you could have taken him through the design filter, and you could have taken him through what the Quran talks about God asking. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, it wouldn't mean anything.
Fair enough.
Because he's got to establish, he himself doesn't have his own criteria. He's still in the exploration phase of what does all this stuff mean? Why? And instead of like starting with the simple principles, he's already jumping into why. Dude, why is it like the most complex question that you could ask? Everybody knows what. Very few people know how, and like a fraction of people know why. And it's just, and when you asked him, why are you doing that? He's like, I don't know. So,
there's actually one of the books I'm trying to write is actually how the Quran is a criterion for pretty much everything, how it sets out the criterion to understand truth. Because even though we use the Quran as a criteria to judge the scripture, it's actually much more than that. So that's one of the things. And the other one I'm trying to write is actually proving the 6 pillars of Imaan from the Bible. That exists in the Bible.
I'm sure the Soko people will really enjoy that one from you.
Yeah. So.
But I was going to say, he even put his mum under the bus.
His father.
No. It's not his father under the bus. It's his mum.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if you don't know your father's your father, that means what, your mum was sleeping about? This is the problem.
Yeah.
This is why I asked that question, because it hits home. Because people went, and then they started thinking, well, I believe he is. Oh, but how do you know he is? So you're sat, I can have a DNA test. Have you had a DNA test? No. So you're sat here now, not even knowing your father's your father. No one's going to accept that. And you know what this demonstrates is that this is not how we do life. This is not how we understand truthful things in our lives. We don't need this to know everything. There's things we believe, we accept to be true based upon reasoning. Yeah. And so once you do that, then you can answer the question whether God exists or not. But because he was avoiding that question, I thought, well, okay, let's see if you answer this question. Because if you answer this question with, well, I don't know he is, I'm not a DNA test, but I believe he is based upon he looks like me and this, that, the other. Well, wait a minute. Why are you not reasoning God now? You can't have both.
Precisely it. Yeah.
That's exactly why I took him there. I wanted to see what his integrity was. And you know what? He knew exactly what I did to him, and he put his mum under the bus. Shame.
Unfortunately.
Shame.
I will give him 1 point of credit, though. He is reading the Quran. Alhamdulillah, man. Keep on reading. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide you, because at least he took that step, right?
Is he?
He's well. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, right?
Bro.
So hopefully he's sincerely looking at the book and trying to.
This is the guy who says the Quran's wrong because the Bible says something and the Quran's different to it.
I think being at that exploratory stage, I think that he's trying to poke holes into it, but he's obviously just like no one has been able to take it down.
You're more charitable than me.
Well, to be honest, there's like. One of the tokens of an insincere person is that they like to talk a lot, and he was actually listening quite a lot as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's definitely something I would like to give him credit for. He didn't interrupt at all.
Yeah.
Look, I give you an hour with him. I kept my mouth shut.
You were very patient,
man.
But if I didn't intervene, you'd still be talking to him now.
Yeah,
I had to make up for the beating of Alex. I had to go back to being nice.
Bring Rob back.
Oh, please. Okay, MQ Struts. I can't remember what this guy is. MQ.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Hello. MQ, do you have a name that we should call you by? Are you muted?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
All right. If there's one Quran, how come that there are various branches in Islam like Sunni, Shia, Ahmadiyya, and stuff?
Are you a Christian or an atheist? I can't remember. Are you a Christian or an atheist? Is he lagging? If he's a Christian, then you're just done. Are you a Christian, mate?
I don't understand how these questions are actually questions.
I know. That's why I'm like, bro, are you for real? Like, it's not even a matter of if there's one Quran. Have you bothered to check what Shias read? Shias read the same Quran. So it's not an if. If you just ask a Shia, what Quran do you read? You'll find out upon investigation that it's the same Quran. So there's no if in this situation. There's no, conspiracy here.
But if I had to choose, which side should I choose, There are many branches.
Listen, bro, are you a Christian or an atheist?
Is there that much of a delay between us talking?
I don't know, just you know my questions. Can't be bothered with this. Traditional culture. Oh, this looks like a headache. Yes, mate. All right, mate.
Hey.
I have a couple questions about Islam, because I've been reading about it and looking into it, and there's some things that I do like about Islam. There's some things that resonate with me. There are also, I guess, a couple of questions that I have, a couple of hang-ups that I have sort of going in, looking at it. The first one is, and this could be a misrepresentation, but I've heard a lot of people, including people that are Muslims themselves, tell me that they don't believe in free will, that they think that everything's determined. I don't know what your take on that is.
There's free will.
So,
no, what are you on about? What's this got to do with Islam? What's the problem?
I think that it's pretty clear that we're not living in a completely deterministic universe. And the reason, what it has to do with Islam is that I've been personally told by Muslims that Islam does not permit a belief in free will.
Do you mind just like giving us a name so I could call you by it? I just don't see it. If you have like a fake name if you want. It doesn't have to be your real name.
You just call me Bob.
Yeah, sure, Bob. Okay, so Bob, just really quick, what's your background? Like, what's your religious beliefs?
I guess you could say I'm a perennialist. I like to look at the truths that are contained within all religious scriptures. I think that there is truth within all religious scriptures.
Okay, so have you ever? Okay, so you said that it's very clear to you that we don't live a life of determinism, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so like, what action of free will did you take to attain, for example, the set of parents that you have, or the birthplace that you have, or the eye color that you have?
No, I didn't say that nothing is determined, but I said that we don't live in a world of absolute determinism. That
okay,
right,
good, fantastic.
Things that we're that obviously we are born with a certain background. Even I would actually even say, we're born with certain genetic traits and things like that. But within that boundary, within those boundaries, we are free to act.
Yeah, so I'd say to you that if you've read like philosophical literature on like hard determinism, that's not what Muslims are. So Muslims are not hard determinists. But what you could maybe liken Muslims, specifically like some schools of theology, to compatibilists, whereby you have certain aspects of your life that are deterministic, and there is still not even certain, like there is determinism in life through, of course, God determining things, and there's also an aspect which is compatible. That's why it's called compatibilism, of free will. And that takes manifests in different forms, depends on like the different school of theology and how it interprets that. But basically, it's not a wipeout of free will. In fact, that's the whole point of the test. The whole point of the test is Allah says in the Quran that He's testing us to see which of us is best in piety. So if there was no free will, then there is no test. So that's it's part and parcel with the Islamic paradigm that free will does exist.
Okay, so you're not, because I'm familiar with the theory, and again, I could be misunderstanding exactly what it is trying to say, but I'm familiar with this idea of occasionalism, that literally like everything at every moment is directly created by God, and therefore we don't really have any sort of control over our actions because our actions themselves are created, and there's this denial of causation. Again, I'm aware that this is not the only perspective within Islam, but I've heard from some pretty spirited defenses of this position.
Yeah, I believe that's the Ash'ari position. That's I think of you defended by Imam al-Ghazali, if I'm not wrong. Brothers, if you could correct me if I'm wrong. But
can I just do with this case of perennialism?
Yeah, go ahead. Just to conclude, it's basically like it's if your issue is that Islam is hardly determinist, it's not. So we could move on to your perennialism.
Oh,
yeah.
You believe in the concept of absolute truth?
I do believe that there's absolute truth. I'm not
sure. How do you understand that, though? How do you understand that? Answer that question.
How do I understand how do I answer the question?
No, how do you understand the question
of absolute truth? I think that there is an absolute. I think that there
is.
What does that mean? I think that there is an ultimate thing that you could call God.
No. That's not the question. When I say absolute truth, I mean as a principle. So two contrary explanations for the same phenomena cannot both be true.
Yeah, I would accept the law of non-contradiction.
Fantastic. Can any two religions be true?
No, but two religions can contain truth.
No, can any two religions be true fundamentally?
No two religions can be 100% true.
So only one religion can be true.
Or either that, or perhaps all religions are partially true, but none of them have.
No, that's not absolute truth. How's that absolute truth? We're talking about absolute truth. So, for example, can Islam and Christianity both be true?
In fullness, they cannot.
No, they can't. In the fundamentals, they can't.
But they can both contain truth.
No, no, they cannot both be true. I'm not about contain truth. Be the truth. So, for example, either Jesus died for our sins or he didn't. He can't be both. So, if you believe salvation lies in Jesus dying for your sins, then you can't be a Muslim.
I don't believe that that's the only path to salvation. I think that
I'm not interested in what you believe it is. I'm not interested in who's right. And what I'm saying is only one can be right. So this idea that you think that all religions can contain models is irrelevant. The point is this: only one religion can be true. You can't be a Jew and a Christian because Jews reject Jesus. You can't be a Hindu and a Christian because the Hindus believe in reincarnation and Ganesh and Vishnu and all that business. Yeah, you can't be a Muslim and a Jew because they deny Jesus and Muhammad. Well, actually, I don't think they deny Muhammad. I think they deny Jesus. So the point I'm saying to you is this: no two religions can be true. So this come by our flex is nonsense, because I believe, Bob, you don't respect lies, do you?
I don't believe in lies. I believe
no, you don't respect lies, do you?
Hmm?
You don't respect lies, do you?
No, I don't respect lies.
And if only one religion can be true, that means that others are lies, isn't it, Bob?
No, I think that the other religions contain an inkling of truth, but they also contain human error.
No. If Islam is true, for example, every other religion is false.
If Islam is fully true, then yes, that would make other.
No, if Islam is true fundamentally. If Islam is true, where it says that Prophet Muhammad is a final messenger, and you have a religion that doesn't accept Muhammad as the final messenger, your religion is false by default.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there can't be some truth contained within it.
Oh, truth of what? Truth that Jerusalem exists? Truth of what? We're talking about the truth of the reality of this world. We're not about truth in the terms of salvation and guidance. We're not talking about something that might have happened in the past that someone saw and, oh yeah, it was true, that thing did happen. We're talking about ultimate truth here, bro. We're talking about the reality. We're talking about the purpose of life. We're talking about life after death. We're talking about these things. We're not talking about some local geographical truth.
No, I'm saying that it's so, again, in our perspective as human beings, I think you would agree that as human beings, we're fairly limited. Is that correct?
Limited in what sense?
In the sense that we're finite. Even the most intelligent human being can't actually understand that much about the ultimate.
Limited in what sense?
Limited in that we can only know a limited amount. We're not gods. We're not.
No one's asking you to know everything, bro. He's asking you for the absolute truth and to establish.
No, but I'm saying the point is that what I'm saying is that finally all humans have the potential to know as much as we possibly can, and there have been various great teachers and great prophets throughout history, and you can say Jesus, Muhammad, the various the Buddha, people like that. These have been great prophets and philosophers and things like that throughout history. And they've come very close to the truth. The issue that very often happens, though, is that their works and their beliefs, and of course you'd agree this about Jesus, and probably some of these other guys, is that their works and their beliefs, they become corrupt.
What's your point?
My point is that I do not personally at this moment, and I could be disabused of this. I could be convinced otherwise, but I do not personally see that any religion has all the truth. I think that all the religions have partial truth.
Why do you believe that?
Because the years and years of my study and understanding of these things, I find that basically there are certain fundamental features that are shared within a variety of world religions, a variety of paradigms.
What's the shared? What's the shared thing?
I would say, actually, surprisingly, the one that's most likely to be shared across cultures is this notion that there is a creator. And that's one of the things I like about it.
Yeah, but that's not the problem. The problem is the perception of that creator.
Yeah, but what you find if you look cross-culturally is that you find that most commonly the creator will be seen as either...
Who cares how people see the creator? We care what the creator says he is. Which part of this are you guys not getting today? We don't make stuff up. We don't look at the sky and think Thor and Odin. We're speaking about things the creator himself has said about himself. And the things the creator has said not true. So, for example, if you're a Christian, believing Jesus died for your sins, the creator says, no, he didn't. you're a Christian who thinks Jesus is God, the Creator's saying, no, he isn't. We're not making stuff up here. We don't care what people's whims and desires are. We don't care that someone looks at Buddha and all of a sudden they create a religion about him. We're not even interested in this. We're interested in God and his revelations. Standard. And I said, what is it you guys don't understand about this? We're not making stuff up. We're not saying stuff of our own volition.
I don't believe that you are making stuff up. Like I said, I acknowledge that I think that Muhammad was a great prophet.
Okay, Bob, if you acknowledge that he's a prophet, then you have to acknowledge the message that he delivered. And if the message that he delivered says that the only religion that's going to be accepted in the sight of God Almighty is Islam, not perennialism, then how are you reconciling that?
Because again, what so often happens is that there will be these things that are written after these prophets die, and oftentimes they'll contain only an inkling of what the prophets themselves actually said.
Okay,
Well,
we have
Bob,
a
here's
full
your
account,
problem.
100% written.
Mhm.
We have a full account with no additional additions. The book is
You do?
closed. There's no additional prophets. That his claim is he's the final prophet.
No, I mean that's the claim that was put in his mouth. Was that his claim?
No, Bob, I think you're confusing things. That's not the claim of Prophet Muhammad or the Muslims. That's what the latest Quranic manuscript studies departments in Germany and in the United States and in Canada have concluded, that the Quran we have today with us goes back authentically and truthfully to the Uthmanic manuscript, the Codex, Uthmanic Codex, or Uthmanic Quran, basically. And not just that, we also have manuscript evidence of which you can be seen in the University of Birmingham, which called the Birmingham manuscript, which is from the time carbon dated to the time of the Prophet Muhammad's life. And you have consensus among scholarship in Islamic studies, which are not pro-Islam. If you know anything about these departments, they're not pro-Islam departments. They're in fact they're actually crawling their way out of Hagerism, which was a vehement anti-Islamic approach to Islamic studies, which basically would just assume that Muslims lie about everything and dismiss all Islamic sources, etc., as untrustworthy and whatever. So they're crawling out of that approach and into trying to get into a less biased approach. And they will still admit that the Quranic manuscripts are untampered with, and they will in fact even date these manuscripts to the time of the Prophet, and they will recognize the overwhelming amount of manuscript evidence, and they will contrast it with the Bible and actually ponder upon it. You'll have people like Bart Ehrman, who has a very famous quote about the Birmingham manuscript, where he talks about the wonder of why, or it makes him wonder how come the Muslims copied so honestly the Quran to such a high level that it produced such authenticity, and how come the Christian scribes did not do the same thing for the Bible. So this is not and on top of that as well, part of the consensus is that the Quran was written down. So it's not, although the Quran's main method of transmission is oral, the Quran was written down on vellum, on bones, and other materials during the lifetime of the Prophet, peace be upon him. So that's not just Muslims saying this. That's what the latest scholarship says.
Even more powerful than that, God himself claims that Muhammad ﷺ is the final prophet in the Quran. So this is the ultimate standard. So my question to you, Bob, is how are you validating that claim? Because if the claim is true, and if the book is in fact from God, then by default, everything else that you're telling us is false.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point. That's something to think about. Like I said, I'm interested. I want to know what the truth is. And if Islam is the truth, I want to know that.
All right, cool. So how are you establishing the criteria of truth right now?
I would say, and I admit that I'm taking things as axiomatic that perhaps are not warranted. I'll be the first one to admit that. And I do think that I see you guys are going for more of a presuppositional approach, which is a good thing. I think that that's actually a really good approach to take, because I admit that my weakness is that I take certain things as axiomatic, but the thing I take as axiomatic when evaluating the standards of what I would think would be the truth would be, I would imagine that the creator, the ultimate, the absolute, the God or if you want to call him the God, the Allah, the Brahman, the Tao, whatever you want to call this ultimate absolute, would create a society or create a world, create a universe that was that followed certain rules, and that if one did the will of this creator, that would have clear benefits. So I've been studying for about the last 12 years of my life. I've been studying anthropology, trying to figure out what the most adaptive, like positive traits for society to carry would be, and trying to figure out if there is an ultimate absolute, then whatever that ultimate absolute figure is commanding or wills for the universe would end up benefiting people and benefiting societies. And I'm sort of trying to scientifically study what is the best outcome for humanity, what is the best outcome for societies.
And how's that going to help you determine if the message is there? I think what's happening is you're just looking in the wrong, you're digging a hole somewhere on the moon, and you should be just focusing on what's on Earth. So for example, if you want to know who this creator is, you're not going to read a book on Harry Potter because it doesn't claim to be divine. You're going to want to start with, hey, let me start with a book that claims to be from the creator. So right now what's going on is you're talking about this realm of anthropology when you should just be saying, okay, no book in anthropology claims to be from a divine source. Let me go look at books that are claiming to be from this divine source. So while you're conducting your evidence, my question to you would be, what books have you read that claim to be from a divine source?
Okay, so I'll say two things in response to that. First of all, I'm not claiming that the books that anthropological, like ethnographic texts or something like that, are themselves going to steer one towards an understanding of divinity directly. But I'm saying that what the anthropological texts are doing is they are summarizing the cultures of societies that do claim that they have an understanding of divinity. So it's looking into these cultures, all these cultures around the world that do themselves, obviously, like I said, it's a secondary source. I'm hearing it transmitted through someone else. But finally, these cultures themselves all do claim to have the truth.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. Are you under the conclusion at least that God does exist?
Absolutely. I think that atheism is ridiculous.
Okay, fine. Well, we're halfway to your shahada, right? So now you have to ask yourself, why are you digging into things culturally? Because you already know that garbage in equals garbage out. So you're going to spend 1 billion lifetimes going through all these different cultures. Why not just go straight to the source, such as the final prophet, or such as his works, meaning the product of his revelation, right? So if there is a revelatory book and a revelatory message, why not just go directly to that message? Why are you kind of beating around the bush and trying to explore all these cultural possibilities, and you're going to turn into a possibillion?
Well, because my point is that there's literally thousands and thousands of religions that claim to have this message. And
our point is... You're killing me, man. Our point is, if Islam is true, all of those thousands and thousands and thousands are false by default.
But my question is, what makes one more what makes one believe that Islam is true and everything else?
Bob.
Yes.
Well, actually, the same question I asked the other geezer. How would you know anything about the creator that you believe in?
I think that there are multiple ways to know things about the creator.
I think there's only one way. There's only one way.
I would say if one looks at the way that the answer that most probably human societies would give, it would be...
No, there's only one way. There's only one way. This is your problem, Bob. You think too much. Just chill out. All right. Just slow down. I said, I'm not asking for how that would happen. How could we know anything about the creator? Only way we could know is if the creator revealed the information. Agreed?
I would say that in a sense, you could argue that everything is revelation.
How can't you just say yes?
Why is this so difficult? Why is this so
difficult?
difficult?
I'm saying that, like, okay, so I'll just play devil's advocate for a moment.
No, I don't want you to play devil's advocate. I want you to be honest and sincere. It's a bloody simple question. And I don't know why you're struggling with it.
No, because I'll tell you the answer that I'm not saying, I'm not like committing myself to Taoism per se, but
no. I'm saying to you very simply. a very simple question.
The answer that somebody like a Taoist would give would be to say, yes, but everything is a form of revelation of the Tao.
I'm not interested in that. I'm asking you, how could we know anything about the creator? Well, I'm not even asking you now. I'm sick of asking you. I'm telling you. The only way you can know anything about the creator is if the creator tells you that information. Agreed?
Yes, but at that point, the question is, what would
Why? But yes, but at that point, why not just yes?
What would constitute revelation? My point is that
that's irrelevant.
Everything would constitute.
That's irrelevant at that point. We're going step by step. I have to hold your hand. Honestly, step by step. So you don't wriggle back. Okay. Do you accept that the only way we can know anything about the creator is if that creator reveals that information?
Based on my definition, yes.
And what's your definition?
I would argue, and I imagine that you guys would to some extent agree with me, that pretty much that everything about the universe constitutes revelation.
Bob, stop it. I'm not asking you what form the revelation takes. I'm just saying the only way you can know anything about the creator. I don't know why you guys are struggling with this, man.
Let me rephrase it for him. Hey, Bob, does the revelation exist?
No, yes, don't do that for him. Don't do that for him. No, don't do that for him. Don't do that for him, Maurice. No. No. This is holding hand time. So we're going proper step by step. We can get to revelation and then we can move on. So do you accept that the only way you can know anything about the creator is if that creator reveals that information?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Now, how would a creator do that? How has he done that? Well, we see in history that men claim to be messengers of this creator, and they've been tasked with delivering this revelation, yes?
I would say yes, but I don't know if that's necessarily like...
I'm not interested in that. Would you say yes, there are men in history who have claimed to be messengers of this creator?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Does it make sense to go get the message of somebody if that message isn't for you?
What do you mean by that?
So if someone comes with a message, where do you live?
I'm in the United States.
Right, you're in the United States. So a messenger has come to China for the people of China. Is that message any of your business?
I would argue that if there's a universal message.
No. The message is explicit, is specific, it's for China. Is it any of your business?
Than other people's messages?
Is it any of your business? Is that message for you or is it for the people of China?
I would say that if it's a message that's worth its salt, it's for everyone.
No, this message says it's for China. Do you agree that that's not none of your business?
If somebody says that their message is only intended for the Chinese people, I'm not aware of anybody that said that. For one,
one second. Maurice, don't give it away. Right. So, are you saying then a message that's just sent to a particular people isn't for you? Would you agree?
I'm not sure I would. I would think that there are valuable things to be had in all these messages sent to
No, the message isn't for you. The message is for the Chinese people. Do you agree that message isn't for you?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Again, because
are you Chinese?
Value.
Are you Chinese?
I don't see how ethnicity has.
Hamza, can I reword it for him, please?
No.
No, hold on. I'm gonna break it down even more bite size. If you get a letter in the mail addressed to your neighbor, is the letter for you?
No, but I think that's apples and oranges.
Okay, hang on. You stop jumping now. So if the letter is not for you, are you going to give it to its intended party and mind your own business?
Yeah, but again, I fail to see how these are comparable.
Okay, so now here comes a letter addressed to China. It's not for you. Are you going to give it to the intended party and mind your own business?
Well, this is hypotheticals because the messages that were given to the Chinese were not addressed. The Tao Te Ching was not addressed to the Chinese.
Bro, no one's bringing in Tao Te Ching or anything, man.
Please, stop it. Just stop it.
I can't get simpler than a letter, man. I really can't.
You can't. This is the problem we have. I told him he's thinking too much. You know, he thought I was actually being specific about some revelation given to China. As if like, no, the point I'm making is this. If you're waiting for a message or you're looking for a message, yeah, that message has to be for you. And only one man in history said he came to you with a message. No one else did. Jesus didn't come for you. Moses didn't come for you. Abraham, none of the previous prophets, messengers came for anybody but their people.
Oh, wait a second. Wait. But again, and by the way, I'm not appealing to the source.
How old are you, Bob? Honestly, because I have to take your maturity into account. How old are you?
Why does that matter?
It matters. How old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
You're in your 30s?
Yes.
Go on, continue.
My question is...
No, it's no question! No question! There is no question!
I guess my rebuttal. I'm sorry.
Your rebuttal? So one second. Let's just make sense of this, what you're rebutting, so we know, because, you know, I want to be charitable here. Right. So you're rebutting the idea that a messenger that isn't sent for you isn't your messenger. And I'm saying all the messengers of God prior to Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, had their message for specific people, not you. Only one man, Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, claimed that he was the messenger to mankind, which includes the US. Yeah,
I don't think that's true.
He didn't just say it; he acted upon it. When he called the people to Islam, he called Persia, he called Egypt, he called Byzantium, which were the three greatest world powers of the time, and called them to worship God. Yeah, he demonstrated his mission. No other messenger of God did that. So when you're seeking revelation, which is the only way you can know about God and what's intended for you, is through revelation, and only one man in history claimed to have revelation for you, then all you need to do is test that man's claim. It's as simple as that.
But that's not true, because if you read, like, say, the Bhagavad Gita, it claims to be for all of humanity as well. I don't know if you ever read it, but it does claim to be for all of humanity. The Tao Te Ching claims to be for all of humanity.
Oh, shut up, please. Shut up.
I don't know if you want to
I'm interested in the truth, but right now I don't.
Bob.
I'd like to hear the point that I just made rebutted.
Goodbye. I can't keep doing it. Bjorn. Sorry, guys. There's only so much I can take. There's a lesson here in the den, right? You gotta be honest. You gotta be sincere. You gotta answer questions.
Is this person muted?
Bhagavad Gita, the book of the Hindu.
All this philosophical text. I don't know why people are so just dumbstruck on philosophy, man, and then they think that they've got the key to the universe all of a sudden. It's just craziness, man.
You want to speak, man? I think you're muted. You're muted. You can't. You don't know how to mute yourself. Tahir, you're Muslim.
Yes, my brother.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Oh, those never fail to crack me up.
The thing is like, like you said, the philosophy is what causes these guys to overthink. Like, thinking is not the problem. It's the overthinking. You just start. SubhanAllah, philosophy takes you from a state from when things are clear, and then you make the clear thing complicated.
But the Yemeni, you know, it's so interesting. So, having been through the Western academia of how they teach philosophy, that's exactly how they do it. So what they do is they have all these young, 17, 18-year-old pupils, like young, fresh brains with their ideas still barely floating around. And you know what they do? That first year, they break down everything. These kids usually come out because when I was doing my first year, I was 20 something, and these kids were 18. And by the end of that semester, because most of them have never read philosophy before, they were all hard determinist, atheists, did not believe in a soul, were skeptical of the external world, etc., etc. They basically strip all your beliefs and make you so hyper skeptical and so worry of tying yourself to anything. That's why Brother Hamza struggles with people. Like, he asks them a very straight question and they never want to tie themselves to an answer, because the way they teach philosophy in the West has made them so worried of tying themselves to anything. Because what will happen is they'll read a philosophical text, the next week the professor will slap them with another philosophical text telling them exactly why what they read last week was garbage.
Yeah,
and what they read last week they felt
limbo.
pretty comfortable about. So they stay in existential limbo. Like, they feel so discomforted, and they're basically get shed all their prior beliefs, and they're worried about putting on any new ones. So they're like naked disbelievers, if you wish.
Yes,
But
yeah,
Kind of wild, bro. Yeah, and there's only one thought that came to my mind while you were saying that. Is there a bunch of graduates in being dumb smarts? Because you can't pick a particular position and nothing matters, and then you just basically turn schizophrenic. You're just afraid of absolutely everything, and there's no truth. Do I even exist? What's going on? And then crawl into a hole and wait for Judgment Day.
I mean, the question of how could you know anything about the Creator unless he didn't reveal the information? I mean, you couldn't. I mean, it's just like the last guy was saying, "Oh, you could," and then how? Then they realize what they've said, and then they spin out this yarn, and then that guy, revelate. So the only way you can know about the Creator is revelation. Only one man in history came for you. I mean, what's so difficult? Someone who farted. I don't know who was that.
No, I think that was just when he brushed his mic or something. And
I don't know. It sounded like someone farted.
maybe it's me. I keep turning my camera off because I'm having cough attacks, so I have to keep. Sorry for that, guys.
Yeah, but did you have a fart attack?
No, just a cough attack.
By the way, what do you call it? What was that thing that Sister Layla said? She said we can't accept orders or something on the website.
What's that?
Sister Layla, she was talking about the website. We put it on the banner.
You want me to put it on the banner?
No. She was like, "There, you can't. Apparently, the website's not accepting orders or something."
Oh yes. That's what she said.
Oh, I checked it. So basically, it's not. My website's not like the conventional one where you just order online. Like, because it's still a very small business, I'm still getting my head around it. If you click on the order via WhatsApp, it basically connects you straight directly.
Oh, that's what she said. She tried to order via website, not WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. No, because on the website, it's got a order via website button, and then that connects you directly to me. And then we speak one-on-one and everything, and we sort out the order that way. So not the conventional way of ordering things, but until I get that bit sorted out, that's the way it is.
Inshallah, I'll make it easy.
Inshallah.
We haven't got any guests, man. They're all afraid.
Really?
I've had a TikTok live going right now, but my reach is not far on there. But
I've got a TikTok live. They're trying to talk to me here. I'm telling them to come here.
Yeah, I have them directed over here as well.
And then we just get Muslims.
Well, since Brother Yemen he shamelessly plugged, I'll plug as well. I just started a personal channel.
Just one second. Imad, are you a Muslim? Imad.
Hello.
Yeah, are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah. Is that?
We're saying this, man.
No, I was saying that what's called although you.
What?
What?
You're trying to plug on my channel, eh? Yeah, right. Did Yemen not tell you how much you got to pay to plug your businesses on my channel? Yeah, freeze there, boy.
In Qatari Riyal, no less.
He froze for a long time.
Yeah, he's frozen.
It's like Dr. Abu Isa says. He said, leave the guests for the show next week because we're going to have talking about mental illness.
Sorry.
I agree.
Yeah, mashallah, I'm really looking forward to that one. Really
I'll remove you, Ismail.
I will tell you this. So I had some fun just listening to some of the old arenas, sort of in preparation for this, because I wanted to naturally expand my subject knowledge. And I can't wait, and I encourage you to do a reaction to arena number 27, bro. Please. You had a guest on there that was talking about the conflicts of marriage and divorce. And then, like, after his whole speech, like 40 minutes of trying to talk to the guy, you ask him, you're like, are you married? And he's like, actually, I'm divorced.
Was that that guy who got all suited and booted?
Bro, I literally floored. And then you're like, well, wait a minute. You just said, and then he's like, well, no, it's not like that. See, I can't.
That was the guy who was just suited and booted, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
him.
I was dead, bro. Dead, absolutely. You have to do a reaction to that one.
So, right, we've got someone called Roger Altun. Roger.
Hey, it worked. Do you hear me?
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh dear. Are you Muslim, mate?
Hi, hello, do you hear me?
Hey, Roger. Are you Muslim, bro? Roger. Roger! Willis, Roger! Bjorn. Bjorn, can you unmute yourself, mate? Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a bit low, Can you turn your mic up or something? I might be able to turn your mic up. 1 second.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. If there are so many religions in the world, why is Islam the truth?
Because there can be only one. You never seen Highlander? There can be only one.
Yeah, but why?
Because Islam is the truth. So everything else is false.
Yeah, why is everything false?
Because Islam is true.
Why is that?
Because the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was telling the truth.
How do you know that for sure, then?
Because I don't believe he was lying, crazy, or deceived.
What about Christianity?
Oh, what a load of nonsense, mate.
What about it?
Nonsense. You a Christian?
No, I'm an atheist.
You're an atheist. Why would you bring up Christianity then, man?
I don't know. Why is Buddhism not the truth? Or Hinduism or any other?
Okay. Do you understand the principle that if Islam is true, everything else is false, yeah? Even your atheism. Yeah? Agreed?
Yeah.
There you go. So we believe Islam is true. Therefore, everything else is false, including your atheism.
Yeah, but is there evidence that Islam is true?
Well, yes, of course there is.
What?
The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and his truthful message.
Yeah, but there were many religions around the world.
They're false.
Mate, you keep saying many religions. Okay, can I just get one thing clear with you? Yeah, what's the problem of there being many religions for you? Does that make it that just because there's many religions that mean all of them are false? Like, where's the logic here? I'm trying to understand.
Well, he believes all religions are false. He's an atheist.
Yeah, maybe they're all man-made.
Well, no, you're an atheist, yes?
In maybes.
You're an atheist. You're an atheist.
Yeah, so?
So all religion's false then, isn't it, according to
you? I wouldn't say false.
What would you say then?
Bro, are you a closeted Hindu?
Sorry?
This happens. Are you a closeted Hindu? This happens so much where like Hindus come on stream and they want to attack other beliefs, but they don't want to defend Hinduism, so they just say they're atheists.
No, I am not a Hindu. I don't believe in that.
So you're an atheist?
Okay.
Yeah, kinda.
What do you mean, kind of? What the hell does that mean?
What is? Just pick a position, bro. We want to have a genuine conversation with you. Help us understand you a little bit more. What's
Maybe
a soup
I'm
sandwich, dude? Give me a soup sandwich.
What?
That's what you sound like right now. You're ordering a soup sandwich. We can't make heads or tails, dude. You're either atheist or you're not.
I am an atheist.
Okay, cool.
You're a troll. Naturalist. I know at least we'll have a conversation.
Oh, love.
I'll leave it to you guys. He annoys me. But
Naturalist. What's your?
let me hear his nonsense first. Though. It always comes with some nonsense. How you doing, naturalist? Been a while.
No, you're muted, bro. Yeah, still muted. Check to see if you're.
Come on, man. You got so much to say, and then you're like silent. All right, come back, yeah. Roger.
Okay.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
We can. Yeah. Are you Muslim, bro?
No, I'm not Muslim actually, but yeah, all of my family is Muslim. Like my older uncles, my whole bloodline. Like a lot of them are Muslims right now, but I'm not Muslim personally. Actually, I don't identify as a Muslim. Actually.
Okay. Do you suffer from mental illness?
Huh?
Do you suffer from any mental illness?
I think I suffered from a mental illness before, much longer, but I feel much better now. I used to suffer more from mental illness in my teens, but who doesn't?
Do you take medication?
No medication. I don't like pills and stuff.
It's not a great combination. Yeah, I think I'm mentally ill, but no, I'm not taking my medication. Anyway, go on. What do you want, Roger?
I'm sorry, I can't hear it too good. No, I just have some questions. I see you're all warmed up, but I'm Kurdish, right? And the ancient religions that used to exist from where I'm from is Zoroastrianism and Yazidism, and I love religion, man. I'm not gonna come here and throw any stones and start arguments. It's interesting, man. It's beautiful poetry, it's beautiful stories, but I don't really extract what I think a lot of other people extract from religion. I'm gonna live my life based on all this information, and I think still religion is a beautiful thing because it produces a lot of stability and freedom. But, bro, I'm talking honest here, and this is how I love, bro.
Whoa!
I talk the truth.
Talking honest. Okay.
I'm sorry. What?
Sorry. Continue.
He didn't F-bomb it. It sounded like it, but he didn't.
It was close, wasn't it?
Sorry.
Yeah, it was really close.
I want to be honest. Like, as a Kurdish person, like I can't help but feel not resentment, but just like some type of anger or sadness from a lot of the people, or like my ancestors and people that have died in the name of some Abrahamic religions, bro. And I'm not saying just Islam. There's a lot of people that have used
Roger.
as an excuse for war. You know.
Roger. What's your point?
Yeah, brother.
What's your point?
My point is, why do you think the Christians and the Muslims have fought so much? Like, because I think that I see, like, the Zoroastrists back in the days, they have a lot of similarities in their religion, but at the same time, there are like demons in Zoroastrist religion. I'm just talking overall, like information from what I read. Demons that in Zoroastrism that are angels in Hinduism, and demons in Hinduism that are angels in Zoroastrism. They had like every reason to fight an ongoing war, but they never have. So I wanna, like, I'm asking a question as like, why do you think we find a reason to use religion as a war, like as an excuse for war? Like,
we don't.
You don't.
No.
Not in Islam.
Yeah, not because, and that's a terrible, I think, thing, you know, because there was this Syrian guy, you know, this thing that happened in France, man. Like, it was so terrible. Hearing about it is just, you know, it's very sad, man. Like, for me, when someone dies, it doesn't matter what religion they're from or.
Do you care when Muslims die?
Huh?
Do you care when Muslims die?
I care what if I care what a Muslim does.
Do you care when Muslims die?
Yes, of course, they're human.
Why are you bringing up France? Why not bringing up some other incident?
No, what I was gonna say, I was gonna make a point. This guy screamed Jesus Christ when he was killing the children.
Yeah,
and
he was probably mentally ill.
Like, it's sad because I feel
he was probably mentally ill.
Huh?
He was probably mentally ill.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What's your point?
Bro, I'm just talking. My question is, I don't have a point. First, I asked a question, but
I know you don't.
Is the concept of war or, you know, strife in the world preventing you from accepting Islam?
Bro, like, the way I view religion is, of course, it has produced like a lot of stability and peace. Like, I'm not saying that, like, that's the beautiful thing about it, bro. I know there's a fucking There's a dude somewhere that like
He did
likes
swear.
to.
He did swear. I think he sweared last time as well. I think we give
I
him.
don't think, yeah, that time for sure he said it, but the first time
I think he
really
did last time as well.
Did he?
Naturalist, they do, mate.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you loud and clear, bro.
Oh, by the way, I don't think that guy took his meds. Sorry, go on, naturalist.
That's cool. Yeah, just thought I would come on because you guys were lonely. You wanted some atheists to bash, so here I am.
We're not gonna bash you, bro. We're not gonna bash you, man.
That's cool. No, so a couple of things, maybe just a couple of things to discuss or talk about. Maybe if you want to talk about the contingency argument, Ishmael, because I have a different perspective on that. Or we can talk about God creating man from clay. Or we can talk about Surah chapter 21, verse 30. Sorry, Surah Al-Anbiya. Do not those who disbelieve see that the heavens and the earth were a joined entity, and we separated them and made from water every living thing? It's kind of interesting because doesn't that kind of sound like abiogenesis? Well, evolution of fish, like everything came from water, right? I don't know.
No,
interesting
I wouldn't reflect on it like that personally.
Are you doing exegesis of the Quran to support Darwinian evolution?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You realize?
Are you
man.
serious?
Come on, man. You can't do that.
Why not? A lot of people have.
What do you mean? Why not?
Okay. Why is
Have you taken your medication?
1 second.
Yeah.
Why is it necessary, naturalist? Why do you need to make Darwinism or evolution? Why do you need it to fit with the Quran? Or why do you need to interpret the Quran in light of Darwinian evolution?
Why do I need to?
Yeah.
I don't really need to. I just thought it was an interesting point to discuss because it says we created them, every living thing from water.
Before you take it to the philosophical realm, right? Do you understand that in the Quran there are ambiguous verses and there are clear verses? So you have the muhkamat and mutashabihat. Okay. So why are you choosing to ignore the clear verse of where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that he is the creator, right? And you're going straight to the ambiguity and trying to support Darwinian evolution from an entire book that's basically contradicting it.
Well, this one isn't. It's saying we created everything for every living thing from water.
Bro, you plucked something. You plucked something out, right? If I wanted to, I can take everything out of context, right, and build my own story. Why do you do that?
I don't know. It's just it was an interesting.
It was fun.
Interesting
like
thing.
it was.
It's fun.
It's a joke to you, you know.
Yeah,
bro, come on. You have to approach it a little bit more sincerely than that, dude. You're talking about the creator of the universe. You have to give it its credence and its.
I'm trying to find justification for abiogenesis and evolution. I'm trying to find the common ground, or where the creator said we created everything from nothing or whatever, and we evolved things.
Yeah, but
unfortunately, the creator says that it created everything, man from clay, or mud, whichever interpretation you want.
Yeah, but evolution has nothing to do with origins. So like you're kind of connecting things that don't connect. Evolution just discusses the development of life, how life developed over time, but it assumes a natural start or an organic start. It has nothing to say on abiogenesis, and in fact, there's nothing to say. There's nothing that can be proven or be said about the jump from inorganic to organic. Or you're talking about the stuff. You're basically accepting the first biggest miracle, and then you're like, okay, once you grant me that, let's talk about how life developed. Yeah, that's fine, but like that's not really the issue that's important. And you have different streams of Muslims. Some Muslims make a way of putting forward arguments where they find that evolution could be congruent with Islamic creed. And some Muslims say no, or they hold a neutral position, and some Muslims will support intelligent design. So it's not a deal breaker, as in like we Muslims, we could take our pick. Insofar as you don't reject anything that's within the Quran, that's clear. So, for example, if somebody rejected that Adam was the first man and we're descendants of Adam, yeah, then there's a variety of opinions. So there's not really an issue for us.
Don't you think that that's a little bit of a problem? So, in the Quran, man is made from clay in at least 3 verses of the Quran, right? So if you're saying, well, there's other verses where it says he's made of carbon, because we could not be made of clay. Like, okay, if you take the standard scientific explanation of humans and what we're made of, we could not be made of clay.
Why am I restricting myself to the scientific explanation? I think this is what's happening. I think you're superimposing your epistemic limitations on me. I'm not limited to scientific explanations.
Okay.
I've got an even better thought process.
The problem is, if I gave you evidence, or if the scientific community gave you evidence, okay, that our bodies cannot be created from, I mean, unless there's a miracle, okay, unless you're taking that into account.
There you go.
Right? So,
ding, ding, ding.
Congratulations, sir. Welcome to the supernatural.
Welcome to theism.
No problem. You see how that?
So, no, your mic is Ismail.
Sure,
Your mic is messed up. Ismail, your mic.
Okay.
So check this out, naturalist. You know, there was some thought process that I had several years back on this, man. And I encourage you to think in this way. But technically, you could say that you're eating dirt and sunlight. That's all that you're eating your entire life is dirt and sunlight. Okay. So every single thing that you eat has been planted in some way, shape, or form. And then that plant has been manufactured into whatever. But that plant grew from sunlight. So are you made from clay? AKA, are you eating what you're made from in order to sustain yourself?
No, I mean, the plant has undergone many chemical and, I mean, besides photosynthesis, many chemical, processes. So it's not mud or clay anymore. I mean, it's very far from it. And they grew in the clay. That doesn't mean it's like I was born in a house, but I'm not the house, right?
I get it. I totally get it. But you are consuming, if you trace all the way back, you are literally consuming dirt and sunlight. Now, the process that it took is a very, very magnificent thing, right? But you are, in fact, just consuming dirt and sunlight.
I don't think you can say you're consuming dirt and dirt and sunlight. The sunlight provided energy for a plant to grow, right? But the plant, the seeds, they're not dirt, they're not mud, they're not clay, they were organic matter, right?
Where the seeds come from?
It grew in the mud or the clay, but it is not. It is not the mud or clay.
No, you're trying to enforce your like I said, you're trying to enforce your epistemology on us. See, look, you explained it perfectly. If you just said that, unless a miracle happens, we're okay. So your problem of abiogenesis is not a problem for us. The jump from inorganic to organic matter happens through the miracle of God creating humans. No problem for us. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're I get why you think it's a problem, and I get why you're like looking at us and thinking like, why aren't you guys seeing this as a problem? But we're telling you that you said it yourself. Once you don't accept that science is the only way to explain things, then there is no problem to have a jump from inorganic to organic when God is the one who created both.
But here's the thing, though. It doesn't say we created all animals and all life from clay. We created man from clay.
Yeah, okay. What's the problem?
So that is an interjection, or like so if you take the standard narrative of evolution, there were men evolved from other animals, okay? But there was never a break when suddenly man just appeared, right? According to evolution,
the point
right?
is why would I do that? Why would I accept the evolutionary narrative?
I mean, there's so many debates. I mean, if you go back to even the dawn when evolution was first proposed, right? There were huge debates between theists and people, of the time at Oxford and Cambridge and wherever, right? So it has a long history of debate, and it came out of that where
what's your point?
But do you think the debate is over, naturalist?
I got a real brain buster for him when you
Yes.
guys are ready.
Do you think the debate is over?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then you clearly don't know what the history of science has for you, my friend. So
Here's the
history
thing.
of
Let me
science-
just say,
Go on, go on.
evolution is a fact. Okay. But
Oh,
just listen to me. Just listen.
Yes,
Okay.
go
It's
on.
not a fact.
Evolution is a fact, but it
Oh
doesn't
my
mean that
God.
every single thing under like every single like component is already understood or
I'll strengthen your
that
argument.
we know
for you,
everything.
man.
Okay.
You can
It's
say
like gravity is
evolution-
a fact, but we still don't actually know
You think
how.
gravity is a fact as well? Oh yeah.
Yes.
Look, man, you can say
There's
that
a theory
evolution.
of gravity.
You can say that evolution is evident, okay? But to say that it's a fact is a massive stretch. So the concept of evolution is evident, meaning that there are certain species that evolve to their environment to better suit their environment. But here's what I want to encourage you to think of. So on that same train of thought, if you think that we came from single-celled organisms or fish, right? I want you to prove to me, how is there an evolution of consciousness? How did I go at one point from thinking like a fish to thinking like a human being?
We are jumping all over
Brother
the place.
Maurice, I
I mean,
wanna say
consciousness
this
is
is-
No,
is another
it's because
whole
you've got
topic.
nothing. You've literally got absolutely
mean?
nothing. There has never been a consciousness being evolved from some sort of fish or some, whatever single-celled organism to now a highly complex intellectual being that's having a conversation like you and I are right now.
Our
Never.
consciousness is not very far from whales, from other mammals, from elephants, from monkeys that exhibit many of the same traits that we do. We have of course we have evolved, and there have been other species of human that existed during our evolution, which also contributed. And I'm not saying that we're like monkeys or something like that. Okay, there's a huge gap there from a lost common ancestor, chimpanzees, to us, but they have they have love, they mourn their dead, they can look at, they can sit at a waterfall
higher
and
cognitive abilities,
I need
bro.
to do what Brother Hamza does and just.
Did you just say chimpanzee was our common ancestor?
I don't know why we're getting into the details. I want to please let's extrapolate, because these details we're getting lost in them for no reason. Look, bro,
we're
you said
jumping
that
all over
science
the
is
place.
facts. That's just strictly not true. So I want to see what you know. I want to basically test to see what is your idea of science. Do you think science can provide proofs?
Yes.
Okay, no, it can't. The highest level of certainty you could have in science is a hypothesis. Proofs is only reserved for fields of mathematics. Okay, no, go argue.
A hypothesis is just an idea. Okay, I want to.
No, it's not.
Then you prove that hypothesis through experimentation.
I'm telling you right now, if you brought that into any philosophy of science department, they would tell you you're wrong. And I'm not just talking about theists. I'm talking about hardcore atheists. That's number one. There's no proof in science. There is best explanation based on a limited data set, and this data set grows, and therefore the best explanations are revised and are only provisional. So the highest level of certainty you could get in science is provisional best explanation hypotheses. I'm not saying hypotheses don't have evidence that makes them more likely than another. That's not what I'm saying. You have a set of competing hypotheses in science, and what you do is, out of the set, you use empirical virtues such as observation, and you use non-empirical virtues such as simplicity and comprehensiveness to decide which of the competing hypotheses is a best explanation for the data. And that is all contingent upon the set of data staying the same. That's why it's provisional. It never, ever hits proof. You know that proof is only reserved for the mathematical field, the logical field, i.e. deductions. Why? Because science is inductive in nature. You know what that means? Inductive means you're taking something in your local particular, and then you're going and generalizing it to the unobservable. You cannot make truth claims about the unobservable. You cannot have proofs about that. On the other hand, deductions are necessarily true, because if the premises are true, the conclusion is necessitated by the premises. So no, science has no ability to give you proof. That doesn't mean we don't use science. Look, I love science, but we shouldn't disfigure what science. We shouldn't ask of science what it can't deliver. You're setting yourself for failure. Let me show you how. Yeah, look, I have here with me. Let me show Oxford's intro. Oh, let me see. It's not coming up. Yeah, okay. Oxford's publication, Intro to Cosmology. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Newton's ideas dominated scientific thinking until the beginning of the 20th century, but by the 19th century, the cosmic machine has developed imperfections. Now, the modern era of cosmology began in the early years of the 20th century with a complete rewrite of the laws of nature. Albert Einstein introduced the principle of relativity in 1905 and thereby demolished Newton's conception of space and time. Later, his general theory of relativity also supplanted Newton's law of universal gravitation. Now, let me read you how long Newton's law was accepted as fact. Yeah. So spectacular was this success that the idea of a universe guided by Newton's laws of motion was to dominate scientific thinking for more than 2 centuries until the arrival on the scene of Albert Einstein. What does that show you? It shows you the thing that the philosopher of science, Thomas Kuhn, talks about. Science goes through these things called revolutions, where you have...
I understand that.
Okay,
I mean,
so,
look,
so
wait, let's just maybe cut this a little bit short.
No, do you want to take back your claim?
So yeah,
I'm not
back your
saying
claim.
that everything that science has found or discovered is
Take
like a
back your
hard
claim.
brute fact and it's just never going to change.
No, that's
Science
not what I
adapts
said.
to new information and new data coming in, exactly as what you just
That. I didn't say that. Let me repeat the small difference, because you're saying almost what I said. I didn't say there's nothing. I said foundational, like Newton's physics governed the way we looked at the natural world for 200 years. So we're talking about something similar to evolution.
And that was supplanted by for example, by Einstein, and it will be supplanted again by quantum mechanics and maybe loop quantum theory or whatever.
So the conclusion is what? Just because the last couple hundred years there is a evolutionary model that is popular, and even, by the way, again, the intelligent design advocates would reject this, but the people who are supporting evolution, even honest atheist professors, who will tell you that, you know what, evolution is a metaphysical project. It is based on a lot of unobservable things. It has a jam-packed with assumptions. However, it is the best explanations we have right now. And you have some Muslims who are completely willing to grant you that. However, we don't feel the need as Muslims to justify our beliefs and make it congruent with a scientific theory. Why? Because I'll give you a very easy example from the Quran. The Quran has a verse which could be easily interpreted as that the universe is expanding. Okay. Now, there was a long period of time called static state model. In static state model, the universe was eternal. So what do Muslims do? Do they renounce their Islam and stop being Muslims because they lived during the time where the best explanation, according to scientists, was that the universe is not expanding and it's eternal? Well, if they did that and they died upon disbelief and they end up going to hellfire, they would, and if they, now we know that they did that for nothing. Why? Because now we know the best explanation is an inflationary model of Big Bang. All it took was for us to build better telescopes and learn more about the universe. So the point is, the conclusion is, as Muslims, as non-naturalists, we give science its epistemic value. We give it its right epistemic value. We don't put science, a provisional best explanation method to understand the natural world, on top of revelation given to us from a creator that knows the full data set, which science is just pushing to get to know slowly and surely. That's the conclusion.
Cool. Thanks.
Drop that mic.
I think we might be just talk. No, because I don't think
Why?
I said.
The naturalist will bid you good day.
Come on, man. You got to be a little bit more sincere than that. Brother Ismail, mashallah, man. You literally just took it step by step, dude. And
absolutely smashed it. And, you know, someone can't say, well, fair enough, I didn't realize that. I was wrong. This is what we've got to hear, man. But naturalist always gets kicked off. He always justifies logic. But, bro, that was beautiful. MashaAllah. Someone said we should put you in a suit and get you on a stage.
Jazakallah khair.
No, that was next level.
was
And people want to know what your website is. So you've got your own website, you said, isn't it?
No, I got my own. I just started a YouTube channel just recently. It's my full name. I'm also at Dawah Wise, of course, but I just started a personal.
You're doing a Hamza's Den. We know what you're doing. Yeah, little side project for my own little thing. Yeah, we'll see.
My Twitter is also my name. So there's that.
Marshall, we'll share the links and everything. Go stay tuned. Right, come on, we need a Christian for our mate. Someone somewhere.
Hello.
Hello.
I'll say only one thing. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That was a cheeky one, that. Martin. That was a cheeky one. Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can I bring the conversation down 100 notches?
Yeah, as you like.
So here you have someone, or well, you have me. And Hamza, to be perfectly honest, listening to some of your stuff, it has taken me that one notch from being an atheist to being an agnostic. So it's taken a little bit of a first step in the right direction.
Martin.
Yeah.
You're already an agnostic.
You're right. So I always was.
All atheists are agnostic, but not all agnostics are atheists.
All atheists are agnostic, I get you. So now, now's the next step. Okay, and the next step is to try and figure out where I'm meant to be, in life. And for me, not coming from a religious background, and when I say that, I mean I come from my entire family's atheists. And I'm sort of questioning how and where I should take the next step. And as if you listen to your callers that were on earlier, they're a lot younger than me. I'm an older gentleman, and so starting to question. 54.
You're only 4 years on me, mate. 4 or 5 years.
But it's starting to question at 50-4. I mean, you
Generation
already,
X, mate. Generation X.
Yeah,
Imaan
yeah,
and all
true
that,
story.
Masters of the universe.
So starting to question things, I think there are a couple of things I'm struggling with. I've got a generic question, and then I want a bit of direction in the second half. Okay. Right. So with Islam in general, if I lead a good life, or what I think is a good life, okay. So from a religious perspective, I'm not affiliated, or I don't know the right word to use, but I'm not pushing, or I'm not part of any religious group, but I lead a good life. Not ignoring Islam in the same way from a religious perspective, I do have a tendency to gear more towards Islam than some of the other religions out there, because they can be a little bit hypocritical. But in general, with something like that, what is the view if I lead a good life, but I'm not Islamic?
If you're aware of Islam and the message has reached you, and you understand the truth of it, and still reject it, then regardless of how you live your life, the end is not good. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you your purpose. Your purpose is to worship Him. And what could be, worse than rejecting and not recognizing the one who created you? He's giving you all your faculties to be able to live your life, the very air you breathe, and you don't even want to recognize Him.
But what is rejecting? Just so that I understand, I mean, I'm starting on a path which could take me 20 years.
Yes, true. But rejection...
I could shortcut that for you, mate.
Sorry, what's that?
Hamza will shortcut it for you in a bit.
I can shortcut you that. It doesn't take 20 years, mate.
So next part of the question, remember I said to you there's two parts to the question. That is the next part, right? So but my point is that, it could take forever and a day, and I may well pass away before, before I fully commit or fully make a decision. I don't quite know the wording. Like I said, I'm not a very religious person, but start to follow the route, and I don't end up getting it.
Martin, if you're sincere in seeking the truth, then you won't die before you find it, because Allah does not want that for you. He's not going to send a person who's sincere to hellfire.
Okay.
Shall I make it easy?
Yeah.
Do you believe God exists?
That's a tough one. It is tough because I've only just got over the stage of the atheism versus agnostic. So the answer to that question is yes. Something cannot not exist.
Alhamdulillah. All right. So, do you then believe that this creator would be the only one worthy of worship?
That's where I'm stuck at this moment in time.
Okay. Who else do you think would be worthy of worship other than the one who created everything?
No. So I think the way for me to word that would be that I believe that there is someone, but who that someone is not quite. You were talking earlier about the one versus everybody else, and you are convinced.
Listen to my question. I'm not saying who that God is, but I'm saying that creator, that God, would be the only one worthy of worship. Would be the only one to seek objective morality and seek perfect guidance from.
Agreed.
So that's halfway to being a Muslim. Yeah. So we just so the first part is to believe that there's nothing worthy of worship except God. So we need to connect to God somehow, some way. We need to tap into that knowledge. We need to understand our purpose in life and all of these things. We can only do that through revelation. Now, the second part is to believe that Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, is a messenger from this creator.
Yes.
Right.
I've got that piece.
Right. So that's your next step. So the next step is to say, well, there's a guy who came 1400 years ago. He was in a cave on his own, and he claimed an angel spoke to him. Now, the first thing you'd have to reconcile is, do angels exist? That's the first thing you need to reconcile. Now, because you've already conceded the existence of a creator, if angels exist, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings, made a claim that he was a messenger to mankind from God. The God that you say you believe in, the God you say you want to connect to, there's only one God. Yeah, we don't make no distinction. We don't act like there's a Muslim God and a Christian God and a Jewish God and all this kind of stuff. There's only one God. There's people's understanding of God, but that doesn't change the reality of God. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Right. And if you go through history and look at all the messengers who claim to be sent by God, they all came with the same message. Yeah. And the same message was what? God is the only one to be worshipped.
Yes.
And they themselves at that time were the messenger of God. So Moses would have said that, Jesus would have said that, Abraham said that to his people, Noah said that to his people. Yeah. So we know now that the message has always been consistent. It's what you believe, that God is the only one worthy of worship. And so God reminds the people that he's the only one worthy of worship through his messengers. Okay. So we have this claim in a cave 1400 years ago. Now, I don't know if you've watched some of my videos, I'm assuming. So
yeah, quite a few. So I went down a rabbit hole. So yeah, quite a few.
So you know what's coming then, yeah? So what explanations could be hypotheses for?
You talk about the four that you generally okay, I got you.
Yeah. So either this man, so I'll do it the way I usually do it. You've got the atheist claim, which is angels don't exist. So if he said he's talking to angels, he must be a crazy guy. Or angels don't exist, therefore he must be lying about this revelation he's received. Yeah. So that's the atheist claim. So he's either crazy or he's lying. And then you have the Christian claim that he's deceived by the Satan. Satan can become an angel of light, fool him into thinking he's a messenger of God. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So these are your four options. and using deductive logic, one of them has to be true.
Yeah, true story. Yeah.
And so when you go through the 4 choices, you'll quickly realize, and we're doing a stream next week on this, about the idea that mental illness cannot be an explanation for the claim of the prophet. Peace and blessings upon him.
Okay.
So
I heard you mention mental illness earlier. I thought it was a different subject. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, no. So basically, because we've had a psychiatrist in the chat a while, that's why mental illness has been around a lot. And to be honest with you, some of the guests have looked mentally ill. And someone in the comment section me talking about mentally ill. Let me just make something simple for you. Yeah, I can't engage mentally ill people. I just can't, because I want to talk on a rational, logical level, and they're not on the same playing field as me. I just can't play the game. So it's not a derogatory thing. It's just I just can't do it. I can't indulge.
Yeah,
I've tried. I just can't. It's my Achilles heel. It's like
point.
kryptonite. Yeah. As soon as I realize someone's mentally ill, I'm like, oh god, I can't do this. I need to pass these on to somebody who's got more patience and more empathy. Maybe I can't do it. Do you know what I'm saying? Anyway. So the first thing you look at is, could mental illness be an explanation for his revelation? So basically, could a man, as one of the claims, have epileptic fits and then all of a sudden come out with this revelation? Well, the problem you have there is, as the psychiatrist will say next week, is that if you have an epileptic fit, you don't remember what happened. So the idea that you're going to bring something out from your memory, you don't remember what happened, it's like a blackout kind of thing. Anyway, so when you go through these things, so when you said it might take you years and years and years, it won't. You've just got 3 things to look at. Do I honestly believe that this guy was crazy, looking at what he achieved? Do I honestly believe that Satan pretended to be an angel to trick Muhammad into delivering the Quran as if it's like from God, but it's really from the Satan? When you look at what the Islam teaches about, chastity and good manners and good neighborlies and, social cohesion and all of these things, and to curse Satan and to stop worshiping statues and to worship God. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, if Satan did that, Satan is mentally ill, because it would make no sense. So that was easily battered away. And then the third claim is that he lied, that he invented this for whatever reason. Then we have to look at motive, then we have to look at his character, then we have to look at his life, then we look at opportunity where he could have took advantage of certain situations if he was indeed lying. Then we have to look at the capacity, whether he was capable of doing what he's accused of doing. Do you get me? So when you look at all of these things, I'm going to make it easy for you, mate. You can dismiss them all. He's telling the truth. He's the messenger of God. Allah is the only one worthy of worship. Muhammad is his messenger. Peace and blessings upon him. That's it. Islam, trust me, Martin. Islam is the only way of life, and I'll challenge you right now upon this matter. Yeah, I challenge you on this matter. Bring any way of life that you think right now can satisfy and give you peace of mind, body, and soul. Any.
That's tough. You can get one or the other, sometimes 2, but all 3, it's tough.
There's nothing except Islam, because peace of mind can't come, because if you look at the other religions, as soon as you start to scrutinize things, it crumbles. Atheists don't know nothing. They don't know.
Don't care about anything.
They don't know anything. They've got no guidance in their lives. They don't know what's happening when they die. They got nothing. They're just floating. I used to think atheism is a cop-out, right? I used to think it's the easy way. And I realized now I was wrong. Do you know why? You're 54, yeah? So do you remember back in the day when you used to go to the shops and get some washing up liquid?
Yes.
How many varieties of washing up liquid was there when you went to the shops to buy washing up liquid?
Maybe 2.
It was one, that white bottle, fairy liquid.
Yeah, well, it was fairy, yeah.
That we used to fill with water and water fight with it, with like foam and that when it used to run out. But that was washing up liquid. You went to the shops, you got what? Green washing up liquid. Whether it was fairy, whether it was own brand, Netto or whatever, but it was green fairy washing up liquid, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you been to the shops today to buy washing up liquid?
Yeah, for sure. I went the other day. I went to Asda's. There's like 20 different brands, 20 different colors.
They got so many brands. Each one's a different color. Each one's got a different smell. And I'm literally, wallahi, I'm literally smelling this stuff, right? And then I have to stop myself. And I'm like, what am I doing?
Go back and buy the one.
First thing is I ain't washing the dishes. Right? So I don't, yeah. I don't really care what my dishes are going to smell like. But because I feel like, oh, I've got so much choice, oh, how do I select one? I'm like, flipping heck, it's just fair liquid, mate. Just wash it up liquid, just get a green one. And I do on principle now, I just buy green. That's it, I'm done. Right, but the point I'm making is this. Imagine as an atheist, every decision, you have to think for yourself. Even situations you can't even comprehend danger behind, you've got to try and work it out. It must be exhausting. And then you're going to try and teach your children values based upon what? You've got no standard yourself. You're using the laws of the land or whatever as your, society as your moral conduct. So if society degenerates, your morals will degenerate along with the society, and that's what you're going to give your kids.
Agreed.
It's like, what? Do you know what I mean? It must be so difficult trying to traverse life. And then not knowing what happens when you die, not having that security, not having no food for the soul, trying to find ways to satisfy that with not realizing you're feeding it the wrong thing. It must be mind-bogglingly hard. So I would say atheism is just a ridiculous choice. So atheism can't give you peace of mind. Atheism can't give you peace of body because it doesn't discourage things that are harmful for your body or harmful for your mental health. So, if you look at atheism now, for example, drinking, gambling, sexual immorality, all this stuff is all gravy. It's all right. YOLO. You only live once. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so atheism can't solve this problem. Christianity can't solve this problem. Nothing can. And so, when people say, oh, Islam, the religion of peace, and they're saying, they're wars and fight. Okay. This is why we say Islam is the religion of peace, because it is the only religion, bar none, without exception, that gives you peace of mind, body, and soul. Because the mind is satisfied, the body is satisfied, and the soul is satisfied. Nothing else can do that. So my advice to you, Martin, stop procrastinating, accept Islam, and get on with your life.
So I am procrastinating. True story. Okay, yes. I am, and I'll tell you the reason why, and that's actually the second part of the question. So. I've done a bit of Googling, and when you take a kid, you put them in lower school, primary school, and they start learning their ABCs and their 1, 2, 3s, and then they start to form sentences, and then once they start to form sentences, they take the English language and they learn it better and better. What I've noticed is a lot of the text that you see online requires a lot of interpretation. It requires a good deal of knowledge. And what I find that is missing is I don't want to say it's a cliff notes or an easy way to read the Quran, but I think it's something that would be nice to start somebody off who is literally starting from the basics. And that I'm struggling to find at the moment. I don't want to call it in baby's terms, but I do want to use
Martin,
it as a starting point.
Martin, let me make it easy for you.
Yeah.
You'll spend the rest once you accept Islam, you'll spend the rest of your life reading the Quran. And the beautiful thing is, once you accept Islam and you read the Quran, you'll be reading it as practical. Yeah, you'll be reading it like the Quran's talking to you. Because when Allah says in the Quran, "Oh, you who believe," that's me. No. Okay. When you read the Quran before accepting Islam, it's theory. It's, Allah's talking to them. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So, and the beautiful thing is, once you accept Islam, you do start cat sat on the mat. You do start alif ba ta. You do start learning everything as a child. Because you know why, Martin? Because you do become a child.
Yes.
Because everything you've done, everything's cleaned up. You're like a newborn baby. You're starting again. This is now you've been, I'm not going to say born again, but effectively you have been. So,
I get you.
Yeah. It's a truly new awakening. Now, me, I accepted Islam when I was 28. I was a bit of a big mouth know-it-all. I mean, I don't know where that was from. Anyway, I was always a big mouth know-it-all. When I accepted Islam, I realized I knew nothing. Absolutely knew nothing. I thought I knew stuff. And I'm realizing now when I speak to my dad now, trying to speak to him about Islam, he's exactly the same. He knows nothing. I thought he knew everything. He knows nothing. I used to have a Trivial Pursuit with him back in the day. You know, he's getting all the answers right, this, that, the other. When he talks about Islam and talks about this kind of stuff, I've realized he doesn't know what he's talking about. He really, really doesn't. But I understand that state of mind now, because I used to think I knew so much. I was like, I never knew anything. So if your concern is that you feel that if you accept Islam, it's going to be a massive pile on you straight away, and oh man, I'm expected to do this, I'm expected to do that. How do I do this? Maybe I'm doing something as a Muslim you're not allowed to, and all this kind of stuff. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this stuff. Yeah, because the beautiful thing about Islam is it's a flower don't grow in a day. No one's expecting you to overnight stop everything you shouldn't be doing and be learning to pray and doing everything bang on from day one. No one's expecting that from you. It's a progress. Yeah. So the way it works is this, Martin. The first step of becoming a Muslim is saying La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. You take your shahada. Once you take your shahada, then you learn how to pray. Yeah. And once you learn how to pray, then what will happen is you'll start reading the Quran, you'll start reading about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. You'll start seeing things that maybe you shouldn't really be doing anymore. Because I don't know what your lifestyle is at all. I always say to people, look, if you're doing things that are contrary to Islam, no problem. Just write a list of that you've got to give up, and start with the easiest thing to stop and the bottom of it, and work through it. You know, and if you die before you reach the end of that list, it's not a problem, because you know what? SubhanAllah, Allah knows your intention. Look, we're weak. Allah doesn't require perfection from us. He just requires our best, and He requires sincerity from us. You know what I mean? So you know, if you have things that you're struggling with, it's not a problem, because you'll grow through it. But you've got to start the journey. You've got to start the journey. Otherwise, it's pointless. Now, I have there's a connection I have in, it's called the New Muslim Academy. And so once you accept Islam, you can sign up with them. They'll have access to all their resources. They do different modules and things like that, and classes and things. And don't worry you're not going to be on your own, Martin. People will help you, and you'll move on quickly from primary school. So
we've all got to start somewhere, right?
So let's do it, man. You ready?
Yeah, I think I'm. You know what? For me, I like to do a bit of investigation beforehand, right? Mm-hmm. And I do like to do a bit of reading beforehand, just to feel. You don't want to be that new kid in the class that knows nothing.
Martin, don't worry about that stuff. All you need to do to be a Muslim is to believe the two things that you truly believe. That Allah is the only one worthy of worship, and that Muhammad, peace be upon him, is his messenger. Yeah. And everything else will just come, man. And you'll read with intent, because that's what I did. I accepted Islam. I took my shahada, right? And I was like, I was expecting this big epiphany. And he was like, I was like, so now what? And the guy said, what do you mean? The guy gave me shahada. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, I said, my shahada, now what do I do? He goes, that's it. Enjoy your life. Get on with it. Start reading. Start learning. I was like, is that it? Yeah, okay, banging. So that's what I did. I went straight to bookshops, bought loads of books, started eating books, started reading and learning and studying and reflecting and contemplating and growing and growing and growing. And then what happens, you can get a passion for certain things. So you might be reading the Quran, and you might want a passion to be like, go into the history of everything and start studying the history and all this kind of stuff. You might be like that. You might want to be someone who wants to memorize the Quran. You might want to go that way. You might be someone like me who likes to challenge the enemies of Islam intellectually. It depends. There's many ways you can go with it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But it's when you take a shahada, it's not the end of your journey. It's the beginning. It's the first step. It's like planting the seed, and then you water the seed, and then your prayers, you water the seed, and then it grows, and then you start meeting Muslims, and then your values start grating against your previous values that you may have had. Very simple, man. So we're doing Arabic first, and then we'll do it in English, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, so repeat after me, yeah? Say, Ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
An la.
An la.
Ilaha.
Ilaha.
Illallah.
Illallah.
Wa ashhadu.
Wa ashhadu.
Anna.
Anna.
Muhammadan.
Muhammadan.
Rasulullah.
Rasulullah.
Say, I bear witness.
I bear witness
that none has the right to be worshipped.
That none has the right to be worshipped.
But Allah.
But Allah.
And I bear witness.
And I bear witness.
That Muhammad.
That Muhammad.
Is the messenger of Allah.
Is the messenger of Allah.
Alhamdulillah. Congratulations, my brother. Takbir. Allah.
And Martin, if I may say something as well too, man.
Yeah.
I'm very glad that you've come to this acceptance, because even from my journey from atheism, the biggest enemy, my own biggest enemy, was procrastination. And Shaitan begs Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for time. He says, just give me time, give me respite. He's a master of procrastination. And it wasn't until I recognized that I needed to swallow my own ego. And just like Brother Hamza said, the journey starts now, but now you get the full taste of the journey. You're not reading just the theory of the book. You're actually having the applicability to you now, because you knew it. Look, man, I've been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah.
And wallahi, man, wallahi, I made dua today. Please grant us a shahada by your will. And here you are. Wallahi, I promise you, you can question it on the day of judgment. At today, 6/9/2023, I made a dua. Please grant us a shahada today on this stream. And it came true. Right? I'm not, it's just my own personal attestation, because we have a sense of when we talk to someone that they're sincere and they themselves have recognized that I am literally just done with my own ego and I'm ready to accept the truth.
SubhanAllah.
And that's it. That's all it took. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala just asks for your sincerity, and I am genuinely excited for you. I also want to make myself as a resource to you. Please feel free to email me in any which way. I would love to send you a copy of the Quran if you feel comfortable emailing me your address. This is what all the donations and stuff like that we get. All of this, people want a portion of the ajr and the barakah and stuff. They want the reward. So this is what we do with our efforts and stuff. And there's one other thing that I would kindly ask of you is, as a new Muslim now, right? Brother Hamza had mentioned that all of your sins are forgiven. And not only that, but they're turned into good deeds. So you have the extra step. Now, because of your relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala of taking this step and accepting his deen, we ask that you please make a supplication, which is basically just a basic prayer for him to continue to guide all of mankind, to continue to guide us, to continue to keep us all on the straight path. And please forgive us for our mistakes, and to increase us in our efforts for his cause. So if you can do that for me at some point in time, it doesn't have to be today, but the next time that you have a sincere moment of reflection, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it, because we're here to deliver the truth. We do it through reason. We do it through logic. We do it through healthy conversation like this. And I mean, you made my day today, bro. Wallahi, you made my day. You reaffirmed all the faith that I had, plus boosted it, because knowing that my dua, alhamdulillah, was answered today.
Alhamdulillah.
And I'm not going to lie, I didn't expect this to be the outcome.
It's always like that.
So yeah, a bit of a question ended up being something different.
No, it's amazing. So Allah guides whom he wills. And look, at the end of the day, look, you've seen how I deal with people sometimes. Right? And people think I'm harsh and this, that, the other. Yeah. I smell sincerity, bro. I can sense it. And I know when someone's serious and sincerely asking questions and really wants to understand, than someone who's just asking for the sake of asking. And you would, now don't get me wrong, this show is Challenge Islam. So we're waiting to come and challenge Islam. But if you want to challenge Islam, then I'm not going to stand there meek mouth and throw flowers at you. Yeah. But when you came, mashallah, I could tell that you were sincere, which is beautiful. Yeah, it was a kind of, it was just surrender. It was just a surrender. He just said, it was like, it reminded me of that, that Spanish boxer back in the day when he was like, no mas, no mas. Cuba boxer, no mas, no more.
No mas, no more. Yeah.
You could see that you'd conceded. You conceded the argument, which was brilliant. And sometimes, like I say, when I speak to people, I can see they may not be genuine, but I can see the position they're coming from. And I think there must be other people in this position. So I maintain and I continue with them. And then there are people who are not arrogant. There are people who reflect and say, wait a minute, that guy's not making no sense. I used to think what he's thinking, but after all, that guy, do you get me? And then this is what happens. And I get so many messages from people who are in this position. And, I congratulate on you, because you could easily have procrastinated, like my man said. Yeah, you could easily put it off. Oh, let me read more. And I always say this to people who say this to me. Say, look, if you believe Allah is your own worthy of worship and that Muhammad is his messenger, nothing you read, nothing you watch, nothing is going to convince you of these things, because you're already convinced of these things. So what do you need to do that for? You're better just to concede, accept it, surrender, which is what we do when we say, when we bear witness to the oneness of Allah, that we surrender our will to the will of Allah. And just get on. And you're going to love the journey. Can I ask you a question? Sorry, Imaan. Are you got Muslims around you, Muslim friends or neighbors or something?
No.
So how did you get into learning and wanting to know about Islam? And
It's like I said, I've come from a very atheist family, and you know what? Myself and my brother were atheists. My kids are atheists. One's atheist, one's agnostic, and we just haven't. When it comes to anything religious, we just, in any shape, way, or form, we've just ignored it. Put it underneath the table. It's it's more of an irritation than something that we really want to go and explore. And then I don't know what's happened, but over the last, I would say, 6 months or so, your YouTube feed changes, and all of a sudden, there's more Hamza in my YouTube feed, and then it was just more and more and more, and in a lot of cases, I see you breaking. I'm trying to think of the right word now. Breaking down the fallacies without your own beliefs being broken. So,
I see what you're saying.
Think.
Yeah. So basically, I think what you're trying to say is I can take people down without taking myself down as a double standard. So I don't take someone down with a standard that I myself apply to myself.
Yes.
Yeah. No. I could never do that.
And then just listening to a couple of other channels as well. Just I'm a fairly liberal person. I listen to pretty much everything. It has to be something really stupid for me not to listen to it, across multiple different topics. And I don't know. It's just something that I turned on tonight, and I saw you live, and I thought, oh, okay, I went into the chat probably 2 or 3 times, and I thought, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. And eventually I just thought, okay, let me just stay. So from me, from a Muslim perspective, nobody. I've got a few. Don't get me wrong. I've got a few Muslim friends, but we've just moved countries and continents.
Where are you living now?
I'm in the UK now.
Okay, so, where have you moved from?
We were in South Africa.
Okay.
So,
Martin,
where in the UK have you moved to?
Milton Keynes.
Milton Keynes.
Yeah, the land of roundabouts.
I'll come have a cup of coffee with you. Milton Keynes is only up there at the M1.
Yeah, I'm not far from there as well. I'm in Aylesbury.
Oh, Aylesbury is even closer. Yeah, for sure. So
much closer than me. But we'll come and visit you, Martin. How's that?
Yeah, I'll drop you my details after this for sure.
Yeah, I'll give you my email. You can email me all your stuff. I'll send you then the New Muslim Academy, that resource I said.
Yeah.
And like in Milton Keynes, even if we come up and see you, we'll go to your local mosque, man. We'll go there and we'll say, look, this is Martin. Take care of this geezer.
I'm happy with that.
And
I'm happy with that for sure.
About this,
all right, we'll do that. We'll definitely make a date of that. That'll be cool. Inshallah, I look forward to that. Even Ismail's here. You can come.
Yeah, of course. I'd love to join. And I wanted to say, do you not see the beauty of what just happened with regards to James?
I was thinking that.
This is literally subhanAllah. It's like Allah sent Martin to do his shahada right in this episode. In the same episode where James was talking about how much your surroundings and upbringing and the people around
subhanAllah,
restrict the way that you get to Islam, and how his worry for others would make him, like Martin said, just ignore the problem. And what I replied to him? I told him, I'm like, if you really are compassionate and you care, then you wouldn't ignore, you'd investigate. And if Islam is the truth, you'd want to ring the alarm bell, and you want to be a way of guidance. And when Martin said, he said about his kids, my heart, like, it hit me so deep, because subhanAllah, the same thing that I told him, now Martin could be a way of guidance to the people he loves most. It doesn't matter if there's no Muslims around him, he'll make Muslims around him. SubhanAllah, such a perfect way of things went down.
Better be listening, James.
Yeah, I hope he's seeing this.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's not.
Yeah, but I think I had life. I think that I also had the lack of knowledge that was able to make life a lot simpler, because once you start to open up your mind to pretty much everything, making decisions in general become more and more difficult. You know, like Hamza was saying about the dishwashing liquid. You know, there's 20 different types. Which is the right one? Because before there was always one. Now you have 20 different types, and you're trying to compare this green one with that green one.
No, yeah, but the funny thing is, you're smelling them as if like it matters.
Yeah.
As if like, I hope my dishes smell like this.
Which they don't.
I don't know, but I don't even wash the dishes anyway. But I'm just saying, this is the human psyche.
Yeah.
So I can just imagine as if you're trying to go through life, making every decision yourself. That's just buying washing up liquid. I mean, there would be social situations, there'd be economic situations, neighbor situations, family situations, and you've got to try to hope you're making the right moves. And the beautiful thing about Islam is you've taken upon yourself a guide, one who knows what's best for you, and what's the best course of action, and what's the best environments, and all of these things. And once you start adjusting yourself to that guidance, life's beautiful. And like I say, you'll travel wherever you travel. You meet Muslims. You'll hear things, right? Oh, these Muslims, just that. I guarantee. People say to me, "Oh, why don't you go to Afghanistan or whatever?" Yeah, I know I could go to Afghanistan and I get salam alaikum and all that business. I go to Pakistan, Keso, and all that. I go to Turkey, Nasser, I go to Arab countries, Kayf Halaq, or I go to Morocco, Labas. Do you get me? And subhanallah, if I went to Sweden or I went to France and I met Muslims, we're a family, bro. It's a beautiful brotherhood, and that's the beautiful thing about human beings. We crave social cohesion. This is what we want.
100%.
And the beautiful thing about Islam, it doesn't discriminate. So if you happen to be from a different country or a different class or a different this or different that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what nationality you are, like I said, what class of person you're. It doesn't matter. Islam is for everyone. That's why when you go to Umrah and Hajj and visit Makkah, it's so surreal, because I've only been Umrah. I've been Umrah 3 times. Yeah, it's so debasing. You have to wear these 2 towels. You're gone commando. I mean, you've got to travel like this if you're on a plane or train or automobile, and then you've got to go around the Kaaba like this, and kings have to do this. Billionaires have to do it exactly the same way. There's no get out of jail free card. Everyone, 2 pieces of white cloth, and go commando, and it's a proper leveler, because you could be anyone at the Kaaba, and it doesn't matter. You're all the same, wearing the same cloth and doing the same things. The women, they're just knocking about doing what they like, wearing what they like, doing what they like. They're all right. But the men, 2 pieces of white cloth, and it's beautiful. It's really nice, because you can see the world is here, united under one banner, and it's destroying class and race and all of these things like nothing else can. The equalizer, someone said in the chat. That's what I was looking for.
Because of what's it called?
Whoops.
Because of the circumstances I had this year, I had to do a lot of solo traveling, and so a non-Muslim asked me, they're like, how are you dealing with the loneliness? And I said, loneliness? I never felt that. Subhanallah. And you know why that is? No matter what city I'd go to, I wouldn't know anybody. I'd immediately take myself to the masjid. And the second I'm at the masjid, alhamdulillah, brotherhood immediately. I didn't know a single person in Manchester, yeah? And I walked into a masjid, and I ended up, instead of sleeping in my hotel, I ended up sleeping in the masjid with the brothers. And getting to spend the what's it called, the time discussing. And subhanallah, a family wherever you go, you're never alone. Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar. Do you know what there used to be as an atheist for me?
At the pub?
The bookies.
The bookies.
Oh, forget the pub. The pub's too random. You don't know who's out their face. But you go to the bookies, everyone's there, betting on horses, everyone's in the same field. Oh, what do you think, mate? So whenever I went to a new town, I went to the bookies and just hang on anyway. But Islam, next level. Martin, did you get my email?
I'm not sure. If it was in the chat, I accidentally went back.
I'll put mine in the private chat for you, Room.
What's your situation, Martin? Are you married and all that, or what?
Yeah. Married for 32 years.
Nice.
32 years.
Oh, we lost you again.
Oh, no.
So you might have to send the email again because you won't
Just
see it.
put my email in the chat again. We lost him again. Was that the
Yeah.
missus? What have you done now? You didn't put the beers out. You didn't put the
Perfect
beers out. What? You became a Muslim. Yeah, sorry. I was asking you, Mike. What's the missus going to say?
Well, she's only flying out in 2 weeks, so
Anything happened to me, love?
yeah.
Oh wow! Does she know you was interested in Islam?
She, you know what? She knew I was questioning. So
Okay, that's good.
so, but she's so very supportive. So
Okay,
it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be a challenge at all.
Okay.
And and you've been together so long.
You trust your judgment.
Yeah, for sure.
And
For sure.
We'll speak to her. We'll give her shahada as well, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah, you'll be the means of guidance for her as well.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. And we're here to answer any questions that she may have as well too. If you need me to set up like a private Zoom meeting or something like that, then I'm happy to do so as well to address any questions that she may have.
Thank you. Did I get the? Yes, got it. Okay, I've got the email.
Oh, brilliant!
I will drop that down.
If you email me there, I'll give you these boys' emails as well. I'll give you the new Muslim Academy, and I'm telling you, we're coming to Milton Keynes.
Yeah.
We'll come and visit you.
Happy with that.
We can either go for a coffee somewhere, or we can come and meet the missus, whatever you want to do.
Depends when it is.
We're just going to come have a cup of coffee with you.
Yeah.
Yep.
And introduce you to your local mosque as well. That'd be really good.
I just bought a new coffee machine, so that should work.
Oh, they're welcome. Mind you, I like tea, to be honest. But anyway.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be tough.
I'll bring some Yorkshire tea with me, man. I'll bring some Yorkshire tea bags. It'll be all right.
I've got the South African rooibos tea.
Oh, we'll try that then. I don't
It's
mind.
nice and sweet, but that I can do for sure.
Anything hot and wet, I don't mind.
I'm happy with that.
You've been a breath of fresh air after all the crazies we've had on today.
I told you 100 notches down.
But you brought it back
up a billion notches up.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Okay, Martin, gonna let you go. Take care, sir.
I'll let you gentlemen go. Thank you very much, and I will guarantee that I will send a message.
Yeah, send the message, and then we'll arrange a time to come and see you, because I really do want to do that now.
Yeah.
It's on you.
I'm happy with that 100%.
It's only about an hour's drive, isn't it? Something to Milton Keynes? Hour and a half? Something like that.
It's about that. From you, about half hour from me.
Yeah, Aylesbury is half hour, yeah.
Is it half an hour from Aylesbury? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that then. It's a date. Take care, Martin.
Good. Have a great evening.
And yourself.
Thank you.
Speaking with you. Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, what a lovely guy.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, that was a breath of fresh air.
That was so perfect after James. Oh, I'm so happy about that.
James could be his son.
He could.
54, you know what I'm saying? But, I felt like I'm talking I know he's only 4 years older than me, but I could have been talking to my dad. You know what I mean? My dad's got mental beliefs. It's going to take a long. I got some crushing to do, bro. Guy fights demons, man, with angels.
He's a broken.
All right. That was lovely. I enjoyed that, man. Okay. Now we've got Jack. Let's see what Jack's all about. It's the wrong one, isn't it? I love these thingies. I can't find the right one now. Is it that one? Maybe. Hey, Jack.
Hello.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, yeah. I don't.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you. Bloody hell. Could hear you before. Now your mic gone really low. Try now.
Yeah, hello. I think
just about hear you. Go on.
My microphone keeps muting when I talk.
No problem, sir. So do we call you Jacques? Jacques?
No.
Oh my god. It keeps muting.
That's gonna be rough.
Is it Jack or is it Jacques? It's Jacques. Bonjour, Jacques. Jack. You right there, kid?
Maybe try to disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, I'll kick you out, Jack. Maybe try jumping back in again. Zaid Anwar, you Muslim?
Salamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
You ever wonder if they're still talking?
You sounded like you sounded like that Soko guy. You sounded like that Soko guy that screams Mansoor's name. You know, Mansoor.
No.
Yeah.
Hadouken! That was a beautiful way to end the stream, to be honest.
Yeah, wallahi, man, I that was a dua during sajda. It was.
MashaAllah. Zaid, it's for non-Muslims to stream, bro. We don't allow Muslims on. Sorry. Ismail needs a better mic. Oh, all the ladies in the chat seem to be asking, are you married, Ismail?
The factual answer is I'm not married.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
But
he's not married, ladies. Should we start calling you Jordan M?
Jordan M. Why? Why Jordan M?
Jordan M's not married as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, he's married. He's married.
Oh, is he married now?
Oh yeah, he got married. He got married. Last year.
Oh, okay.
That's why his subscribers dropped. I'm only joking with you. No. Let's try Jack again. Jack.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. So I don't really have anything to say or rebut Islam with. To be honest, the last 6 months I've been seeing lots of videos and stuff, read some Quran, and I feel like I'm just procrastinating, not accepting Islam. Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. It's just something holding me back.
Well, let's make it easy. Do you believe Allah is the only one worthy of worship?
Yes.
And do you believe Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is his messenger?
Yes.
That's it then. Nothing to think about.
Yeah.
Let's go. Arabic first, then English.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, then repeat after me. Say Ashhadu
Ashhadu
an la
ilaha
illallah
illallah
wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Say I bear witness
I bear witness
that none has the right to be worshipped
that none has a right to be worshipped
but Allah,
and
I bear witness
that Muhammad
is the messenger of Allah.
Is the messenger of Allah.
Alhamdulillah. So what is it about you into Islam?
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest.
You have Muslim friends, or?
Well, no, not really. I mean, I had 1 or 2 Muslim people in my class ages ago who tried to talk to me about religion, but I was completely secular family and I didn't know what he was talking about, so I just brushed it off, really. But
Where do you live? What country are you from?
Belgium.
Oh, you're in Belgium. Okay. Were they Moroccan friends?
Kosovo.
Oh, Kosovo. Okay, mashallah.
Wait,
Do you have no Muslims around you?
No, not anymore.
You're from Kosovo?
No, I'm not. I'm from Belgium.
Oh, sorry. I thought
His friends were Kosovan. The Bosnian National Party in the house.
Yeah. Well, I have this friend in England. Well, he's also completely secular, but we used to like play video games and stuff, and late night Discord calls. We like contemplating what are the chances, the mathematical chances of everything lining up so perfectly that we are here talking to each other through the internet and just existence and stuff. And we kept trying to make sense of it, and I'm like, I think you don't make sense, I don't make sense. And one day I was scrolling through YouTube and I saw I believe it was a Ali Dawah video where he talks to in Speaker's Corner, Hyde Park
Okay.
to a couple atheists. And I obviously, being like growing up secular, I thought like, yeah, this Muslim is gonna lose the debate 100%. And I watched it. It was about an hour long, I believe. And I came out of it thinking, well, what he says actually makes perfect sense, and these atheists don't really have anything to stand on to say anything, really.
Beautiful. How old are you? How old are you, Jack?
I'm 18.
Oh, perfect.
Mashallah, man.
Can I ask you a question? What do you think about Andrew Tate?
Well, I'm not really into all his. I mean, I know he converted to Islam, but besides that, I don't really know.
Oh, you don't know much about him. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. What video game are you playing?
So GTA 5, Hearts of Iron 4, strategy games.
Play Ark?
Hit him with the arc, Hamza. That's what I'm talking about, dude.
I've played it before, but it's not my kind of game, I think.
Oh,
it's too complex and stuff.
Yeah, we just started Ark now, right? We did a wipe at 6 o'clock. We started the wipe.
Did you
Which is like
really?
a fresh start, and we've already left. We got battered. We were fighting for a base spot, and we got wrecked. Well, we didn't get wrecked. I had to come live, and then they got wrecked, and then they've all abandoned it. But anyway, but Jack, wow. Okay, so I want to give you the same link that I'm giving to everybody. But you've got a Muslim. Have you got a Muslim friend who you can?
No.
Oh, subhanallah.
And I live in the countryside, and there's no like real place near me. I mean, there are no official mosques like anywhere near me. I believe it's like at least an hour or so, an hour and a half.
Belgium?
West Flanders.
West Flanders.
Ypres.
There's so many Moroccans in Belgium.
Yeah, but I don't. Well, lots of immigrants or family of immigrants, I think. But
No, but a lot of Moroccans.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of
naturalized
Moroccans and Turks. But
yeah.
And
Right.
the internet will be your best friend, yeah, because the same
Yeah,
way you did it with your friend in England, like the internet helps with all that stuff. So you're the same way you stumbled onto Ali Dawah. Now you should definitely not only stick to the channels that you've already stuck with. You should also make sure to keep consuming content. Like Brother Hamza kept on saying, like Shahada is not your destination; it's the beginning of the journey. You're basically like, I like to think of it as you're kicking in from neutral to first gear. Like you're now moving. You're now moving with intention and volition and with real purpose. So now you have to put in the extra effort to keep learning. You know, in Islam, like it's incumbent upon us to chase knowledge. So this is not the end. You're going to keep learning. And the best way to do that is, especially if you don't have friends around you to teach you, is you're going to have to be proactive and try to reach out. Not necessarily have to build connections on the internet if you didn't feel comfortable with that or something, but you definitely have to put yourself in Islamic spaces. And in your situation, that would be Islamic online spaces. So whether that means, joining live streams that, discuss Islamic topic, or even just watching live streams, making sure you're watching a lot of Islamic content, just so that you could keep accumulating Islamic knowledge. You don't want to stagnate, and slow and steady, inshallah, step by step. There's no worries for you, inshallah.
Yeah, I've been listening and watching a lot of debates on Dawah and stuff, many hours.
Good.
Like every morning I go to school and I have my earbuds in and I just listen to that stuff. Well,
Good.
I've
Now
been
you're
hearing the same arguments over and over again. I thought to myself, well, what am I doing? I'm just procrastinating. So
that's beautiful.
good, alhamdulillah. So now that you've taken your shahada, now don't limit yourself to only debate content. Also, like, khalas, now you're a Muslim. You don't need to stop the debate content. Obviously, like, it's enjoyable and it has its purpose and everything, and that's great, alhamdulillah. But now also watch content that's strictly about understanding and gaining more knowledge about Islam. So it's strictly Islamic content, inshallah, so that you could, whether it's about how to pray, or whether it's about, learning more about the life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, or pick a topic of your interest and start digging. As long as you're digging at a topic, that's good. You just don't want to stagnate and like feel that you're comfortable and I know enough for my day to day. You don't want to do that. We want to be always in pursuit of knowledge. So
send me an
Hey,
email.
you see this link I've put here? Oh, sorry, Maurice, go on.
No, I was just gonna say I put my email in the private chat. Send me a link and I'll send you some amazing playlists that I have that talk about the Aqidah foundations of Islam, everything from, I mean, you name it, dude. Just send me a topic of interest, and I'll be sure to forward it over to you, inshallah.
Okay, I just screenshot it.
And you see this link I put on the screen, New Muslim Academy?
Yeah.
If you sign up for that, you'll get access to so many resources to help you learn different parts of Islam. And I think there's classes and all sorts. Just mention Hamza's Den when you do so.
Okay.
Did you take my email earlier, Hamza's Den at gmail.com? Ask Hamza's Den at
gmail.com. I don't think I have.
All right, just send me an email. I'll get it sent. 1 second. And another thing, someone said something about this. Are you from Lippe? Benjij van Lippe Brüder?
Yeah, I am.
See, you've got somebody here in the chat.
It's Flanders Fields Museum is like where I go to school. Don't know if you've heard of that. Famous World War I stuff like Passchendaele. Yeah, that's where I live.
Westlanden min van Lippe.
Yeah.
YL. You've got somebody here already who from your manor. So I'm pretty sure there'll be a mosque nearby. I think. I don't know.
There is no like officially recognized mosque, but I think I've seen this not-for-profit organization, which is like a prayer room, they call it.
Yes. There will be prayer rooms for sure. There'll be maybe houses that were converted into a masjid. So even if it's not like a building from the outside that looks like a masjid, there will be a place to pray and a place where some Muslims congregate. So again, but like Brother Hamza said, do get with the New Muslim Academy, because these are the online spaces that will make sure that you build Muslim relationships and you gain more knowledge, inshallah. So.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
Well,
yeah.
There's one other, like, I don't really, I'm a super, like, how do you say this, sociable person in real life. Like, I'm a man of few words.
Yeah,
like,
no problem.
I don't know how to tell this to, like, my family and stuff. My dad, this is like a complete 180 on everything I used to be. So, yeah.
Advice to you, Jack, is just be the best son you can be. You sound like a nice guy anyway. So I say this about Islam. If you're not a good guy, Islam will make you a good guy. If you're a good guy, Islam will make you the best guy you could ever be. So it will improve you regardless, and people around you will take notice and they'll ask, what happened? So don't worry about it. Just take your time, relax. If you feel that you can tell your parents, I mean, do you live with your parents, yeah?
With my mom and my brother.
Oh, okay. And would your mum be okay, or?
Well, she has nothing against it.
Don't worry then. Tell your mum then. Mum's mum, innit?
Yeah.
And we're happy to talk to her too, bro. I'm happy to talk to her if you need to jump on a private call.
Maybe, yeah.
We're here to support you, Jack. Whatever help you need. You've got my email. Don't hesitate to message, okay?
Okay.
Maybe I'll have a game of something. I've got a gaming channel, you see, as well. So maybe we can have a game of chivalry or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
we'll have, if you fancy that, we'll have a game of something. I'll think of a good game that we can play with a few of us. Because my man up there likes games as well. He's rubbish at Risk, though. He's rubbish at Risk, but other than that, he's not.
Maybe, yeah.
we have to get Risk going again, because Risk was class.
We do.
I'm playing Total Medieval War at the moment. You know that? Oh,
I still play Risk.
Here you have another brother in the chat, Yahya Albani. He's also in Belgium.
Yeah.
So just in this chat alone, we're finding people. So
trust me, there'll be Muslims around who connect and help you, my man. Yeah. All right, dude. Oh, did I kick you? I kicked you out saying goodbye. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna say au revoir. Au revoir. Au revoir.
No, it's I don't speak French.
Oh, what do you speak in Flanders then?
Well, Flemish dialect, which is Dutch, basically.
Oh, how do you say goodbye in Dutch?
Dag.
Dag.
Or doei.
Yeah, salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum, mate.
Salam alaikum.
Say walaikum salam.
Bye.
Right, take care, Jack.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh.
Man.
Harry.
Hello. How are we doing?
I'm all right, mate. How are you doing?
Hey, Harry.
I'm pretty good. I want to preface this by saying I am an agnostic, just to kind of give you a bit of an idea of where I stand. And I've come on here before with the problem of evil, and I was essentially like told to go do more research, and I watched, I think it was Firas Zahabi, a very interesting video.
Oh, great.
His refutation of, I think it was Stephen Fry, when he was talking about the problem of evil. And essentially I don't feel convinced that, like, I want to come on and say, I believe in the whole idea that you say, Hamza, is that you win or you learn when you come into like a debate or a discussion. And I fully feel that, because I feel like you want to come through with like learning something, but I don't feel convinced that Islam or the idea of a creator that is simultaneously all powerful, all knowing, and merciful can exist while also having the problem of uncaused suffering.
Harry, do you brothers mind if I take this?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Hey, Harry, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Nice to speak to you.
Yeah, you too. So the thing is, I just want to drill down and to try to find your exact problem. So the problem of evil, there's three versions, yeah, or three like categories you could put all the problems of evil in, basically, yeah. Do you think there is a logical problem with there being a loving God and there being an all-powerful God and there being suffering? Do you think there's a logical problem there?
It feels like there is. I could be, I could be swayed with an argument that there's not, but it feels to me like they are contradicting each other in that sense.
No problem. So the first thing I want to do is I want to knock them out one by one, yeah? So
cool.
I'm not going to even use a theist. I'm going to use an atheist.
Yeah.
So I'll give you some of my background. So my background is I'm a philosophy and theology and science, philosophy of science student. And
brilliant.
One of the basic or like one of the first things you learn whenever you're doing any philosophy of religion with regards to either theodicy or with regards to the problem of evil or any of this kind of stuff is the history of the problem of evil, yeah? So the first version is the one that you're talking about, that you feel there's a contradiction between what's called there being a morally good God that is also powerful enough to stop suffering, and that suffering exists. So there is the philosopher, and this is by the way, the reason I'm saying history, this is quite old stuff, so this is like quite agreed upon consensus, theist, atheist, the lot. So I'll be honest with you from the jump, the logical argument of evil is completely like been debunked many times over for many years. Like, this is not new. I'm talking about like Louise Antony's writing, and she's an atheist. She's writing in the 50s, I think 1950s. And she lays out the argument like this, yeah? So no morally good being would allow suffering if he were able to prevent it. So they call that the no tolerance principle, yeah? And the omnipotent being, so premise 2, omnipotent being would always be able to prevent suffering, okay? And that's in line with him being omnipotent, yeah? So therefore, premise 3, if a morally good omnipotent God existed, evil would not. Premise 4, evil exists. Conclusion, therefore, that being does not exist. So look what she says about this, yeah? She says, this argument, this is a quote from her, yeah? This argument is valid, and many atheists find it completely convincing, but they shouldn't. The argument is not sound. Its first premise is false. We can see this from everyday experience. And she basically goes on to give this example of, what's it called? Like parents and who love their child. And basically what she says is, it's completely conceivable and completely rational that someone loves something else and has the power to prevent harm, yet they allow it for good reason. And she gives the example of a child being allowed to suffer the natural consequences of their actions, and the parent knows this and lets them do this. And the example I think she gives is the parent is told the child not to leave a toy outside, and the child disobeys and does, and instead of the parent going to pick up this toy and saving it from the rain, it ends up getting tarnished in the rain. And why does the parent do this? It's to teach the child a valuable lesson that will be beneficial to them in the long term in their life. So what she says is, so clearly then the principle of no tolerance is false. there are circumstances in which, by the way, this is again a quote, there are circumstances in which a morally good being might choose to allow suffering that he or she could have prevented. So what did I do here? We basically, this is the hard logical problem of evil. Yeah, this is what you were saying about the contradiction earlier. You were saying that all good God and omnipotent God cannot be is contradictory with their being evil. That's the hard problem, and I'm just showing you that that's not necessarily, it's not necessarily true. There's no logical problem at all, because the first premise is false, and therefore it develops like a logical loophole. So she says, look, in her conclusion, she's like, oh, sorry. And then from there on, she basically tries to do another defense. Yeah. She tries to see if you could salvage this. Okay. Are you following with me, Harry?
Yeah. Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, go on.
It feels to me like they're similar, but it's slightly a false analogy just in my mind.
Yeah.
Because when a parent teaches a child not to do something, it's to prevent further suffering later on. Like you don't teach a child to do these things, whether it's suffering for them or for their community, which would then result in suffering for them. It feels to me like if there was a creator, and I believe a lot of monotheistic beliefs believe in an afterlife.
Yeah.
That there is no, I don't know if I don't understand the afterlife fully. So my understanding of it is that there is no, in the Christian one it would be sin. I don't know what it is in the Islamic version of, like, there's no, basically things that everything's positive in the afterlife. So how could that be to prevent suffering in the afterlife if there's no suffering in the afterlife?
It's not necessarily doing afterlife preventative suffering. It's, for example, from the Islamic paradigm, Harry, we see evil as, like, just out the gate to explain to you, we see evil as something that is part and parcel. It's meant to be there, as in we don't see it as a deficiency or something that is like, oh, it's a like it shouldn't have been there. No, like.
But I'm thinking of drilling down as to why. I want
to give you the Islamic paradigm, because from an atheistic naturalist view, or from, maybe just any kind of other view, or a satisfying of desires in a minimal amount of time view, you would see life as this. Brother Hamza likes to call it like a cosmic disco. It's like you basically try to satisfy as much of your natural instincts and satiate as much of your natural inclinations as you can, and any failure of that is basically a point against your life, kind of thing. But in the Islamic paradigm, the purpose of life is not to do that. The whole purpose of life in the Quran is to test you, which of you is best in piety, and that test includes, it says in the Quran, to test you as in with trials and tribulations, with good and evil, and etc. So, like, the whole point is that it's not gonna be this kumbaya blissful thing. And by the way, we don't think this, and another Western idea which Islam is not congruent with, is that good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people. That's not.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I think that's
fantastic, because in Islam we think that no, everybody's tested, and that's the point. If everything was easy, there would be no test.
But I don't understand a test when it comes to, for example, like, say for example, the suffering of, like, quote unquote innocent children. Basically, they haven't got to the point where they can make decisions or learn. You can't really learn lessons when you're still learning just the basic lessons, in a sense. Like, how does that fit, that paradigm fit into it?
Good point. So lessons aren't always to the thing that is the lessons aren't always for the thing that is experiencing the suffering. I'll give you an example. So when a baby child dies, who is the test for? The test of patience. Who's that for?
You could argue. I'm going to imagine you're going to argue it's for the parents.
Exactly. So just because for example, if I got a terminal illness and my mother would watch me pass away, the test would be, for me, I'm going through a trial that will eventually end in my death, and we all anyways die. But in fact, I actually think I'm blessed for knowing when I die, so I could prepare myself. I see that as a blessing. But then I also obviously go through tremendous pain and suffering, and then my patience is rewarded in the afterlife in the Islamic paradigm. And my mother is also being tested. How patient is she with her watching her son pass away? And she's rewarded for her patience. See, what's interesting about the problem of evil? Yeah, the problem of evil is actually only a problem if you're a non-believer in God. Because I'll give you two quick examples. Yeah, if you see your kid die as a baby, well, you're crap out, you're poop out of luck. Basically, you're just that unlucky, like your child was that unlucky child and you're that unlucky parent, but you just have to deal with it. There's no explanation for that evil. In fact, that suffering that you went through is meaningless on the atheistic worldview. It just happened to you, and you have to deal with it, and sucks. And on the Islamic worldview, a baby that dies at that age enters paradise. So there's one thing right there. What's it called? A mother going through that and being patient through it is rewarded with paradise. So these things, now I'm talking, by the way, strictly from a utilitarian perspective. I'm talking about the pragmatic, like why this is a problem for us. Yeah, I'm not saying that, oh, just because we're saying this, it's true. No, I'm telling you like why Muslims have no issue. Like historically, we've not really ever had a problem with the problem of evil, is because our paradigm, first of all, the way we view life is that it's a test. That's the outset is completely different. So that's number one. Number two, our suffering has meaning, and our suffering is part and parcel with a test which we are rewarded for. So these things make it completely okay for us to endure. Of course, we suffer and we go through it, but we endure it with the ideas of the long-term vision in mind. So, but so I hope like that gave you a more clear understanding of at least the Islamic worldview compared to others.
It does, and I appreciate for kind of highlighting that, because I think there was a lot of misunderstanding in the Islamic view. Again, I can, like, parts of your premise I can believe, or parts of the idea that it is a test. That could fall in line, but then it doesn't seem to me to fall in line that it would be a test. Like, I could believe in a God that tests people, but I couldn't believe in a God that's all moral, because from my understanding of tests and stuff like and things like that, and taking on, being experience of suffering in the short term is prevention of suffering in the long term. Like, I can't think of an example of where you do something that isn't going to in the long term benefit you from the avoidance of suffering. And so there's no example, unless you can come up with an example that would maybe help me a bit. It feels like, well, why is every example of suffering in accordance to preventing suffering in the future, or in the converse, promoting flourishing?
Oh, it doesn't need to be that way. Look, there's many views in Islam with regards to this. I was first giving you now the Islamic stage, not like the paradigm, so that you could peek in the paradigm and like basically take off the Western lenses and then putting on the Islamic lenses, so things could become more clear. Now we could talk, if you want, about the views like within Islam. Look, like I said to you in Surah Al-Mulk, the purpose of life is to test you which of you is best in piety. But look, there is many approaches in Islamic theology with regards to suffering. Some people view it that what's it called? And this is all from the Quran, and it's, I think, it's in Surah Al-Anbiya, it's in verse 23, and it says he is not questioned about what he does. That is speaking, of course, of God, but they will be questioned. So this is the approach of a theological school, which is basically talking about we have no right to question God and what he does. Why? Because everything ultimately belongs to God, completely and utterly. In fact, like, if you just think about yourself, you've not earned your eyes, you've not earned your family, you've not earned being born, you've not earned your heartbeat, nothing. You've never worked for it. You never, you just were born, and then you came into this world, but you have never, like, nothing about yourself you actually own. So if God wants to allow his creation to do this, or allow it to do that, or to annihilate it, or to take it away, or to let it live, that's up to God. And that is not our place to question God, because we, the subjects, the creation of God, do not question the creator of the whole cosmos.
Yeah,
So
that seems a bit of a wild take to me, because it's that just, I don't want, I'm not trying to,
Yeah,
this is just how it fits in my mind, is that if I'm a parent and I say, I created you into this world, I can do whatever I want, and if I want to destroy you, I will. That doesn't fit with me, because it feels like there's no obligation.
But that's why I made a distinction. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Harry. But that's why I made a distinction. Your parent isn't like your creator. So, like, your parents are not responsible for everything you have in life. That's the point, because everything you have in life, let's say, okay, let's make it very simple. Take a person who never met his parents.
Yeah.
Everything they experience in every second of their day-to-day life. I always like to just give the example of a heartbeat. Harry, your heartbeat if you were to give thanks to if you were to try to be grateful for just your heartbeat in your lifetime, you could never be. Why? Because your heartbeat starts in your mother's womb, and then you can't speak till like you're 3 years old or however old, and then to be rational and whatever, so you're like 6, 7, and then you sleep for what's it called, 8 hours a day, and then you eat, and then so you, even just for every heartbeat to just utter a thanks, you could never do it in your lifetime. So your parents did not give you everything you have, and think about, I just gave you the heartbeat. Think about every blessing you have in your life. None of it you've earned. You've been blessed with it. Now I'm telling you, this is, you might say like, okay, maybe this one I'm not too comfortable, but it's a rational and conceivable explanation, because God doesn't owe you anything, and He's given you everything.
I understand, and I get that. Like, if you look through it through that lens, you can believe it. But I'm just saying it's not convincing for me, because I've had comparatively quite a fortunate life compared to some people. So I think it's easier for me to go, oh, a lot of these things are blessings. But say, for example, I think I mentioned this in the last stream. I've had friends who were extremely ill from like a very young age, and essentially went through probably a lot more suffering than they did blessings. And so it feels odd to me to say that was, you're blessed to have a heartbeat, when that heartbeat is just keeping you alive, and in a sense you're experiencing suffering the whole time. It feels odd to me.
Do you know why there's a struggle to bridge the gap between me and you?
Go on, hit me.
Is because you're having a blind spot in your assessment. When you're looking at blessings, you're only looking at things, how they impact you in this life. And from an Islamic paradigm, I live my life here in this world as if I am a traveler. As in,
I see the difference.
This is the short term. Yeah, exactly. So your friend, so I'll give you an example. So somebody who's going through struggle, who, let's say, an illness, and they have to battle this illness for a long time. The blessing they have is different to other forms of blessing, but the blessing that they have, which others do not, is they get to accumulate good deeds through their patience through this, and they're building up their afterlife. So they might have been struggling and being patient through a temporal, short, nothing, a speck of dust compared to an eternal afterlife, but they get to enjoy the blessings they get to do for going through this test and passing this test in the afterlife. So once you introduce an afterlife, Harry, all the suffering in a temporal life becomes unproblematic. Do you see that?
So yeah, I get that point, and I get how the afterlife changes the because if it's for an afterlife, I still don't believe on the moral argument, because I still feel like it's taking one thing away to try and give something back. Say, for example, as I think I've used this example before, if you hurt someone and then you pay them money, no matter how much the money is, I don't know if it's a moral act that you did one to then pay them back. But just I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole, because I think that's kind of a non-starter. Say we grant that the afterlife is real, which I personally don't feel like I've got any grounds to believe from my belief system at the moment. That might change, but if I don't follow Islam, and we grant that Islam is true and then the afterlife is true, I won't go to the afterlife. I won't.
Oh, you will go to the afterlife. You will go to the afterlife,
but just not the same.
Not the right place.
Okay, so because I'm not convinced, even though in my heart of hearts I am trying to, if something was convinced me, I would believe it, but I don't feel convinced. And so if I'm a non confrontational non-believer, so I'm not saying I think it's wrong and I'm not trying to not believe, I just am not convinced by the argument. From my understanding, if Allah wanted to convince me, I would I would be convinced, because I don't feel like I'm trying to not, like, I would actually prefer to believe in this, because it would make a lot more sense for the suffering that I've witnessed, but I just don't.
Well, Harry, so what I would tell you is, simply put, Allah guarantees. So if you're, I'm taking, by the way, as Muslims, we're supposed to take give everybody the benefit of the doubt and take the appearance. You're telling me you're sincerely looking for the truth and you want to accept this. If this is the case in your heart, bro, God, and as far as we're concerned, Allah guarantees guidance for those who seek it. So this is I'm not worried about that. And when you talk about the afterlife and things like that, yeah, of course, nobody's telling you to accept Islam if you're not convinced. the people who commit kufr are the people who are presented with the correct evidence, and they internalize this evidence and they see what it is, and then they reject out of pure desire or pure shirk, like associating partners with God, whether making themselves the God because they choose to live a subjective way of life, or because of because they want to continue doing whatever it is. Okay, so that's inshallah, if you want guidance and you want Islam, you will be convinced eventually. It's just about, let's drill down into these arguments and figure out why. So I just give you one example so far about why what's it called, or what is some of the explanations or approaches to the problem of evil in Islam. Another one, and this goes back to why actually, let me read this out for you. The Louise Antony conclusion. Yeah, so she says, because she's an atheist, and she's, by the way, this is like a mainstream text. This is not some fringe thing. This is like what's consensus in like philosophy of religion or philosophy of evil. So she's basically talking about a consensus view, not just her own. So she says, okay, so because there's no logical problem you could conceive, because see, logical would mean it's inconceivable. There's no way. So all I want you to do is to accept that even if it's far-fetched or whatever, there is a conceivable that you could have moral good, and what's it called, and not preventing evil. It's completely conceivable. Even if you want to say it's improbable, whatever it is, it's not a logical issue. So she goes on and says, okay, let's try a weakened version of the logical argument. And she says, let's change the no tolerance principle and add the no tolerance unless. So she says, but no good reason goes well beyond the theist's definition. So, because what does the premise become? Yeah, remember the premise? Do you recall the premise?
Can you reiterate it for me again?
Yeah, I could reiterate. So, no morally good being would allow suffering if he were able to prevent it. Remember, and this is the premise that made the argument unsound earlier. So, because it's a false premise. So then she says, okay, let's switch it up. Let's say no morally good being would allow suffering unless there was good reason, and then he would be able, and he's able to prevent it unless there's good reason. Yeah. So then this is what she says. Yeah. She says, but no good reason goes well beyond the theist's definition. It makes a substantive claim about God's motives, and one that is by no means obviously true. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. I could give you many examples of different theodicies, which is basically explanations for evil or different approaches or whatever it is. But but you can't strawman the theist position, because it's never our position is that evil is useless or evil is what's it called, for no purpose. We say there is a purpose. So then, you know what she concludes? She's like, well, I think the atheist should concede that the logical argument is a failure. The theist does not violate logic in believing that there is a morally good, omnipotent being in a world that also contains suffering. If you want to read the paper further on your own time, it's Louise Antony, No Good Reason. Okay, she's an Oxford. She's not any nobody. She's an Oxford published atheist. Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you for bringing that to attention. Just so I try and reiterate it to make sure I've understood it, because I don't want to like come away with the wrong answer.
Go on.
And maybe I'll simplify it in my words, because it'll help me easily understand it. So that essentially the creator has to have a good reason, but we can't know it. We can try and claim to know it, but we don't know it because we are not the creator. There could be many. Yes. So you're pretty much almost there. I'm saying that's one view. So basically, insofar as you understand that the theist position is that what's it called, that the evil does not exist for no reason, then you understood the theist position. And then to understand why atheists should drop the logical thing is, once you understand that the only thing you have is the weakened argument, the weakened logical argument, you understand that what the weakened argument is demanding is a straw man of what the theist does. Why? Because the weakened argument is saying that God has no good reason, and this is a substantive claim that, of course, nobody could ever prove. So, like from both atheists and or like an atheist would say even that either or could not prove, because then you'd need to know the intentions of God, etc. So no, I get that point now. I think it seems like you're essentially saying that. Sorry. Carry on.
No, I'm saying good. I'm glad that
I think I understand that point now. For saying that basically, it still feels to me like saying, and this is more of a feeling than perhaps a logical argument. It feels to me like it's saying, like, don't try and question God or Allah or the Creator because you can't know it. And to me, that feels, it doesn't feel convincing in a way that, you know.
Okay, let me try to give you a new twist.
Why do you want it? Why do you
Can I just help a little bit? Can I just help a little?
Go on, brother Hamza. Go on.
Harry, what's the problem, man? Seriously, what's the problem? So, you believe in God or not, or you don't believe in a particular type of God? What is?
No, I'm agnostic, so I'm not convinced either way that there's a creator or not.
No. Agnostic doesn't mean that. Agnostic means you don't know either way, and then
yeah. So I don't
you're
believe either way.
Atheist is where you don't believe God exists.
I could see conceivably there's either a creator or there's not a creator, but I don't believe that he has any impact on the world after the creation.
Right, and you believe that because of what?
Because because I've not seen any convincing like religious framework that maps onto the world in which I experience.
What do you mean by that?
So, for example, again, the problem of suffering, like, and I understand that even there could be
is suffering a bad thing?
It's quite a broad question. Depends on you'd have to categorize the suffering, like suffering and prevention of. I think.
Is suffering a bad? I'm asking, is suffering a bad thing?
Suffering as in physical pain, Harry.
Yeah.
Physical, mental, whatever, whatever kind
physical
of
pain. Physical pain is physical pain a bad thing?
In the long term, yes. Like in the grand scheme, yes.
Well, no, it's not.
Sorry, both spoke.
No, it's not. Physical pain is not a bad thing.
Okay. Go on then.
Pain, just for example, use pain as an example.
Yeah.
When you have toothache.
Yeah.
The experience of toothache is bad.
Yeah.
But having the toothache is a good thing because it's warning you that your tooth is rotting. And if
that's a smaller amount of physical pain.
No, it doesn't matter.
No.
Talk about suffering and pain.
Can I finish? So
look, you're only a pup, right? I'll give you an example.
Well, I don't understand why you have to be condescending me. And like, I was trying to get my point across in the sense of, this is the point I made to Ishmael, and this is why I want to hash out these things because I'm trying to understand. But I feel like if you try and condescend, it kind of makes me less want to like engage.
I only said you're a pup because I was going to talk about something that happened before you were born. That's all.
Yeah, but can I just finish that point that I was going down? Because the idea of toothache and the reason why toothache is good is because it's a warning sign of potential future suffering that will be more than the toothache. So the reason why the toothache is good is because it's avoiding suffering in the long term.
Okay, how about this, Harry? And how about this very simply? If somebody told you that you need to have a life-saving surgery, you're okay now. Yeah, you're fine. You don't know anything, but the doctor tells you that if you don't have a life-saving surgery right now, that's going to make sure that you're going to be in pain for the rest of your life, you're going to die. So you have two options: no suffering for the rest of your life, but die, or suffering for the rest, so long-term suffering till the end of your days. Which is the correct approach, or do you see why it's a problem now that suffering in the long term is not a good thing? Because if you value life, then suffering.
I get that it's more complex than just suffering. I don't think the view of just suffering.
So this
involves life and suffering.
Harry, so good that you're noticing the complexities. So there's another philosopher that I want you to look into. His name is Hud Hudson, and he talks strictly about this. Evil is a way more complex thing than we actually like to admit to. And that's why I was telling you, maybe at first you were thinking that we shouldn't question God about whether about this evil or that evil, but you're now realizing that things are way more complex than they appear to be. So
but you could just explain that to me then. It's complex, but you were able to explain it to me as a human, to say, and in a way that I understood. You said you put forth an idea of the combination of suffering and also life, and striving towards being alive, and that to me makes perfect sense.
Good.
So I don't.
I'm not saying we can't know anything, Harry. I'm not saying we can't know anything. All I'm saying is, with regards to topics of evil, the biggest place where people fall, the biggest trap, is not knowing your epistemic grounds, not knowing your epistemic limits, not knowing what your limitations are. That's the biggest area of where people get lost in the sauce with regards to this topic. So I'll give you like I'll talk you through, like, for example, it's not just that evil. Like, I give you the one view in Islam with regards to, like, you shouldn't even question what's it called, how God does, because God owns everything anyways, and he may choose to do whatever he wishes with it. However, there's other views as well. There is a theodicy of free will, which is basically like evil is just a corollary of creating humans with free will. Think about it, like, Harry, like, if
I agree with this. I agree with the argument of, like, free will allows for the fact that people do things that aren't good. But I'm specifically drilling down on the idea of uncaused evil, quote unquote, in the sense of, like, you know, a natural, like a tsunami or a disease, or, you know, things that we don't control.
Yes. Okay, so the free will wouldn't address a natural what's it called, evil, but you know what does? Other approaches. So, for example, you have the approach of opposites. So you have the approach of opposites, which basically says the only way you could know goodness is if there is evil. Think about it. If you only experienced pleasure, it would become a normative state. You would never know what that is anymore. This even carries over to physics. Like, they talk about if you're in a boat going at a stagnant speed, and like the same speed of the water. I'm butchering it a bit, but this is Einstein's what's it called, thought experiment. You will not feel like you're moving at all, because stagnation completely blinds your ability to understand. Yeah. So if you have nothing but goodness, you will never know what goodness is. Can
I ask a question? I get that. Can I ask a question?
Yes. Yeah, go on.
Does that problem not exist in the afterlife then? Because if in the afterlife there is, I mean, is there no evil in the afterlife? I don't understand. I'm not, because there's no evil in the afterlife. How do I know that there's?
How does that apply?
Because how can I know that there's good? Like, how can there be anything? Because what? Yeah, but so could I not, in the theory of, like, a more just God, suffer a bit and then the suffering stops and it's not that bad? I don't need to suffer the utmost, or have you know, for example,
if you've suffered in this life, have you struggled and strived and toiled and worked and such, then if you enter paradise, you'll see the difference, mate.
So 2 points. First of all, what Brother Hamza says is absolutely correct. The second point is the afterlife is unlike anything in this life. It'd be a false equivocation. But again, to Brother Hamza's point, yeah, like you've already been through a life of struggle and test and etc. So
can I ask another question? Is there sorry, because I don't understand about the afterlife. Is there free will in the afterlife? Because is there evil? If there's no evil, is there free will?
So
I don't understand. You see, the problem is the concept you're asking.
Yeah.
No, because it does it not make sense though? Like, so you say there's. But can I finish it? And maybe someone else, like Ishmael or someone else, can give a good thought on it. We could say, if we require evil or the choice of evil to have free will, then if there's no evil in the afterlife, then there's no free will. And maybe I'm missing something.
So look, yes, you are missing something, and it's the principal understanding of the Islamic position in the afterlife, right? So first off, you have to get the foundation understood. So what is the purpose of the day of judgment? The purpose is to have an account. When the accounting is complete and the people that have been issued a positive judgment are going to be in a state of purity, where there is not going to be any such thing as evil as an action of evil. You're not going to be able to do someone harm or cause someone jealousy or steal. There's no need for it, right? Now, the people that have gone to the bad place, the adjudication has been complete, and now punishment is executed. So they're not committing any evil anymore. They're getting retribution for the evil that they have committed. Okay, so those are two categorically separate of one another. All right. So what's happening is you have a false premise of thinking, well, in the afterlife, I'm going to have the exact same situation that I have in this current life. And that's not the case. You're not going to have struggles and so on. Furthermore, to help you reinforce your kind of understanding, there's different types of accountability. So let's say, for example, there was someone who was just constantly in a state of trial in this life, whether that be through sickness, whether that be through poverty, whether that be through some massive trial, right? And on the day of judgment, this person is going to come up to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and he's going to say, look at my situation. You gave me this particular trial, this particular trial, this particular trial, and still I believed. This person, because his trials were so severe, or her trials were so severe, is going to receive no account. It's going to be a pass. So like, let's say, for example, if a person passes away of a premature death, right? Like a child, there's no accounting for them. It's just an immediate pass to Jannah. Now, likewise, the person that has had every single possible pleasure and still has abused their situation and has come to the accounting and disbelieved even after all the signs were given to them and everything to that extent, they're going to receive a full detailed account, meaning bit by bit, second by second, they're going to receive this, judgment, right? And then there's everything in between that spectrum. Okay, so even that in itself, even the day of judgment, is a form of purification and a form of tribulation and trial. Okay, so back to your concept of how does this kind of relate into free will? It's not that you're not going to have free will. So, like, let's say, for example, if I'm in paradise and I wanted to, fly for whatever reason, I can probably go ahead and do that because I can imagine it, right? Mm. And in the hellfire, I'm not going to have that ability to say, hey, I want to go do something, because now the punishment is there. Okay, so you can't compare this temporal form of existence to the afterlife. Furthermore, I just want to preface the last thing is in regards to ownership and what we believe belongs to the creator. Okay, it's like purchasing a car and the owner decides to bang up his own car. You can't call the cops on the owner banging up his own car.
But the car's not sentient.
It doesn't. I'm just giving you an analogy, bro.
Would the analogy not be more apt if it was parent to child?
Harry, at this point, we're going to bid you good evening.
No, one second. Before Harry goes.
Yeah, just think about
it. Before he goes, Harry. I just want to go back just a bit to remember what I took, because this is the same point that you're going back to. So if you just understand your epistemic weight in this conversation, you won't have these questions anymore, bro. So, basically, what you need to see is your view of evil is tied to a few things, yeah? It's tied to, first of all, your subjective understanding or definition of what evil is. It's also tied to something that you have no control over, which is the fact that you're a finite human being. There's no way that you could project and, maybe extrapolate outwards and get a bird's eye view to the long game picture and be able to make a correct assessment on whether, for example, a natural disaster had more good to outweigh the evil. Because remember the principle of unless, yeah? So insofar as if there's this event of evil that happened that you, for example, as a finite human being that's only living for 30 years or 40, 50 years, 80 years, whatever, you might not be able to develop a reason for why that has a sufficient good behind it. However, that's an argument from ignorance if you make that the status quo, if you make that the actual matter of fact. So you basically, if in a nice way to put it is, you see the pixel, God sees the picture. Yeah. So you do not have a access to the type of data set, the complete data set that Allah has. You just have a minuscule thing. So you're not alone. Like when we see something tragic happen or whatever, the only difference between you question it and you don't know why, we say Allahu A'lam. God knows best. So we completely understand our epistemic weight in things. We say we know God is all just, and we know that God is Al-Wadud and Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, loving, merciful. So we know that, and we know He's not. This evil is not for this apparent evil. That's the word that you should stick to and try to venture and learn more about. Apparent evil is not necessarily evil absolutely, past, present, future. So for instance, there could be this earthquake that happens and it kills maybe, I don't know, 30,000 people, yeah? But then it restructures the land, and that prevents something worse from happening later down the road that could have killed way more people. Or that natural disaster could have been at the cause of some form of either climate change or tectonic what's called aggravation that was human caused. We don't know these things. It's all goes back to the principle. If you recognize that human beings are epistemically limited, then our science is always catching up to understanding natural disasters. Our and our rationale is always trying to explain things that are stretched out over a way longer period of time than we have access to. Then these things won't be a problem for you. All you need to just understand is it's conceivable. Do you concede that, Harry? Is it conceivable that something that happens within your finite life that apparently is evil could have maximally over the long term benefit that outweighs the harm that you thought? Is it conceivable? Harry, you're muted maybe, or you're not speaking. Harry?
He's not muted.
Maybe he logged out for a second. Are you there, Harry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now we could hear you. Did you miss a part of what I said, or what?
No. I thought it was a really good point, and I was interested in terms of, I can definitely conceive of a way that things could look different in the future. Is it okay to wait then, like till the day of judgment, and then when it's made clear to me, to go, oh, well, that makes sense now?
Oh no. It's not for you to know. That's the thing. This comes from like our individualistic upbringing. We always feel that we need a explanation. That's why I brought you to the first and most safe approach that the Islamic theologians give, which is from the Quran, which is he is not questioned about what he does, but they will be questioned, as in on the day of judgment. So if you followed that approach, it would have never been you would understand that it's never your business anyways. Your business is to worship your creator, which you're rationally and intellectually convinced of, and you have full trust in Allah's knowledge as superior knowledge to yours. So it's not your business
completely,
but
I agree. I agree in that sense. But if there's that, this is the thing that's blocking me from convincing me, because it is like this idea that if Allah could explain to me, that would convince me. He knows how to convince me. Surely.
You know what, Harry? The whole point is, this is you thinking that the creator of the universe owes you an explanation.
I'm saying he wants me, doesn't he? He wants to convince me.
No, he doesn't. Because listen, Harry, you know what's interesting is Allah's not in need of believers. Allah speaks.
Does he want me to or not? I don't. Does he want me to?
That's why we're having this conversation. But if you're just taking everything into like, why? And so this was my question to you, because I was listening to you while I was out doing some other stuff. My question is, why do you want religion to form to you and conform to what you want? Why does it need to fit your mold?
Because to convince me of an idea, it needs to not fit my mold, but fit what I see in the world.
Why? Why does it have to do that?
Because if it's a belief system that represents the world, then it would make sense that it would fit the world.
It's a belief system that represents the truth. So the world and where it's at right now, this world is not in good shape right now, bro. And that's because it's doing whatever the heck it wants to do. So you need to acknowledge the fact that you need to first off seek out truth, and you need to acknowledge that in that truth that you seek out, there's going to be things that you're going to agree with and disagree with, and you have to come to terms why you disagree with it, and then ultimately submit to it once you have a reasonable explanation for it. I agree completely. You can't do that, dude. You can't go through life like that. You wouldn't be able to do that for a job interview, let alone going in for talking to the Lord of the world.
You don't question your boss every time he gives you an order to do this or that, because he's your superior. In the same way, it's the least inconceivable that like the creator of the universe owes you an explanation about how he goes about his business. So maybe this will be a good paradigm shift for you to maybe start pondering upon things differently. The difference between us, Harry, and you is that when you see events that you can't explain, that basically turns you away from basically looking forward into the truth, or maybe it puts you away from what's called accepting the truth of Islam, etc. But for us, when we see something we can't understand or explicate or reason or whatever, that's That's no problem. The whole point is Islam is submission. If there would be nothing to submit to if you understand everything. If God gave you the whole data set, then what would there be left? In Islam we have a concept called haqqul yaqeen. Haqqul yaqeen is the absolute level of certainty. Yeah, you can't achieve in this life. Haqqul yaqeen is when it's too late. This is when this is your day of judgment, when that's it, that's it, you see and you experience everything firsthand. Yeah. So this is why you only get this after is because if you had this before, there would be no test. So the whole point is you are accepting Islam as the thing that rationally coheres with your mind and settles with your heart, and is built off of an accumulation of evidences that support its truth, and you take that full part and parcel, and you don't just because there are things that don't make sense to you, as long as it doesn't show that Islam is untrue, then that shouldn't affect your approach to Islam at all. Like this is whether you understand why God lets an earthquake happen or not has no impact on whether Islam is true. It's just an ego thing. It's like you feel the need that, oh God, if God wants me to accept Islam, then what's it called? He'll explain to me this. No, God doesn't need you. So in Islam, it's like we need God. We benefit by becoming Muslims in this life and in the afterlife. So it's only you have to gain or to lose. It's not God. God's not gonna gain anything or lose anything from you. And God talks about this all that. It's like people come in and leave, and Allah will replace them. No problems. So if you're sincerely looking for the truth, don't look for what satisfies your desire, because you're doing exactly what Allah talks about with people in the Quran who worship their desires. You desire God explain to you a natural phenomenon or some apparently evil act, okay? But you don't get that explanation, so you reject God. Why would you do that? Somebody who submits
because I desire the truth, and I don't believe from like I get that you're saying that this could this could make sense in this worldview. I just don't believe that it feels like the real world to me. And you know what? I'll happily admit that if something comes along that convinces me, and I believe that if Allah exists, He'll know how to convince me. He'll know what it'll take to convince me, and He'll show me that. So I'll
with
wait.
you, but there needs to be on your end as well.
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm listening. I'm going to go away and take.
That's a good thing. Alhamdulillah. That's a first step. But you also need to. Why did I go through with you on the logical argument? To show you that the reason you're rejecting Islam based on the problem of evil is not a logical one. It's an emotional one. That's the exact reason I did that.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. ألهاكم التكاثر حتى زرتم المقابر كلا سوف تعلمون ثم كلا سوف تعلمون كلا لو تعلمون علم اليقين لترون الجحيم ثم لترونها عين اليقين ثم لتسألن يومئذ عن النعيم بسم
Allah has spoken. Harry, been a pleasure. Take care, dude.
It's been a pleasure. Have a good one, guys.
Do come back here. I enjoyed the conversation with
No,
you.
I appreciate it. You've definitely given me a lot to think about, and
Inshallah.
it just spurs on my learning.
Yeah, please rewatch and ponder all the stuff we talked about, and do check out the papers I told you about. You have Louise Anthony Louise Anthony with No Good Reason, and you have Hud Hudson with just search up Elmer Fudd with regards to that paper, and you'll find it, inshallah.
Can I just add something before?
Yes.
Oh, you better stop talking, mate.
What do you call it? What I've gathered, Harry, is that you think that you owed a lot from God. And the thing is,
yes, I know.
Well, the thing is, you're not owed anything. right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he speaks to us in the Quran, in Surah Ar-Rahman, he reminds us of his favors to us. It's not because we owed anything. Everything that we have, including our own intellect, is a favor that he bestowed upon us. Right. So even in the first aspects of the revelation, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that he taught man what he knew not, right? This is a favor from him. Right. So don't use your intellect to then start demanding things like you have some rank somewhere where you are owed something. You're not.
I don't feel owed. I don't feel owed. I think he's giving me the intellect.
You do feel this. You do feel this.
I don't feel owed. I just think he's giving me the intellect to question, hasn't he?
Harry, the thing is, you're asking, surely if he wanted to guide me, then he could answer my questions. He could convince me. The question is not whether Allah could convince you, because of course Allah can convince you. The question is, do you want to be convinced?
Yeah, definitely. I would prefer to be convinced, like personally.
No, see, the thing is, someone can present a convincing argument, right? But if you don't want to be convinced, regardless of how good the argument is or how clear something is, you won't be convinced because you don't want to be. And like I said, if you feel like you deserve an answer, right, for all your questions, no, you're not deserved. So you need to.
I don't feel like I deserve an answer, and I'll tell you how I want to be convinced.
But you've actually said that very explicitly during your conversation with Ismail.
What I definitely would. This is why I'm here, is because I want an argument that convinces me, because it would be a lot life would be a lot easier for me in some aspects. In not maybe there's more like rules to follow, but in terms of the simplicity and the complexity of life, it would make things a lot clearer for me, and it would prevents fear of death. It makes everything really clear. But it just doesn't convince me.
Well, Islam is the only religion where it takes complicated ideas and simplifies them into a way that is practical for you. Right? It's the only religion that does that. Okay, so for example, you're talking about the problem with evil and everything, and why does this happen? Why does that happen? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says very simply, you may love a thing that's bad for you, and you may hate a thing that is good for you. That sums up everything in a single sentence. And then you come and that you've got all of these philosophical ideas about the problem of evil, problem of suffering, and Allah answers it in that single verse, and it's not even the full verse, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not. It's verse. If you want to pull it up, it's verse 2:16.
There you go.
My second favorite surah. I think it's my favorite surah. This one.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim.
Oops, there's no English.
So I was struggling there. I was like, I feel like I'm supposed to know this, but
yeah. All right, let's try that again.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. والعاديات ضبحا فالموريات قدحا فالمغيرات صبحا فأثرن به نقعا فوسطن به جمعا إن الإنسان لربه لكنود وإنه على ذلك لشهيد وإنه لحب الخير لشديد أفلا يعلم إذا بعثر ما في القبور وحصل ما في الصدور إن ربهم بهم يومئذ لخبير.
Do you know what's so good about that surah? So good about that surah, Harry.
Go on.
Is what Allah's doing there. He's describing your state. Yeah. That he starts off with the horses that are charging. So if you can envisage, you imagine a full-on cavalry charge. Yeah. Down a hill into a camp where those people in the camp are oblivious to what's coming. And they're in the camp, they're baking bread, they're chilling out, they're sitting on the fire, they're telling stories, and the whole place is about to get smashed. And it's going to be turmoil and fire and screams and all sorts. In an instant, it's going to happen, yeah? And so Allah uses this image to tell you that this is your state, the heedlessness, the idea that you can just float about, oh, what about this, what about that, where there's a cavalry charge that's going to hit you at any moment. Reality will hit you, and it's like my brother said, it's hakal yaqeen, and then it's too late. Then it's too late. So you need to ask yourself, what are you doing? No, seriously, what are you doing? You know, we had this conversation about evil with Brother Sabur.
Yeah, it was a good
And
time.
he spoke about tautology to you, and he showed you how your whole argument was flawed. And then you came back as if like you never had that conversation.
No,
So
he
I just want to make it easy.
recommended a lot of
I just
good
want to make it
things.
easy. I just want to make it easy. My brothers will give you so much time and patience, and I can see you being listening, and I can see you being sincere. So I'm not saying this in a condescending manner. So please don't take it that way. All right. I just like to narrow things down because it just comes down to this point. Facts don't care about feelings.
Definitely.
Right. So if your reasons for not accepting Islam is because you don't feel that it's right, it is one thing. If you don't think Islam is the truth because it's evidentially not true, it's another thing. You know what I'm saying? You have to ask yourself what you're doing. So for me, look, I lost my daughters because of Islam. Yeah, I lost my girlfriend because of Islam. My father didn't speak to me for 15 years because of Islam. I lost my business because
You
of
believe
Islam.
it's right, don't you?
No, because I believe the truth and the ramifications of it are the ramifications of it. Now,
Yeah,
I
so
suffer.
you believe. That's what I'm saying. So I'm trying to, but
Right,
I'm
right.
trying to, but I don't.
The word belief, what's the word belief? All right, so the word belief is the acceptance of something to be true based upon justified reasoning. Yeah.
And I'm not there.
So, right. So yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. But what you're trying to be convinced of. So what did I need to be convinced of? Did I have to be convinced that Allah has to explain everything to me? No. All I needed to be convinced of that there's a creator out there that created everything. Nothing else can explain creation other than the creator, or nothing else comes near it. Yeah. And that I want to connect to this creator because I know that will be the source of objective morality, whatever it is.
You had a threshold. You had a threshold of what
and
would
just as
convince you.
Ismail said, just as Ismail said, that there may be things that you might not understand, you might not comprehend. It's like imagine, a child when you're giving them an injection or something, and they're doing, and you're sticking that needle in their arm. You know it's for the long-term good because you can comprehend the dangers of what they may be preventing. I don't want to go to a vaccine flex, but you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
So this is the whole point. Our creator knows what's good for us and what's bad for us, and we just got to trust that because you got nothing else. Because if the creator exists, that's it. That's the return. That's the standard. Get on board. Like it, don't like it. It don't matter. If you hate Islam and what it teaches, it doesn't matter if it's true. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know what you're
That's
saying.
reality.
I'm never going to fake being convinced because I don't think that'll get
You
me
don't
into the
want
paradise
no one's
either.
supposed to fake being convinced. The point of what you've got to ask yourself is this. You need to forget this emotional argument about evil and all this stuff. Forget this stuff. Just come to the position of, do you believe that this whole universe in existence was created, or is it the product of something else? It's just some randomness or whatever it may be. Which is
I
it?
think either. I think either, to be honest.
No, but you can't because then you have to ask yourself, what's the probabilities? Why are you? Is it a creator or not? It's one of the two. Which one is it?
Yeah, so I'm saying I'm not convinced either way. So I'm.
Well, the
gonna withhold.
evidence, you're not convinced either way.
Yeah, I'm going to withhold
If
judgment
it's not the
until.
creator, then you don't have a moral ground to stand on, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't.
If there's no creator, evil's
that.
irrelevant to you.
Yeah,
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Like, I don't have a moral ground to stand on. I'm capable of suffering and avoiding suffering, so I can make moral decisions based on that.
No. If there's no creator in your worldview, then you're just bacteria.
Well, maybe there is and maybe there isn't. But I am an organism that's alive and can think and reflect, and I'm surrounded by other ones that are.
Naturally inherently good. Nothing's inherently evil, according to the atheist world.
What do you mean? What do you mean inherently? As in, if no humans were there, would those things?
No,
be
means
evil?
that you can't say this thing is bad or good or bad. Evil.
I can though, because it's in perspective of
No,
like
you
human
can't.
existence. Why not?
No, that would be moral relativity. That wouldn't be a universal inherent evil or good.
But I don't think there's an inherent evil or good. I think there's.
No, you don't. You're an atheist. Why would you?
Yeah, but there's good and evil
Right.
in respect to like humans.
No,
But
but
if
then you
there
talk
was-
about
if there's an
suffering.
organism-
So is it okay to have sex with dead bodies?
Not as a human, no, because it's horrible.
Why not?
Because we know how horrible it is as a human. Like it's
Why no? Why
it-
can't someone have sex with dead bodies?
because
in your worldview?
because humans have a horrific aversion to it, and I'm a human.
No, if a human wants to have sex with dead bodies, why is it wrong?
Because, as I said, because humans have an aversion to it, and I'm a human, so therefore I have an aversion to it.
So, some men like having sex with men. I have an aversion to that. Is it wrong or right?
Yeah, but there's exceptions to every rule. But the majority of people, like,
Come on, bro.
So is it only your aversions to things that matter?
no, I'm saying the majority of humans have an aversion to it. So, and I'm in that majority.
Wait.
The
You know what
majority-
problem with that is?
What?
You know what the problem with that is? If you really think that's how you could justify morality, you're in big trouble. You know why?
So in Hitler's Germany, you'd be supporting the massacring of Jews.
Exactly. You would.
No, because that's I'm talking about the suffering of everyone as a whole.
Well, no, you.
So if you, Harry, 1 second, please.
Because
Harry,
you can pick apart
I don't
flaws
think-
with
I don't think you want to go down this route. Let me tell you why. Because that you right there, and now you could easily now justify persecuting minorities. I'll give you an example. If minorities were taking a specific number of jobs away from a majority, and that's causing the majority harm, you could easily make the argument that it's morally justifiable if the majority think that it's good and it's beneficial to everybody to get rid.
But I'm capable of empathy,
of the
so I can put myself in the situation of that minority and understand what they're going through and say, if I was in that position, is that something I would want to be put through? And I can go no, and then therefore.
But it's not about you anymore, dude. See, this
No,
is
no,
what's
but-
happening with the whole alphabet soup thing. They're just raising flags and banners and saying, now we're in charge. And
No,
that's
but
exactly
what
what Brother
I can say
Smile's
is, like,
point is.
I could understand their suffering, but I can say that you can then come to a decision of what's the best action to take there. But I can still understand that people are clearly struggling with something.
Who's making the decision? Is it the majority or minority, or do we get our morality from something that's
Or is
not
it you?
democratic?
Yeah, or is it you? Exactly. Or is it you? Yes.
King Harry.
Majority, I'd say majority in
The majority.
I'm explaining to you. If this is if you think morality is democratic, then you could easily justify imperialism, colonialism. What's it called?
But
You would say that-
you asked me who made the decisions. I said the majority made the decisions, but what I'm saying is the argument itself is the one that reduces the most suffering across the board for everyone.
I'm with you. I hear that. So I'm explaining to you. If that, okay, so I have a good example for this. If you think that's the case. Okay, what about, have you ever heard of a situation where a doctor, gets caught molesting unconscious patients?
I haven't, but that sounds pretty
in
horrific.
the news. So, you'll hear occasionally in the news a doctor or an anesthesiologist, he was molesting or sexually assaulting patients while they were under the influence. Yeah,
That's pretty wild. Jeez.
So this is, by the way, this is not unknown case. You could search it up. You'll find in different countries. This has happened before. This is a thought experiment. Yeah, in moral philosophy. So I've used this thought experiment. I enjoy it, and it's if a nurse walks in, yeah, and catches this doctor in the act of sexually assaulting a woman under the influence. Now, this woman will wake up and never know what happened to her. He's a doctor also, so he would never cause her any physical harm. So the physical harm principle is out the window, and psychological harm is out the window. Would it be moral or immoral for the nurse to tell? Why? Because if the nurse tells, she does not know how many women this has been done to. Yeah, so she could now cause mental damage to hundreds, tens of women, of women who have no idea, who are not physically nor mentally scarred, Or should she not say anything and have the smallest amount of suffering, which is only her know, and let this doctor keep on going because he's maximizing his pleasure at the expense of nobody? Tell me, which is the morally correct answer?
I think the one where she tells, but I also think that's a really complex problem. So I think, what's the Islamic view on it? I'd be interested to hear.
Oh, the Islamic view on it is, of course,
The Islamic view is capital punishment, dude.
Yes.
So, we want your view, Harry. We want King Harry's view.
So in that example, I'd use the frame of, okay, well, I'd look through it with the eyes of, if I was in that situation of the unconscious patient or any of the family of the unconscious
Oh,
patient,
you're the nurse. You're the
No,
nurse.
you're
You're
the
the
nurse.
nurse.
The
Okay,
nurse
I'm the
is the
nurse.
more
Okay, I'm the nurse. Okay.
Yes.
So if I'm the nurse, I would have to make an executive decision on what I believe. What is the society I'd want to live in? Would I want to live in a society where
No,
people?
you're the nurse in this example, man. What you doing?
Can I finish the point before
Go on.
you'll jump down my throat? So, if I'm the nurse in this situation, I have to think about what would I want in what world would I want to live in? What world do I want to live in? I want to live in a world where people are honest, because then even if there's suffering in the short term, the honesty would hopefully across the society produce less suffering.
So would you want an what's it called, an honest society? But here's okay. First of all, two things before I even get there, bro. Harry, you can't keep laying out a principle for how to determine morality and then violating it. You're
Well, I think
violating
it's
your own
complex. I
laws,
don't think
bro.
I've got the answer to it. I think I've
Okay,
got. I think there's multiple frameworks.
Yeah, okay, but I'm telling you, all the frameworks that you're gonna bring forward, we're gonna bash, because
Yeah, but I
these
think it's a
frameworks have
I think it's a combination, and I don't think, for example, that Islam has the perfect moral framework
Right.
either.
Harry, I'm done.
No, one second.
Okay,
No, please, let him go.
Before he leaves,
Let's
before
pleasure.
1 second and he's still
Still
here.
reflect, Harry.
Half an hour later.
Hey, listen.
Oh.
I think to be honest, I think you stepped into morality and you should and you regret it, to be honest. But I want to go back to
No, not at all. But Hamza wants me to go, so I'll
I want to go.
No, 1
It's been a
second. Before
pleasure.
he leaves, 1 second, Harry. Just before you leave, I want to leave you with a verse from the Quran, yeah. And this is
Okay.
talking about what I told you. I really stress this with you, and I hope you ponder and reflect from this new paradigm, which is
100%.
understanding your epistemic weight. Yeah. When you walked into this conversation, you had the thought that it's completely illogical to believe in a God that's that's loving and
I didn't say it's illogical. I just said it doesn't fit. Doesn't fit what I see.
No, you said it's contradictory. You said it's contradictory, and if it's
I said it feels. I said it feels contradictory. I didn't say it is.
Okay,
You can look back and say I said it feels.
Whatever it is, no problem. Yeah, you mentioned contradictory. It feels, not feels. It's okay, no issues. The point is, now you have to, after we've spent that whole time explaining to you that it's not contradictory, and both the weakened and the strong argument fail, you're left with an evidentiary argument, and the responses to that, there are conceivable responses. Now, this is what your walk away should be. You're no longer rejecting Islam for rational reasons, because if by the end of the discussion there was still
Do you think possibility versus probability?
No, but 1 second. If by the end of the discussion you walked away still seeing a logical problem, then you would have a rational reason as to why you're not a Muslim. Now,
Well, no, I don't see a logical problem now. You've got rid of that. You've got rid of that because I'm saying it's a possibility now, but I don't believe it's a probability.
Yeah, no, it's okay. That's, by the way, that's in my fear. If you don't believe it's a probability you mean in the other way? Yeah, no problem. But regardless, the reason you don't believe it's a probability is now based on emotion. So there's a huge shift now. The reason that you don't think it's probable is because you feel that you need to find a justified. God needs to justify the reason for every evil act that you think of, or some set of acts that you see as apparently evil, and you need a justification for them. This is now an emotional position. So there's a complete difference. So if you really want guidance now, the person who rejects what, because you said I'm not convinced. Convincing is not based on emotion; it's based on reason. I've cleared up the rational part of things. Now it's just I'm emotionally uncomfortable with this idea, and I gave you many approaches. You could look at all of them. I'm gonna leave you with this verse from the Quran, yeah. And this is why I told you, please understand your epistemic weight. And this is Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 30, yeah. And when your Lord said to the angels, indeed, I will make upon the earth a successive authority. They said, will you place upon it one who causes corruption therein and sheds blood, while we exalt you with praise and declare your perfection? He, Allah, said, indeed, I know which you do not know. That is the Islamic position encapsulated. That what is also referred to in the philosophy of religion as skeptical theism. Understanding that, look, there's no rational rebuttals, there's no rational defeaters to why God can't exist while evil exists. I might not understand certain evil events. However, I submit, I let go, I recognize my limited epistemic status, and I let go, and to the person that has to my creator, who has the ability to make, or has the ability to see the full picture. That's it. I want you to leave with that. It's verse 30 in the second chapter. It's Surah Al-Baqarah.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone's time as well. Thanks for having a chat with me.
No problem, bro.
See you in a bit.
Take care of yourself.
All right, I've got two Muslims here, man. I don't know why. Salek, bro. Jaffa. Assalamu alaikum. You a Muslim?
Yes, alaikum salam. Sorry, just a quick thing. I just sent text. If you got the text, private message for the brother Jack, who accepted Islam. I'm from his area. He speaks his language. I could help him out. So, if in any way I could be of use, I'd be happy.
Just email me at Hamza's Den, bro. Your details, bro.
Yeah.
Ask hamzasden@gmail.com, and then I can pass it on to him.
Okay, خلاص إن شاء الله. Take care.
Okay.
ما شاء الله. جزاك الله خير. باي. سلام بro.
So
congratulations, bro. You escaped. This guy, I'm not sure about this guy. He's got a name called Macau Pub, and then he's got Jaffa as his name, and then he's got Arabic. Oh, not this guy. Critical thinker.
Who's what? Critical thinker. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Hello, critical thinker.
I want to ask you guys a question. Do you guys believe that a genuine, honest, sincere person can still be honest and sincere whilst not believing in Islam?
No. Not if he's been taught about Islam, no.
Is it pre or post exposure to Islam?
Yes, that's what matters.
So, would you say that so every person that doesn't believe in Islam is because that they have been dishonest and therefore they deserve the guidance? Or
explained it to you, bro. We just explained it to you. If they've never been, if they've never encountered Islam, how could they be?
I'm not talking about those kind of cases. I'm not talking about the edge kind of cases.
Somebody who's never had the message of Islam presented to them. I'm talking about somebody, maybe, I don't know, like I'll give you an example. Somebody who's living in rural Texas and all they know of Islam is what Fox News says in their TV and they don't know any other Muslim. Do you think that they are that we think that they're dishonest, insincere people? No, we just think they're misguided people. But like, yes, if somebody's presented with the truth and they reject it,
I completely get what you're saying, and that's fine. That makes sense, right? What you're saying is logical. I don't dispute that. But what I'm saying is this. So, for example, me and you, we all kind of agree. There's people, two honest people can still disagree with each other and reach different conclusions, right? Whether it be about politics or whether it be about philosophy, or even if it's, let's say, football. You guys would agree, right?
Yes. Could both of them be right, though?
No, not both can be right, but both can still be honest as to what they believe and sincere, right? Whilst reaching two different conclusions, correct?
Look, they can be sincere, but they can be sincerely wrong.
Yep.
Okay, sure. So let's say that they're sincerely wrong in this case,
also,
right?
There's an issue. Sorry to pause you, but there's an issue also. You're imagining this very mechanistically. Like, even if you put all of the same data in front of two people and they assess it and they come to different conclusions, you're not taking into account that the lenses by which they look at the evidence will be greatly different, and that's completely based on their biases and personal experiences. So two people looking at the evidence could still come to different conclusions, and one of them be misguided.
Okay, so the reason why I asked this is because, like you and I, I'm sure we both know from our own personal experiences that there's genuine, good-hearted, like people out there who are sincere. They don't have, I guess, a particular agenda against Islam. I'm sure, like brother, for example, you look at brother Hamza. He's a great, he's a reaver himself, right? I'm sure if you ask him, maybe like he never had like a, let's say a particular agenda against Islam. He was just a sincere person who just researched, right? And he found his way as a Muslim. Now, there's
Yeah.
someone else who maybe is in the same shoes as Brother Hamza. He's also sincere. He wants to research, but he just isn't convinced. And it's not because he has something against Islam. It's just the same way there's people out there who are honest and reach two different conclusions about other matters, like philosophy, like politics.
Well, I get
When
you.
it
I get you. Can I pause you here though, because I get what you're completely saying. Just I think the only way, because we keep getting these same questions, and I think the only way people will like really understand our answers is if when they hear the answer, take that with the paradigm of a Muslim. In our paradigm, there is no such thing as somebody who sincerely seeks out guidance and does not receive it. So the person you're talking about is fictitious as far as I'm concerned. There's no person that wants guidance sincerely and is working towards guidance that doesn't get it. So the person doesn't exist.
Yeah, even if you took that example and the two people that you were comparing, let's say, for example, in that world lens, one of them was more educated than the other, or they had access to people that the other person didn't. If you're sincere, you will go through the trials specific to you to get to the conclusion of the truth. So all the guests that we had, they presented different trials. Some of them are claiming ignorance. Other ones are claiming emotional stuff. Other ones are claiming that they're not around anybody, and so on and so on and so on. If you're sincere, you're going to accept the challenges that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends your way, and you're gonna take it with humility, and then ultimately go after what that is. So point being now, and I don't think we asked you, but you clearly don't identify as a Muslim. What do you identify as, bro?
Well, no, I do believe there's some kind of creator out there, but yeah, I'm just learning, like I'm researching and.
Okay, so what steps have you taken to find the truth?
I firstly, before like you ask me questions, I still want to kind of unpack this, if that's okay, because I still have further questions that I wanted to ask. Is that okay with you?
Okay, if the questions help you determine that Islam is the ultimate truth, then sure, no problem. But if you're just gonna ask questions for the purposes of asking questions, what's the point, bro?
The point is this, right? Because you already, I'm seeing some benefit because you guys have made some good points. So there is a point, and I see a good purpose behind.
Okay, so it's getting you closer to Islam then. Okay, so then if that's the case, right? So
yeah. So but the Ismail, you know, I think his answers were very reasonable. So I do see a point behind him asking these questions.
So what's the next question?
Are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
No, I wouldn't say. I would say I'm just like researching. You know.
No, are you a Muslim? Are you from Muslim heritage?
No, I'm not.
Where's your parents from?
No, I like to keep certain things personal.
Because I think you're Muslim, you see. We don't allow Muslims on the stream.
That's fine. If you want to assume, that's okay.
Well, just give us a sincere...
I wouldn't be fair to other Muslims. You could hide that you're a Muslim to just ask questions.
It's weird, man.
No, I want to, you know... I
think you're a Muslim, man.
That's kind of weird, bro.
Look,
someone
asks you if you're a Muslim and you're not a Muslim, you just say, no, I'm not a Muslim. You don't start going, well, you say no.
Maybe he's an ex-Muslim and he doesn't want to say it. Maybe that.
Just say that. Say I'm an ex-Muslim. I don't understand why. What's the point? Like it's
I
not.
thought
Like
he was a
we're
Muslim
here
as well when he kept saying Brother Hamza. I was like,
Brother Hamza, is he still back there?
No.
Oh, okay, he left.
Over there somewhere. Sorry, Ismail. I know Dawah is a lot more cooler and forgiving.
No.
Just a minute. Look, Jesus is God. I don't know what you're doing. You come on and then you either smash your camera up or your mic up or something. It's saying device is not connected. Just connect your bloody devices, mate. Either give your camera, your phone the permission or whatever. You come on with your camera and all of a sudden your device is not connected. Sort yourself out.
Also, guys, make sure.
Gaffer, are you Muslim?
Make sure you're hitting the like button.
Gaffer, are you Muslim?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, wa alaikum salam.
Yeah, bye.
Oh my God. This is a stream for non-Muslims. So this is for those who don't. Sorry, Ismail.
Sorry?
I thought it was. Right,
I didn't say anything. No.
All right. So this is a stream for non-Muslims, for those people who don't identify as Muslim and are coming here to challenge Islam. Yeah, you can't come on here pretending you're not a Muslim when you are a Muslim and just want some doubt sorted out because you're in the wrong place. Dawahwise will help you. EF Dawah will help you. We're not here to do that. Okay, Jaffa, you're Muslim, bro. Jazakallah khair. But you're not on that. It's not for Muslims. The stream is for non-Muslims to come and challenge Islam. I mean, I think the clue is in the pinned comment where it says link for non-Muslims. Just get the message, man. The only one who snicked through was the last guy because he can help our guy who just took Shahada. And look, he come back again. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Just let it be. Let him hang out. Let him tune in twice so you can hear it better.
I don't understand it. You say it's for non-Muslims, and the Muslims are like coming backstage and. All right, should we call it a day? It's been nearly 5 hours. There's nobody backstage. It's now been fantastic today. Sorry, man, if I interrupted you or anything. And same with you, Maurice and Yemeni.
No.
Oh, wait.
Jazakallah khair for bringing me on. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company, brothers.
Actually, we've got one guy. Let's see what this geezer's up to. J. Blake C.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh my god, hi. So I have a quick question if you don't mind, like 2 minutes. So for me, I like very respectively trying to learn as much as I can about Islam. Can you hear me? Sorry, I don't know if you guys hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I don't know all the terminology. I'm sorry for that, but like I've like slowly started practicing by myself. I don't think I need to go like to like a person to do that. Like I've learned from your YouTube channel, Hamza.
I'm not sure.
Robin? Sorry.
You've taken your Shahada then?
No, I'm completely like learned.
Well, let's do it, man. We doing.
Oh well, I'm learning as much as I can.
No, let's do your Shahada first, and then at least your learning is you're going to job and getting paid. Right now, you're just like a volunteer. Let at least get paid for your work, man.
Wouldn't I'm not being disrespectful then, because I'm trying to learn like.
No. You believe Allah is the only one worthy of worship?
Yeah. Like.
And you believe Muhammad is his messenger?
Can you say that again? Sorry, you said it a little
You
too
believe
fast for me.
Muhammad is the messenger of Allah?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, let's do it in Arabic first. Ashhadu.
Sorry, I'm a little lost here. Could you slow down
Just
a little
copy
bit?
what I say. All right, so basically, you believe Islam is true, yeah? And to be a
Yeah.
Muslim, you need to take the testimony of faith. It's a bit like if you were living in a country and you wanted to get citizenship, you would have to make the oath. So this is just bearing witness to what you believe. So if you believe Allah is the only one worthy of worship and Muhammad is his messenger, you take your Shahada. This is the first pillar of Islam. Once you've done that, then you learn how to pray and then everything.
Oh, so I can't pray without taking that
Well, you
first?
can, but you're like the person going to work and not getting paid. I want to make sure you get paid.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Alright.
So I would just do this like virtually. I wouldn't.
Yeah, you
I
just-
can't. I can't just go
You
to
have
like.
4 witnesses here, along with anybody else that's tuning in.
Just repeat after me, man. You ready?
Y'all willing to do this for me?
Yeah, let's do it, bro.
This feels so genuine. Just one
We are
second.
genuine. Okay, you ready?
Sorry, it's a little emotional.
All right, dude.
MashaAllah.
There's only 3,400 people watching you.
I know, like I don't want to tear up.
Don't worry, dude.
Oh, it's fine.
We'll do it slowly, man. Don't worry. Ready?
I can't. I'm sorry. It's just so emotional.
I know. We'll do it slowly. We'll do it one word at a time. It's no worries. This is Allah cleaning you, my brother.
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
You're in the family, dude.
Like, I'm sorry.
You ready? We'll do it slowly. Quick.
Sorry, I didn't want to take up your time more than I.
No, we're here for you, bro. That's why I was just about to leave, man, and then you came. I was like, okay, man, we've got a winner.
Let me grab a tissue, bruh.
Take your time, gather yourself. We're here.
But everyone in the chat's in tears as well. Everyone's cutting onions.
Yeah, you've got a lot of support, bro. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Oh man.
Ready?
Oh man.
Let's do it. Ready? We'll do it one big Ace Ventura. Okay, ready? Okay. Ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
An la.
Anna.
An la.
Oh, sorry. Anna.
An la.
Anna.
An.
An.
La.
La.
Ilaha.
Ilaha.
Illallah.
Illaha. Was that correct?
Illallah. Wa ashhadu.
Wa hashhadu.
Anna.
Anna.
Muhammadan.
Muhammadan.
Rasulullah.
Rasulallah. Sorry, what was that correct?
That's okay. I bear witness
I bear witness
that none has the right to be worshipped
that none has the right to be worshipped
but Allah.
but Allah.
And I bear witness
And I bear witness
that Muhammad
that Muhammad
is a messenger of Allah.
is a messenger of Allah.
That's it. Congratulations.
What?
Now a Muslim.
Allah.
I have to keep you off because Muslims aren't on the street. No, congratulations, my brother. Welcome to Islam. Where do you live, bro? What area?
I'm from Chicago. It's a city in Illinois. From
Are
the
you doing
United
this all
States.
alone? You've been doing this all alone, learning about Islam, or have you got Muslim friends, or what is it?
No, not really having friends that have belief in it, or like mostly agnostic. I think that's
How did you get interested in learning about Islam?
I really like history, so I started there. It was like a rabbit hole, and I just kept going and going and going, and then as I slowly came to antiquity, I found what's the word I'm looking for?
Middle Age.
Blank spots where you would have pretty much during the Romans. Sorry, I don't want to like take all your time. Like
No, bro, we're here for you, man. We only stayed for you. Wow.
Yeah, you're good.
So basically, I learned pretty much how the Romans pretty much did their thing, and then I was like absorbing as much as I can, and then I saw some parts that were just like lacking. Like, for example, how the church pretty much like used people for like years, and pretty much from there I also noticed like how in Mel Gibson's movie Passion of the Christ, you see Mary, she's dressed like a Muslim, and the men of Islam, they look like Jesus. So I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. You would have a priest that would normally be clean shaven, but then you have the men of Islam that not mimic. That sounds derogatory. That sounded bad. They follow Jesus's example. There we go.
Inshallah.
Yeah, bro, mashallah,
Because what's really amazing, Jay, is that we had a guy who was on the earlier, and he was saying, how do people who are not born in Muslim families, and how do they learn about Islam, right? And you're the third person today on this stream who's accepted Islam, who are in an environment of no Muslims, not in the Muslims in the family, not Muslim friends, just learning. You know why? Because you're just honest and sincere. You follow where it goes. Like you said, you go into the rabbit hole, and that's exactly. The funny thing is, that's exactly what the first guy who took a shot at, the 54-year-old Martin, he said. He started watching the videos and went down the rabbit hole. And then when you ended up in Wonderland, welcome to Islam. You know what I'm saying? SubhanAllah.
If you look at every Shahada today, it answers directly back to somebody else who refused to accept Islam. The
Yeah,
guy
it's
on
amazing.
right before, his struggle was, oh, what about people who, is there a possibility that somebody sincerely seeks? And the guy before that, same thing about like, oh, like I'm not sincere, I'm not convinced this, like I want to be convinced, but and then subhanAllah, like history could lead you down a rabbit hole to Islam. So Allah guides, this is literally what we're saying. This is our promise. Yani, it's Allah's promise, not even our promise. Allah guides whoever wants and seeks guidance. Any means, doesn't matter. Same thing. Look at the evil thing. We're talking about evil. Maybe some historic event that appeared to be evil was interesting, and that got Brother Jay to start looking into Roman history, and that got and led to his shahada. Like subhanallah, like we know a lot less than we do, and just subhanallah. Every shahada just speaks volumes to somebody that was not heeding the message. Subhanallah.
Alhamdulillah. Jay, that's my email.
Oh, let me take a picture.
Yeah. Email me there. I'll send you. There's a link I'm going to send you for the New Muslim Academy, and this is somewhere where you'll have access to resources to help you learn how to pray and all of these things.
You're in good hands, Jay.
And someone's asking in the chat because you're in Chicago, man, massive Muslim community in Chicago.
Yep.
Let me just quickly email you.
How old are you, Jay?
I'm about to turn 20. I'm 19 right now.
Right. Youngsters today, man.
Yeah, it's kind of long.
Apart from Martin. Just before you, a young lad is 18 accepted Islam. What do you think about Andrew Tate, Jay?
I don't agree with everything, but the majority, because like for me, I just want to raise a good family. For like when my time comes, I want to surround myself and create a good family. And a lot of what Islam teaches protects, more importantly, women. It protects them.
Alhamdulillah.
And I just, like, we were literally discussing earlier today that my sister wants to go to a birthday party. She's young, but she is going to wear a bikini. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, it would be way better if she wear the garments that pretty much protects her from the sight of evil. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of where, like,
totally. That's so. You know what we call that? Protective ghira. So the what's it called? This is something that our Prophet, peace be upon him, teaches us to have over the women in our families. In fact, what's the hadith about the youth, brother Yemeni, brother Hamza, or brother? Is it that he doesn't smell Jannah? Is that the hadith, or which?
Yeah, he doesn't smell Jannah.
Yeah, so that the youth, the one who doesn't have this protective jealousy that you have over your sister.
Sorry. I think it's actually that Allah doesn't look at him on the day of judgment.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
so see, like, there's grave consequences to the man that's so desensitized and cares so little about the women and protecting the women in his family from the male gaze or from the male what's called foreigner males trying to take advantage of them. Like, think about how weird that is, that we live in societies that have taught us that we should be okay with, you know, our letting our sisters or family members or whatever go out there and without any protection. And subhanAllah, this is a return to your fitrah, Jay. This is literally your inner natural inclination. Like, you have a protective instinct over your sister. Subhanallah. It's directly in line with the Islamic teaching with protecting women.
Jay, I'm going to let you go now, my brother. Congratulations. And now you see everything you learn about Islam will be a practical rather than theory. So your journey's begun now. You're on the way, inshallah.
Thank you so much for your time, because
Inshallah.
I literally, sorry.
All right, bro. We don't want to cut no more onions. I'll let you go. Take care, dude.
Okay, take care.
Don't forget to email me. AskHamza10@gmail.com.
Yeah, I've just sent the email right now.
Brilliant.
Don't be a stranger. Go on the Muslim live streams, because now you can't come on Arena anymore since you're a Muslim.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Just one last thing. There's this scholar. His name's I see him on the One Path Network. Shoot. Oh, damn it. I think his name is
Sheikh Uthman.
Yes. He's cool. He's busy.
Yeah.
Go visit him he's in San Diego, isn't he?
Yeah.
That sounds like an expensive trip, to be honest. That's like a $200 plane ticket.
It's okay. He does the rounds. He'll make it to Chicago eventually, and you could say salam to him.
Thank you so
I've
much.
got his contact. What I'll do is I'll find out when he's going to be in Chicago, or I'll get you his email or something.
Are you
If you wanna-
serious?
Yeah. I've got his number.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Take care, Jay.
All right, take care, Jay.
You too.
We won't see you in the arena again because no Muslims. Oh, we're just about to go, man, and then Jay came. That was beautiful. Alhamdulillah.
Just
We got
keeps
one last
getting
guy.
better.
Diallo. You know what Diallo's all about. Diallo.
Hello.
Hello.
I know you guys are about to leave, so maybe I will come back next week because.
Are you Muslim?
Yes, but my
Don't do it, Diallo. Don't do it.
No, my roommate. No, this is why I said I don't know. If you one of my best friends and roommate, is not.
Yeah, he needs to call.
So just have him come in, man.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah, those kind of things come on my chill out streams, but not this. Let me just take the link off now. Wow, mashallah. Cheers, brothers. Thank you for being part of this arena, man. Mashallah.
Alhamdulillah, it was a great arena to be a part of. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you guys for an amazing debut. I really enjoyed sharing the platform and learning so much from you, brothers. I'm eternally grateful. Jazakumullah khair.
Bro, you smashed it, man.
Yeah, I think we learn more.
You're going to get marriage proposals and everything now. Right. What's your email?
My email?
Put your email in the chat so I can share it.
Yeah, no.
Oh, not your email, your website, your YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
Your personal channel.
Yeah, sounds good.
But mashallah, we've got 2,000 people watching now, man.
That's my YouTube, and that's
Go and where'd you put it?
That's
Don't put it there.
Private chat.
Put it in the main one, isn't it?
Oh, in the main one? Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, so I can put it on the screen.
Okay, right there.
It's been a really strange arena though today. It's not been the usual flex.
There was a theme. There was a theme.
There was a theme.
Yeah, it was,
for
wasn't
sure.
it? Everyone was on the same flex today.
Yeah, they were.
That's what Sharif was saying to me on TikTok. He was saying, "Is this the arena or is this tap?" Because it was like a Thought I Mentioned podcast, man. Right? Have you done it?
Was Sharif saying that?
Yeah, Sharif was saying that. Yeah.
Oh, because of the problem of evil stuff, or why?
Everyone.
Every guest that was there.
Every single guest. There was no Christians, was it today?
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, no questions.
I enjoy Christians, man. Did you put your link?
I put it in the chat, brother Hamza. Or wait.
Oh, you can't put a link in the chat.
That's why
one of the mods can do it.
Yeah, if one of the mods want to pick it up,
I'll tell you what. Yeah.
It's in the private.
Oh, yeah. Did you put it here, didn't you?
Yeah, I put it in the private chat. Just the last link.
Okay, 1 second.
And then
I think I can do it. Well, obviously I can do it.
And then that's my Twitter as well.
Thank you, everyone. TikTok. I need to work how we can do this with you. That's the link. I think the link's in the chat as well. Ismail Al Kennedy. How many subscribers you got at the moment?
1. Brother Maurice.
Really? 1?
Nah,
bro. You should finish this with at least 500. At least.
Inshallah.
If
Why
not
not?
1,000, man.
Why not?
To represent, man. Told them I'm gonna be the first.
Guys, but remember to go over to Dawah Wise. I'm on Dawah Wise. And Brother Hashim, Brother Mansoor put out amazing content. May Allah bless them.
I can't believe they got you before I grabbed you. I didn't even know. Honestly, I was astounded with your knowledge, mashallah. Really, really good. Right, so I'm going to let each of you go. So we've done you, Ismail. So I'll bid you farewell. Jazakallah khair for joining.
Jazakumullah khair, guys.
Assalamu alaikum, bro. Wa yakum, man, bro.
All right, Brother Maurice, Dawah Digest. Do you want to put your link up?
You can paste it if you want, bro. I'm not. I didn't really consider it much otherwise, but alhamdulillah, I'm glad I was able to make it today, and thank you for your patience. Thank you for hosting me. Thank you for everybody that tuned in.
Brilliant contributions, bro. Brilliant contribution.
Alhamdulillah, man. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I've got a lot more. But for the way that I do dawah is, the person who was supposed to be talking to the person is talking. So just let them talk, because mashallah, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he linked those two people together for that.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
But thank you for everybody that tuned in. Be sure to support Hamza's Den channel and take part in the dawah efforts. And inshallah, I'm happy to come back anytime you'll have me, bro.
Inshallah, we'll have you again. Take care, dude. Assalamu alaikum. And Yemeni. This is Brother Yemeni channel, YouTube Yemenite front.
Just to make
it. Yemenite front Oud site.
Yeah, just because I don't know why there's a confusion. What do you call it? You just on the website, you just go to order via WhatsApp, you click on it, and it will just take you to WhatsApp, and then you can contact me directly, and that should make it easier. Alhamdulillah, what do you call it? Someone's already come through. But one, that's I need to sleep so I can send it off to him in the morning, inshallah. But yeah.
MashaAllah. All right, thanks for joining, bro. So it's a pleasure. Sorry there wasn't any Christians for you.
But that's all right. Alhamdulillah. It was good regardless. Managed to get a few words in here and there. But
it was tough because it was all Ismail's field, wasn't it? And Maurice's field.
Oh, mashallah. I mean, it was great anyway, because then we got to learn as well.
That's the whole point. I always say this, that the reason I do the arena is so I can learn stuff. So I need to have people who have more knowledge than me on the panels. Otherwise, it defeats the object.
So.
And mashallah, Maurice had some really good points. Ismail's another level, and you as well, subhanallah. So I really do thank you for coming on. It's a nice relaxed arena today, I thought. I had to just step in a few times just to...
No, of course, yeah, just to cut the waffle.
The waffle was going on and on. Everyone will say anything, they're just going to keep talking.
True.
Because they're very polite as well. Anyway. All right, dude. There you go.
Wa alaikum salam.
We'll have to do some risk or chivalry or something.
Inshallah. Definitely.
Oh, and that was it. MashaAllah. Another arena. I think we got up to about 3,400 watchers at one point. We're now down to 956 because the eligible bachelors left. Mr. Ismail. But yeah, mashallah, 3 shahadas, mashallah. Very emotional 3rd shahada. Alhamdulillah, it was so nice of Jay. I really enjoyed Martin's shahada. I liked Martin's shahada because with Martin, you could see he'd just been beaten down, and he just come to surrender and was like, you know what, take me. It was beautiful, and inshallah, and I want to go. I will go visit Martin, and we will have some video and footage of it. It should be fun. Me, Ismail, and Yenny will just drive up to Milton Keynes. Shouldn't be a problem. So that's cool. That's Dex. Dex is J. Okay. Cool. I just want to apologize to all the Muslims who came on. And I have to have a zero tolerance on Muslims coming on the stream. So please don't be offended by it. Don't be all, does he think it and all this stuff. It is where it is. So if you come on and you're Muslim, I'll give you salam and then it's time to go. I can't allow it because once I allow it, it becomes Muslims coming on, keep asking all this, that, the other, and all of a sudden the non-Muslims are not getting on. The arena is to challenge Islam. That's the whole point, the whole concept. So Muslims, you just need to learn. And if I have to keep, if I have to keep doing it. Okay. I promise you. I'm going to make a promise to you now. We have to get the cobwebs off Game & Flex. I agree. What do I play? I'm playing Total Medieval War at the moment. I'm really enjoying it. Do you think that's worth? Would you be bored watching that? I don't know. Or do I play do I carry on playing with the Harry Potter thing? I was thinking Diablo 4 as well. I don't know. Yeah, that's true, pathologist. We had to try to keep it from getting messy. Brother Hamza found some new love for the new Muslims. Hey, what do you mean? Yeah, it was so nice. Dex, Jay, thanks for coming on. You're playing Diablo 4. Yeah, Hogwarts. Oh, Amberine wants to play at Hogwarts. finish Hogwarts. I've hardly started it. I feel I have to start it again because I can't remember how you do the Espeliano and all that business. Elder Scrolls would be really good as well, Layla. You're right. Yeah, we need a game like that, innit? A game where it's like episodes, like Netflix style flex, and I need to choose a day. Which day should be gaming day for the gaming flex? I would say a Thursday is a good day. Why do I always ask about Andrew Tate? I like to know if there's been a Tate effect on the young men I speak to. Especially when 18 and 20-year-olds are accepting Islam. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm playing the Total Medieval War at the moment. I'm playing as the Moors. I've conquered. I've took out Spain and Portugal, and I'm pushing on France. So I'm like, I've taken all of the Iberian Peninsula, and I'm pushing into Europe now through France. I've taken Lyon, and I'm considering taking Toulouse. And then on the bottom, I'm basically the Sicilians are in Tunisia, so I'm sort of bordering that. So I don't know. Would you enjoy watching that? I don't know. Not many people watch the gaming stream. That's the only thing. So we have schoolwork on Thursday. Muhammad. Yeah, it's really good, man. The game is really good. The game, I enjoy the game. You can send your imams, you can call jihads, and they can call crusades, the Catholic factions. Yes, we will watch it. Maybe. All right. Okay, TikTok. I need to find a way to involve you more. I don't know how though. Because the idea is to be trying to get people from TikTok to come onto YouTube. I don't know how to do it. But anyway, assalamu alaikum everybody. So mashallah, we had 3 shahadas this evening. So if you stuck around, you probably didn't because you were probably on the scroll. Anyway, thanks for joining. Assalamu alaikum. Take care, guys. All right, so that's TikTok ended. Oh, $35 from gifts. That's nice. Reach out to Tate. Maybe. It's 4 a.m. there, is it, Persia? It's 10 to 3 here. I'm working tomorrow. I'm tired. But I really, really enjoyed tonight's arena. And I really enjoyed Martin Shahada. That was really good. What's Apollo Gems on about? Right, he's not even a prophet. Hamza is out of line. What's Apollo? Who's this character? I don't understand what you're on about. Who's Apollo Gems? Right, he's not even a prophet. Hamza's out of line. What's he about? Who's not a prophet? Who's not a prophet? I don't understand. How many shahadas today we're seeing? We had 3, mashallah. I know, but I don't even understand what he's on about. I don't know. Some geese got his red fire in, for some reason. He's all hot and bothered about something. Medieval Total War 2 Kingdoms is the best. The Crusades expansion pack is the best Total War without doubt. It has the Eastern Mediterranean, North Africa, and Near East, and so many cities and provinces. Medieval Total War Kingdoms. Total War 2 Kingdoms is the best. Okay, I'll have to check that out. I'm going to conquer this one first. I honestly, right? So I'm playing it. And I'm deliberately not pushing into Egypt and Turkey because I know the Mongol invasions happened. Then I know the Tartar invasion is going to happen, and then at that point, it's devastating. So I'm hiding. I'm hiding on the west side of the map. So the Mongols and the Tartars will rip into the Turks and the Russians and the Hungarians and whatever, and I'm hiding on my side of the map. Who are you to? Why is this geezer on about? Who are you to prove anything about a man who is far better than you could ever be? Why even pose the foolishness? Oh, I don't know. You're like one of those, sphinxes. Those Egyptian sphinxes that like tell a riddle. Riddle me this, and they say something like that. Can you imagine? Riddle me this. Who are you to prove anything about a man who is far better than you could be? Why even pose the foolishness? Willis Wodger! Oh god, what the hell is that? When will I come to Egypt? I'm probably actually going to do a scarf run to Egypt. Willis Wadwick! Willis Wadwick! Willis, I will Willis Wadwick! I will Willis Brian! Oh, Life of Brian is so funny. Brian, Life of Brian. When was the Speaker's Corner? Inshallah, next Sunday. Not this Sunday, next Sunday. Oh, it was horrible last time. It was mental. The actual characters of the people there it's just despicable. I felt like dirty when I left there, man. All these crazy missionaries on this flipping. I don't know what they were doing. I don't honestly do not understand what. Mental in Speaker's Corner.
Mental. Have you seen?
Mental. I swear, it's like the local mental hospital has a day trip every Sunday, and the coach piles up, and Hatun gets on it, and Asif gets on it, and Captain Bloodfire gets on it, and Kay gets on it, and Soko gets on it, and they bring it to Hyde Park, and they all pile off. They spend the day at Speaker's Corner, go for a meal later, and then it's back to the hospital because they're all mental. I don't like the idea of a theme arena. I like mix and mash. I like an atheist, Christian, a crazy, Islamophobe. I don't want everyone on the same tangent because everyone's on the same tangent because it's like because I have different guests for different potential guests. So the Gladiators, I have one who's like good at philosophy, which was obviously undoubtedly Ismail's flex today. Maurice is good with Christians and kind of atheists. Yemeni's really good with Christians. So when you get someone who's just on the Ismail philosophy flex, it looks like one Gladiator gets all the meat and the other guys are just stood around. So I like a mix. You know what I mean? I don't want. I tried to look at the chat. This person looks like an atheist. This person looks like a Christian. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Snoop. Snoop's disappeared, man. Well, welcome to Arena. Because, to be honest with you, we started with Rob, and we didn't even have that many guests, to be honest. And I'm hoping James and Harry and such watch how the other boys accepted Islam. You know what I mean? Is there a Sunday chill Sunday? Yeah, there'll be a Sunday chill Sunday, inshallah. Royce, come on, Inter. Want Inter Milan so badly today to beat City. Come on, Inter. You can do it. Right. I'm done. I'm gonna see you guys on Sunday. Wait a second. The good thing about Medieval Total War 2, Crusaders Kingdoms expansion pack, the game is 5 times the debt. Really? So it's Medieval Total War 2, which I already have. Crusader Kingdoms expansion pack. Let me just check that a second. Oh, so should I just move on to that? Let's have a look. Come on, City. What are you talking about, mate? You do still awake, mate? Right, let's have a look. So we go to Medieval War Definitive Edition, and what's this? Medieval Total War Kingdoms. Okay. So we've got that. I think we've already got that. What have we got? Yeah, we got Medieval 2 and we got Medieval Total War Kingdoms. And you're saying that there's an extra one to that as well? What's Medieval Total War is specialized to present players with all new territories, explore troops to command and conquer. Kingdoms is the most content-rich expansion and produced a Total War game with 4 new entire campaigns set on expanding maps of British Isles, Teutonic. You only give us anything that's in South America, but in Kingdoms, yet vast tracts of land above North and South America have been opened up for you to conquer. All new factions in the New World are also fully playable. I've never been to the New World, to be honest. Only maps in Britannia, Teutonic Crusaders, and New World campaigns. There's 13 new factions. 50 building types, up to 8 hours of gameplay. Multiplayer maps and hot seat multiplayer versus allow you to play 1 versus 1 campaign game. What? Oh, 1 versus 1 campaign games on the same computer. Oh, okay. That sounded like Rob then, didn't I? What? Ah, come on, Inter. Lukaku, come on, score the winner. Did the Prophet marry Aisha at the age of 6? Relations with that is the majority opinion, that she was 9 when the marriage was consummated. Yeah, I don't follow that opinion, to be honest, but that is the kind of main opinion, Orthodox opinion. But I'm not going to get into that. You'll end up fighting either Crusaders, Muslims, Mongols, and even the Tyranids. Who would the Mongols and Tyranids come? No, I'm talking about the Kingdoms Crusaders. You already have it. I'm talking about the Kingdoms Crusaders. You already have it. How do I already have it? How do you know? How do you know I've already got it? I've got the expansion pack, Total War Kingdoms. Is it on here? And I've got Medieval Total War. It's got 2. My 2 deal. Yeah. The base game, Total War Kingdoms. I don't understand. How do you know I've got Crusaders? I'm gonna go. Come on, Inter. Forza Inter. So we want to see Hamza Crusader Kings 2 with all DLC is amazing. Is that that's a different game to Total War? I'm playing Total War at the moment, Jay. Do you play games? Maybe we can have a game sometime. You play Ark? We just got battered on Ark. It was so funny. We were battling. It was a new fresh wipe, so we was battling for this base spot, and there was another tribe battling for the base spot, and it was like at the end. I think it ended up because I had to come live. It was like 3v5 of them, and they lost out. And then because they wasted so much time trying to get that, all the prime base spots went. So I think that's the end of our game. If we win, you have to wear a City shirt for our stream next week. I ain't wearing no City shirt. Right, I'm gonna go. I'll just keep talking. We'll do something on the Gaming Flex. Just keep an eye. I keep saying that, but I might go live on my I might go live on my Total War. All right. Until then, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll see you for Sunday. Sunday chill, usual time. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.